for 2025. And just a early mention of our major sponsors, Penrith City Council and Bentley's, great supporters of rowing in New South Wales, and certainly have been long-time sponsors and supporters of this and many other events. But I'll move over to Kath now, and we've got the first race on the starting blocks, and it looks like we will get away absolutely on time, Catherine.
I love that. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much, Rob, for that great introduction. We've got medal presentations at this regatta. We'll get to that format shortly. But in race one, as we move now to the mixed masters A and B, quads, we have Murwillumbah in lane 2, and that's the Murwillumbah Rowing Club's Helen Lloyd, Cassandra Murphy, Doug Cryer and Mark Flower. They're tapping themselves up to the start, waiting for the starters' orders shortly as the lanes tap up to the boat holders. In lane 3, Nepean Composite of Nepean Richmond and Ulverstone, Jason Dolbell, Kate Dryball, Helen Pearce and Jason Waddell. They are off go. Those first, in fact, everyone is off go except for the 2 lanes closest to the grandstand. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra Composite with Karam is Jess Fishman, Brent Lucaduo Wells, Angelique Everett and Glenn Fishman. In lane 5, Newcastle's Composite of Newcastle, Commercial Lake Macquarie's, Trudy McDonald, Christine Taylor, Matthew Napper and Ben Homer. Yarra Yarra Composite is with Essendon in lane 6, Gareth McShee, Cheryl Stevenson, Ben Stevenson and Lisa Bates. And the Black Mountain Composite are just backing into the starting blocks now to meet their rivals, and that is Black Mountain and Brisbane and GPS Composite of Catherine Jeffrey, Rosemary Georgellen, Ben Giles and Sam Machowski. And the last of ADF rowing in lane 8 is the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club's Julia Cronin, Ben Page, Lauren Finity and Cam Hardy. That Black Mountain crew have now been connected to the boat holder in lane 7, and all boats are waiting for the starter's call.
Yes, and Kathy, you'll notice a lot of the boats out on the start, which you can't see from this end of the course, are having to tap it fairly hard on their bow side, or the bow person. So that means there's a fair bit of a crosswind. So once again, just be mindful of that when you get to the start, that there will be some tapping around at the start. Another big call out for volunteers. We are desperate for volunteers, particularly in the timing huts, but tomorrow on the starting block. So if anybody out there feels that they could help out in that respect, please come and see them in the tower, and they'll point you in the right direction. But certainly need volunteers desperately over the next couple of days.
Yeah, that crosswind which can blow across the direction of the travel can present a unique challenge to rowers. Right strategy and technique, maybe they could utilise this crosswind this morning to pick up a bit of boat speed. But they look pretty set there. They're all up at the, no, not yet up at the catch, but there'll be a few fair nerves in this first race of the day to kick off this Nationals event. And we've got the starter 1, Mr. Phil Fraser. Call out to you up there on the starting blocks. And starter 2 is Kristen Alford this morning. And the judge at the start line this morning is Vicky Knight. Sounds like they're testing those finish bells there, Rob.
Yeah, it sure does. We've got to know where the finish. Although when I race, Kath, I'm pretty sure where the finish is about 500 metres. That was when I start looking for the finish, so I'm pretty sure when I cross it. But certainly the conditions are pretty good for racing, and we're just still in the starters' hands waiting for a start here. But I think they're waiting to get right on time, which we are now, Kath. They should put big number.
So just a recap there, everyone. In lane 2 we have Murwillumbah, lane 3 the Nepean Composite, lane 4 Yarra Yarra Karam, Lane 5, Newcastle Composite. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra Essendon. Lane 7, Black Mountain Brisbane. And Lane 8, ADF Rowing. So here they are now sitting up at the catch. They're waiting to get their countdown off the starter.
A lot of experience in this race, Kath, and certainly I think it's going to be a fairly fast race, being the A and B mixed. And I'm looking down the names, and there is a lot of well-heeled rowers here. So this is going to be a great hit out for our very first race of the day. But still sitting on the starter and waiting to get this race underway.
Well, you've got Dyball and Pearce in this race in lane 3 in the Nepean Composite. They really are a quality crew, Rob. They took out both the B pair and the B double at last fortnight's state regatta at this venue, and both of those women are in the Women's Interstate 8 for Victoria. So Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball, ones to watch here in the Nepean Composite in lane 3. And within the Newcastle Composite, they're going to give them a stiff run. That's the McDonald and Taylor women in that race. Because Christine Taylor, she'd won the overall individual point score in last year's Australian Masters Nationals that was in Lake Barrington in Tassie. So Christine Taylor had the most medals in that regatta overall. And Trudy too has really shown her credentials. She is in the New South Wales state quad and has had a really meteoric rise up the point score and ladders. That's Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie. It's phenomenal, really, that Christine Taylor from Commercial last season at this regatta won a total of 12 medals. She had the top tally medal score. She won 3 golds, 5 silvers and 4 bronzes. And Christine is in the Queensland Interstate Quad. That's a D average 50 interstate quad for Queensland. So a lot of state and rowers in this race who are also representing their state in the big interstate races, which I think are happening on Sunday. Saturday morning, so tune in then. We've also got Napa and Luca, the crew from Newcastle Composite of Matthew Napa, has also going to be representing Queensland in the Interstate Men's Quad, as is Brent Lucaduo Wells in the Yarra Yarra Composite. He is also in the Victorian Men's State 8. So gosh, there's a whole heap of state selected rowers in this race. I think it's going to be close and exciting in this mixed Masters A and B quad. Do you think it makes you more nervous when you have to sit at the start line for so long?
Oh, yeah, look, I think these guys are very skilled, but sitting there, particularly I think, Kath, because it's quite cool out there and you've warmed up, you're ready to go and you're sitting there for a while. There must be something happening at the start because knowing the starter quite well, Fritz on the starter, he's very, Phil Fraser, or Fritz as most know him, is a very experienced FISA umpire. I think Phil retired from his FISA position last year, perhaps. I think he got to the age and the automatic retirement, but I do know he's heading over for a few other races. I think maybe the head of the Charles and by invitation to help out in those races. So very experienced. So if and I know, having known him for a long time, timing is certainly a big thing for Phil, and there must be some good reason why they're holding him on the start, because I'm sure he'd like to get all the races underway on time.
Are you saying that if you had a dinner invite with Phil Fraser, he would turn up on time?
Yeah, I've got to be careful what I say here. Yeah, but no, he would absolutely. And no, he certainly knows his stuff, and also a very good rugby referee, and so his long-time passion was rugby, and he got into rowing through his daughter rowing at school. So he's probably listening to this thing up there. I'll get a call in a minute, I'm sure.
Maybe there's a synergy between rugby and rowing, Rob, because we're going to have a chat about Ian Toll a little bit later. Fantastic rower and rowing career, but also represented St George, the Dragons, back in the 60s. So that's or 70s maybe.
Yes, Ian Toll, yes, certainly did, and he was a long time. I think he was the spokesperson for the New South Wales Police Force for a long time as well. He was their community or communications main communicator out into the public many years ago.
And we'll definitely be having a chat about that, because that was an all-police quad, that one, that went on to do so well at the World Championships back in the 80s. And they were all police officers. I love that story. They're still up at the start line. They're all tapping and fairly in a bit of disarray, those rowers, as they try to keep lined up with the boat holders. The chief judge on this morning's shift is Chris Watson, and Dave Grubitz is his backup. Umpire 1, Carolyn Schomburg. Umpire 2, Phil Gunning. And Umpire 3, Stuart McQuaid. But they look to have been called to attention now, so this race is going to get underway in this AMRC regatta, as race 1 is waiting for the starter's call. And the rowers off go. In this race, Murwillumbah, Nepean Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite, Newcastle Composite, and the other Yarra Yarra Composite with Essendon are off the start blocks, with Black Mountain Composite and ADF rowing off 1 second, and they look to have got a fantastic start, that ADF rowing. They look very strong, having already made up their 1 second handicap. And we've got timing huts. We're going to have some good numbers for you coming through soon as they come down the course. They've put the first 200 metres under their belts already. But the ADF rowing crew, and over there the Nepean Composite, Nepean, Richmond and Ulverstone look to have also had an excellent start. So it looks like the Yarra Yarra Composite of Karam's Jess Feischman, Brent Lucaduo-Wells, Angelique Everett and Glenn Fishman might be edging their nose ahead of the gang at the moment, and that's Angelina Everett, who is in the state quad and also coxing the men's interstate 8 for Victoria. So she's got a dual role out here, rower and cox. But they're really fighting it out over there on the far side of the course. Murwillumbah, Nepean Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite and the Newcastle Composite. But the nose out in front at the moment looks to be the Yarra Yarra Composite with Karam's Jess Fishman, Brett Lucaduo-Wells, Angelique Everett and Glenn Feischman look to have the lead at the 500 to go.
And certainly, as we know in these races, bookcasing the rowers from Richmond, the two rowers from Richmond as they come down towards the line. But it looks like the Yarra Yarra Composite crew has got a bit of a second win, but going again, and Ben Homer in the stroke seat of that Newcastle Composite crew is pushing all the way to the line. It's just holding on. Yarra Yarra Composite doing all they can to hold on to this lead, and they do look like they will hold on to the lead about 5 They're in the bag.
Thanks, Rob. That was an exciting opener to this Australian Masters Rowing Championship Regatta, the Nationals. So just something to keep in mind, if there are 2 boats in a race, they only award a medal to gold, the first place getter. So 2 boats in a race, 1 medal. If there are 3 boats or 3 crews in a race, they will give out a gold and silver. And if there are 4 or more boats in a race, you can expect the gold, silver and bronze to be awarded. So that's a very even distribution. I think I'd like to be in a race of 2 and get gold and silver.
Yeah, well, of course, what happens also in these races that the Australian Championships, and I'm fairly certain it is happening in this year, that you get the composite crew. If a composite crew wins and a all-club crew comes second, there is a gold medal handed out for the first all-club crew across the line as well. So it's to encourage both club crews, but also composite crews. I'm not sure about whether there's 3 crews coming around here, so I'm assuming that in the Australian Championships we will have first, second and third for mixed races. In a state level we don't normally have that, but we will move over to race 2, the Mixed Masters E for Cox.
Thanks, Rob. They were just waiting there for lane 8, the Old Collegians composite from Queensland, to come into the starting blocks. And I'll read from the, and probably fairly quickly so we can get the race called for you. But in the lane closest to the grandstand is the University of New South Wales composite crew with St George of Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, James Halliday and Andrew McEncrow, coxed by Jackie Peel. The Old Collegians composite, you can see them in the Impaka as they come down the course. That's the Old Collegians and River City Women's, Petrus Lapis, Angela Noland, Bruce Bedgood and Todd Clements, coxed by Ethan Stokes. The Murwillumbah composite crew of Murwillumbah Commercial and the University of Queensland's Chris Nielsen, Anthony Robert G, Samantha Donaldson and Tamsin Brew. Oh, good to see Tamsin there. She was a North Shore rower before she moved up to the coast. And Lauren Robinson, the Cox. They are up at the catch. They are waiting for the starter's call. Everybody here is off go. There's the bell. As they push off, they do their first 5 strokes or their racing start, and they look to have had a good start there in the middle of the course with Glebe Rowing Club's Erin Kelly, Celine Fair, Richard Rebillard and Kenneth Major, coxed by Raquel Bozza. Look to have had a terrific start and already look to be edging out ahead of Brisbane's Grammarians composite. That's Brisbane, Noosa and the Sunshine Coast, Christy Nash, Jane Fitzpatrick, Peter Rowe, that's a handy one, and Michael Beeston, coxed by Angus Blackwood. Above them in lane 2 is the Cairns composite of Black Mountain and ANU's Anna Chochigani, Damien Bentoni, Peter Thorin and Kylie Pedder, coxed by Wayne Roy. And ANA's rowing club in the far side, Robert Boylan, Stuart Clark, Indra Sivakolongdu, Sandra Clark and coxed by Sue Howard Smith. Let's not forget there are 2 other crews yet to call, and that's the North Shore crew of Catherine Boland, Olivia Tonge, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coxed by Jane Kavanagh, and Karam Sally Shepperton, Stephen Habichet, David Rafter and Karen O'Shaughnessy, coxed by Jessica Cuddy. But lanes 4 and 5 look to be nose to nose at the moment. That's Glebe and North Shore in the middle of the crew, Chris Walsh there in the bow seat and stroked by Olivia Tonge. That's a bow rigged quad. And lane 5, it's hard to see, but it looks like they've just taken potentially a canvas lead over the Glebe crew in lane 4. And on the far side of the course, A&A's rowing club also looked to be just crossing the 500 with 500 to go. Fairly evenly matched. Potentially the Carrum crew have dropped behind now, just behind the Murwillumbah Composite, who are head-to-head with the Old Collegian Composites and the University of New South Wales Composite. But it does look like the rowers in the middle of the course, that is the North Shore crew and potentially the A&A crew on the far side of the course, and Glebe look to be in the top 3 positions so far in this race, although they could be getting a challenge now from the University of New South Wales and St George Composites, Macready, Wilson, Halliday and McEncrow. Let's see what you've got to say, Rob.
Now, as they come down to the 250 metre marks, it is a tight race. Looks like the momentum at the moment is still with the North Shore crew, and they are certainly holding a slight advantage over the A&A crew over in lane 1. The A&A crew in lane 1, and the Glebe crew, a few steering issues there as they coming down towards the 150 odd metres to go. But the A&A crew over in lane 1 probably enjoying some. In lane 2, enjoying some great conditions over there. The rating is not up at all, but it does look like the North Shore holding a slight advantage as they come down to the Red Boys coming into the last part of this race. This is an E age group, which of course is 55 and over, but it looks like the North Shore crew coming down to the line now have just lifted their rating a bit. There's not much reaction over there in lane 1 from the A&A crew, so they look like they will hold on for second, but it will be the North Shore crew crossing the line now to take out first place. It will be lane 1.
And I think lane 9 got that one for third place, just a bow ball literally ahead of lane 4, which was the Glebe crew. So we'll have to get the official results to you there. What an exciting race. I think lane 9 really stormed home in the end there, Rob, and I think they might have just pinched it off Glebe for the bronze medal.
Yeah, they may well have done that. We'll have to wait. We've got very little telemetry at the moment from the course, so we'll have to wait and get the official results and we'll relay them through.
And that's Carrum just crossing the finish line now, just ahead of the Brisbane Grammarians Composite. So rounding out that race, the Brisbane Grammarians Composite, congratulations to Chrissy Nash, James Fitzpatrick, Peter Rowe and Michael Beeston, who finished that race. I bet you they were happy to see race 2 packed away. That was the Mixed Masters E4. They're lining up now in... Apologies, we've got a medal presentation downstairs. So they're lined up now in the Mixed Masters H to M double. They are off the starting blocks in lane 2, Riverside Rowing Club's Leslie Lewis and Peter Hendy. In lane 3, Melbourne Composite, Julie Wood or Woody and Rod Stewart from Melbourne. That's the Melbourne Exeter combination. In lane 4, Melbourne Rowing Club's John Dollison and Lynn Charge, and you'll hear Lynn on the commentary over this weekend. In lane 5, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club, Diane Crouch and Jill Hosier, coached by David Doyle. The Ngambie Composite in lane 6, that's Ngambie and Melbourne University's Josephine Bant and David Andrews. The Canned Composite in lane 7, that's Canned and Commercial Rowing Club's Chris Clements and Kelly Armitage. And the Sandy Bay Composite, that's Sandy Bay, Derwent River and Mercantile Collegiates Eve Beecroft and Chris Potter. I love these nationals where we get to see our friends that we make at other regattas back up in Sydney this time, and that's our Sandy Bay friends down there. They row out of the Marieville Esplanade with 70 members in the Sandy Bay Rowing Club, and their president down there, Richard Geraghty, maybe rowing up here. We'll do a shout out to him and the patron Jim Thompson of the Sandy Bay Rowing Club. But right now it looks like lane 3 composite crew of Woody and Rod Stewart look to be out in front at the early part of this regatta, and also the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club's Diane Crouch and Jill Hosier.
We'll just now move over to the medal presentation for the first race, the Mixed Masters A-B Quad. And in third place and bronze medalists, well, we've just had the medal presenter zip off. In third place and bronze medalists from the Nepean composite crew of Jason Dolball, Kate Dyball, Helen Pearce, and Jason Waddell. That's first place. And in first place and gold medalists, Yarra Yarra Composite, Jess Fishman, Brent Lucadoo Wells, Angelique Everett, and Glenn Fishman. Please join in congratulating medalists in the mixed A-B quad scull.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be an exciting finish on the Mixed Masters H to M double, Rob. We've got the Melbourne Composites, Melbourne and Exeter's Woody and Rod Stewart, who look to be out in front at the moment, although they are going to be pressed very hard to finish with a gold medal from Noosa Yacht Club's Diane Crouch and Jill Hosier. At the moment, Woody and Rod Stewart look to be going very well in this race. I think they will be able to maintain their boat length lead over the Noosa crew. Let's have a look how they are looking very comfortable there. They've dropped their stroke rate. They know that they've got this in the bag pending any mishap in the last 10 or so strokes. So we're going to congratulate Julia Wood and Rod Stewart.
And of course, Kath, they're very well travelled. Exeter Rowing Club being in UK, and Rod Stewart certainly living there as well. But it will be the crew in lane 5, Noosa coming across the line in second place. It does look a little bit of a distance back now to the Nagambie Composite crew in lane 6, and they'll come across to round out that third place, followed by the crew over in the Riverside crew over there in lane 2, and it will be the crew of the Sandy Bay Composite crossing the line now. We've got a little bit of a distance back to Melbourne's crew of Dollison and Charge. And coming down the line to round out this field will be lane 7, the Canned Composite.
What's awkward? Great to see these crews coming into the pontoon to collect their hard-earned medals after a full season of training. While we're just confirming the results for the race that we're going to be correcting, giving medals for on the pontoon, I will advise that we are currently seeing on the course race 4, the Mixed Masters H to M double with Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. ANU Composite with Canberra's Judy Walsh and Peter McCarthy. They look to be having a good race, currently in one of the medal positions. In lane 4, Newcastle's Susan Kemp and Peter Kemp. In lane 5, Corio Bay Composite with Pine River's Betan Hine and Peter Benson, coached by Catherine Borgia. But it looks to be Melbourne University's Pamela Whiting and Greg Longden that are currently in the lead in this mixed masters H&M. And finally in lane 7, Melbourne Rowing Club's Val Dowell and Michael Dakic. I will just give you a quick summary here because we are going to go to the medal presentation, but it looks like Melbourne University are out in front, but they're being challenged by the ANU Composite and Lake Macquarie over in lane 2. So they look to be in the 1, 2 and 3 at the 500. Let's cross to the medal presentations.
We now move the medal presentation for race 2, the mixed masters E4. And in third place, and bronze medalist, University of New South Wales Composite, Chris McCready St George, Jenny Wilson St George, James Halliday, University of New South Wales, and Andrew McEnroe, University of New South Wales. And in second place, and silver medalists, ANA's Robert Boylan, Stuart Clark, Indra Suvakalundu, Sandra Clark, and Sue Howard-Smith. And in first place, and gold medalists from North Shore Rowing Clubs, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tong, Eric Luck, Chris Walsh, and Jane Kavanagh is their coxswain. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Mixed Masters E4 Championship of Australia. And we're coming down to the line now, and it's the ANU Composite of Peter McCartney and Judy Walsh, and certainly very experienced, once again, very experienced rowers, and they will team up, no doubt, with the winners of the first division in later races, followed by Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell, and then it was the crew of Corio Bay Composite coming across the line in third. It will be the Melbourne crew coming across of Val Dowell and Michael Dakic, and followed by the Newcastle crew of Susan and Peter Kemp.
So we're now in race 5, division 3 of the Mixed Masters H&M double. Lots of rowers are having 3 divisions in this race. In the far side of the course, Manning River Composite with Lake Macquarie's Jeanette Beaton and Raymond Beaton. They were off go. Then off 18 seconds was the Gulwar crew of Diana Tebniff and David England. Also off 18 seconds, the Noosa crew of Rachel Meacham and Peter Taylor, coached by David Doyle. Off 34 seconds then were the next three boats of Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. The Perth Composite of Kenneth Price and Carolyn Fennell, coached by Vanessa Grant. And the Toowong Composite of Mary Hunter from Carrum and Robert Gunningham from Toowong. So in this race, Rob, what I can see, Noosa is having a strong showing so far in these early races, with the crew of Rachel Meacham and Peter Taylor look to be in a very comfortable lead in lane 4. As they're, it's good to be able to see the boats behind you, I'd imagine, or in front of you, so you know you've got a comfortable lead. But that Noosa crew out in front, flanked on either side fairly equally, it seems, by the Goolwa crew of Diana Tebniff and David England, and in lane 5, Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp, forming a triangle there in the middle of the course. Following that is the Perth Composite with Canning Bridge of Kenneth Price and Carolyn Fennell. So it looks like they're going to have a comfortable win in this race, Rob. The Noosa crew of Rachel Meacham and Peter Taylor. They're striding out now several boat lengths ahead of their nearest competitor, Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. But it looked like maybe a race for the bronze medal, maybe a race for the third position in Division 3 between Goolwa Rowing Club and the Perth Composite. And following on from them would be the Toowong Composite, and the boat that is going to round out this race is the Manning River Composite with Lake Macquarie's Jeanette Beaton and Ray Beaton. But a comfortable win here.
Oh, we're just moving over to the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull. In third place and bronze medalist, Ngambie Composite, Josephine Bant and David Andrews. In second place and silver medalist, Noosa Yacht and Rowing Clubs, Diana Crouch and Gil Hosier. And in first place and gold medalists for 2025, Melbourne Composites, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. Please join in congratulating these rowers as they move away from the pontoon for their results in the Mixed Masters H2M Double Division 1. I think we're moving right on to, well, we've got a bit of a gap in proceedings. We've got crews just lining up at the moment. We'll move on to the race 4, the medals for race 4, the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull Division 2. And in third place and bronze medalists, it was the Melbourne University crew of Pamela Whiting and Greg Longdon. In second place and silver medalists, Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. And in first place, gold medalists, ANU Composite, Judy Walsh and Peter McCartney from ANU. Once again, let's please join in and congratulate medalists in the Mixed Masters H2M Double Scull Division 2. So moving over to the start, Kath, for a, looks like we've got an 8 roll lining up for a start.
Yeah, this is going to be an awesome race, everyone. If you're listening on the live stream and hanging up the washing or making your omelette, I would suggest you turn on to the visuals for this. and thanks to John Meakin, who's doing a great job up there on the live stream visuals. This is going to be an exciting race because the one to watch, I think, would be the Torrens crew in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. This Torrens crew, Rob, of Rob Ellis, Emily El-Khoury, Simone Ellis, Belinda Jackwak, Tori Toogood, Matt Russell, Thomas Lubinis and Kevin Tankard, Coxed by Alicia Berganetti, is in fact chock full of standout interstate rowers. The quads interstate, the South Australian women's 8 of El-Khoury, Jackowitz and Toogood, as well as the men's interstate 8 of Lubinis and Tankard. The Torrens crew are going to be one to watch. Then next to them in lane 6, the Toowong Composite, Loveday, Filkin, Lowe, Clough, Hall, Baldoon, Anderson and Townsend, coxed by Jenny Pollock. They're off the start now, and as suggested, the Torrens crew look to have had a fantastic start. The Dragons Rowing Club from Queensland in the middle of Hannah Meerman, Rachel Bowman, Simon Dunlop, Floyd Moynihan, Alicia Alton, Jenna Gould, John Dixon and Patricia Mulrooney, coxed by Sam Lincoln. That's a C crew. The University of Queensland Composite in lane 4 of Jennifer Conn, Nikki Hughes, Daniel Thomas, Nicholas Ferros, Robert McPhee, Simon Smart and Marguerite King, with Sarah Hale and coxed by Sebastian Aird. And on the far side, the ADF rowing composite of Sarah Leon, Rachel Cope, Rowan J. Awardia, Ashley Carr, Peter Gibson, Ben Lim, Brianna Murray and Virginia Haywood, coxed by Sarah Davoren. So looking out on the field now, we can see lane 7 and lane 4 seem to be the front runners in this race. That's the University of Queensland Composite and Torrens. This is in the Mixed Masters C8. It's a very, very competitive field and stiff competition with standout interstate players in this race.
And through that 500 metre mark, it's the crew, it looks to be the crew that one of the Toowong Composite, and the race seems to be between the Toowong Composite crew and the University of Queensland crew. We don't have a lot of, feedback from the 500 metre mark. Must have a lack of things, but it does. It certainly is Torrens coming down this side of the course, and they've put a big lead over the rest of the field. Now this, interestingly enough, this is a D crew, which is an older age group than the C they could be racing in, but they're all racing, of course, it's a C event, so they're all racing in the same, under the same age limits. But it is the Torrens crew holding a handy lead now over the University of Queensland Composite crew, and certainly as they come down to the last 250 metre mark, it's a very strong performance by this full club crew of Torrens rowers from South Australia. Ellis, El-Khoury, Ellis, Jankowiak, Toogood, Russell, Lubinis and Tankard, with Alicia Berganetti as their coxswain. But coming down towards the line, they're looking very, very smooth. And they look to be untroubled. Or there's a bit of a push coming out of that University of Queensland crew, and that's quite a composite. Licorice all sorts over there in that in that crew from Queensland coming down the line. But they're untroubled. This Torrens crew will go across the line to take first place. It will be the University of Queensland Composite crew coming across in second place. Then it will back a little way back to the Australian Defence Forces crew over there in lane 3, and they will come in across the line to take out third place. It now looks to be coming back to the Dragons crew. Once again, a Queensland Brisbane crew coming across for fourth place, and a little bit further back to the Toowong Composite, who will round out this field in fifth place.
Yeah, that was an exciting race, Rob, from up here in the commentary box, and the conditions look to have settled a little bit. That cross breeze is still present, but doesn't seem to be troubling the rowers. It was a bit firmer on the water about 45 minutes ago when we started. We're already powering through the program, coming up to race 7, the Mixed Masters F double, and they are at the start line and starting their mission in race 7. In lane 2, Hawthorn from Victoria's Ruth Oliver and Mark Oliver are on the far side of the course. They are next to Wide Bay Rowing Club, an F crew of Jim Stafford and Lee Field. In lane 4, Tablelands from Queensland. The Tablelands Country Rowing Club have put forward Cherie Rolfe and Doug Rolfe. They must row in their households in Queensland. Drummoyne's rowing clubs Rowena Stewart and Gabrielle Haythornthwaite in the middle of the field. Then coming over toward the grandstand side is Nagambie rowing clubs Wendy Cotter and Lee McIntyre. Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and Peter Stivenard, and Perth in lane 8. Welcome to the East Coast is Celia Cornwell and Craig Huxtable, coached by Vanessa Grant. So it does seem to be that the Hawthorn combination of Oliver's and lane 7's Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and Peter Stivenard have had a really good start in this race as they approach the 500, and the field has spread out quite significantly. We should have a clear winner in Division 1 of the Mixed Masters F double.
Yeah. Just while we're this race is coming down the last 250 metres, just a special shout out to those mid North Coast clubs that have battled it over the last couple of weeks with the flooding, and certainly I know Endeavour can't get into their shed. The Manning River shed is underwater, but they were lucky enough to get their boats out. So Endeavour are working largely on borrowed boats this weekend. So thank you to all those people who are lending equipment to these clubs in this time, but certainly it has been a very, very tough time for those clubs on the Manning and surrounding rivers. But coming down to the last 250 metres, and it does look to be a battle out between the Lake Macquarie crew of Tess Fearon and Peter Stivenard and the crew over in lane 2, Hawthorn's Ruth Oliver and Mark Oliver. So a few couples in these crews coming down here. It's always a good opportunity for partner combinations to get out and have a row. It is the St George, Drummoyne and St George combination battling now for third place, and that's the Drummoyne of Rowena Stewart and Gabriel Haythornthwaite, and well, it was actually it's actually not at all. It's Wide Bay, Jim Stafford and Lee Field. So it is the crew from Perth's Cornwall and the crew from Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and Peter Stivenard coming across, and they will take out a great win in this race, followed by the Hawthorn crew over there in lane 2. It will be the Drummoyne crew coming across in third. Very tight, a photo for between the Nagambie and Wide Bay crews for 4th and 5th, and a little way back to the Lake to the Perth crew coming across the line now.
So our calling may be a little bit imprecise as we're struggling to get some official times for you on the screens up here. We've got a couple of medal presentations on the pontoon, but just as they congratulate each other for the ultimate season finale of pontoon place, I am going to just read the start line in Division 2 of the Mixed Masters F double. We've got the Perth and A&A composite of Adam Ranshaw and Kathy Ride. The Perth Rowing Club's F double of Catherine Kennedy and Bo Tang, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 4, Mersey Rowing Club from Tasmania's Alison Kirkwood and Simon Knoll. It looks like Tablelands Composite with Barnsdale are having a great race there in the middle of the fields. That's Lynn Broad and Lachlan McDonald. Glebe Rowing Club's Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tajan in lane 6. Wenduri Ballarat Composite of Jackie Peatley and Andrew Lahan also seem to be holding their own out there on lane 7. And Leichhardt's Emberack and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. And that is the combination that won the division, this same division at the States 2 weeks ago. Richard Medway being a very talented sculler and also won various E and F doubles and singles at the States. So watch lane 8 from Leichhardt. And also Glebe's Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tajan are going to push through and try to claim a place in this Division 2, but they're going to be pressed by Mersey Rowing Club's Alison Kirkwood and Simon Knoll there in lane 4, but Adam Ramshaw and Kathy Wright are not going to let it go, and we've got a cat and mouse down the field. We've got lane 2 in a prime position. Perth's lane 3 are a few boat lengths back from them. In lane 4, Mersey is challenging for a gold position here, whereas Tablelands Composite has dropped back a little bit, being bow ball to bow ball with Glebe's Hutchinson and Tajan. Behind them by 2 boat lengths, Peatley and Lahane from Wenduri Ballarat. But Leichhardt's M. Barrack and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry, are fighting it out now with Mersey's Kirkwood and Knoll.
As they come down to the last 200 metres, it is the crew over in lane 8. It's the Leichhardt's Barrack and Medway. They're holding a slight advantage now over the Mersey crew, who've had a great row over there in lane 4. But a little bit further back, maybe you peaked a little bit early, the Ramshaw ride combination from Perth. Of course, Adam Ramshaw used to be a Glebe member for many years, but it does look like this crew of Barrack and Medway have come down to the line, and they will take out a very good win in this Mixed Masters F double scull, followed by the Mersey crew of Kirkwood and Knoll. It's very, very tight coming down to the line. It does look like there's a slight advantage, and it will be Glebe's Tijan and Hutchinson coming through in third, followed closely by that Tablelands crew. A little bit further back now to lane 3's Perth. And lane 7 rounding out the field.
I love those composite crews that have come from interstate. Can you imagine the organisation that they would have had to put in, all the WhatsApp groups, Rob? It must have jammed up the channels in regional Victoria with organising these composite crews.
Well, absolutely, Kath, and of course it's only going to go up another cog next year, of course, because we return to Perth and Champion Lakes for the 2026 version of this event. So they've made that call yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. So I know that bookings.com and Airbnb have just been going off the charts in the last couple of days, and a bit of lobbying for trailer spaces that will all take place over the next 12 months, because logistically it's such a big effort to get there. So. But we're seeing some great racing this morning, Kath, and certainly the mixed races. Normally we would run mixed races at the end of the day, so we have a little bit of a turnaround in the program, and certainly we've got mixed races now all the way through to about race 13, where we click back over to the other races. But
they're ready now, actually, Rob, and they've just taken off the starting blocks in the Mixed Masters F Double Division 3, and to the mighty Goolwa over there in lane 2, South Australia's Libby Thornton and Simon Barr. They row there on the mighty Murray out of Victor Harbour in Goolwa. And that's just on Hindmarsh Island in South Australia. Ulverstone is next to them from Tassie, Sandra Wilson and Michael Wilson. Commercial Queensland's Joe Cook and Toby Rogers, an F crew there in this Mixed Masters Division 3 in lane 4. And that's next to Canning Bridge Rowing Clubs, Linda Peppel and Alan Barry. Gosh, I think we've got someone from every state in this race, Rob. Mackay's Queensland, Therese Clancy and Richard McGrath. And in lane 7, the Union and Union Canterbury and Glebe Rowing Club's Micah Kelly and Stuart Wade, coached by Stuart Wade of Union Canterbury.
Yeah, just quickly, we've just had the medal presentation for the Mixed Masters F Double Scull Division 1, and in third place it was Drummoyne Rowing Club's Rowena Stewart and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. In second place and silver medalists, Hawthorn Rowing Club's Ruth Oliver and Mark Oliver, and in first place and gold medalists Lake Macquarie's Tess Fearon and Peter Stevenard. Congratulating all crews and medalists in the Mixed Masters F Double Scull Division 1.
Thanks, Rob. And while we're looking at these crews on the water now, I will do a shout out to David England of the Goolwa Rowing Club, who only in November 2024 became a life member, and he was sworn in there by his fellow life members, Steph Wilden and Fiona Hasselgrove. So Goolwa Rowing Club congratulates David England on his life membership. And Goolwa over there in lane 1, that's Libby Thornton and Simon Burr, putting their foot to the plate to try to catch up to the current leaders of this race, Ulverstone, Tasmania's Sandra Wilson and Michael Wilson, who are being challenged by Commercial's Joe Cook and Toby Rogers. They look to be out in the lead, but not to be left behind by Mackay's Therese Clancy and Richard McGrath. So those 3 boats seem to have those top 3 positions in this race, Rob, while the Union Composite, Commercial and Goolwa are looking at the final 3 positions of this race. So it's a really clear division, it seems, in this one as they come through the 500.
Yeah, looking at this, always strong crews coming out of the Commercial Rowing Club in Brisbane, and this crew of Joe Cook and Toby Rogers, no exception, but a big effort coming from the Ulverstone crew now from Tasmania, Sandra Wilson and Michael Wilson, and they have certainly drawn up alongside the Commercial crew and certainly have gone for a major push there and have pushed to about a length in front in the last couple of strokes. Commercial now are having a look over to their right and going, well, what's just happened here? Let's just, we better have a rethink about our strategy here. We thought we had it in the bag, but clearly the Ulverstone crew of Wilson and Wilson had a different idea, and they have gone out to about a length and a half lead. The Commercial crew does look like they've got their mojo back and are now trying to bridge that gap and come back on the leaders. It is over in over here in lane 6, the Mackay crew of Clancy and McGrath, and they look to be holding down that third place, very soundly holding down that third place. In fact, coming back on the Commercial crew, but it will be the Ulverstone crew, all the way from Tasmania, Hobart and Tasmania, will come through to take out the first place in this race. It will be followed by the lane 4, which is the Commercial crew, and then it was the Mackay crew in lane 6 that came through to take out third place. Little bit of a distance back to the combination of Thornton and Burr from Goolwa in South Australia, and they will come through to take out 4th. It will be the Glebe Composite crew over in lane 7 who will take out 5th, and a little bit further back now to the Canning Bridge crew of Pipal and Barry who round out this field. And we're just moving down to the presentation of medals for the Mixed Masters F Double Scull Division 2. So we've got in the third place and bronze medalists from Glebe Rowing Club, Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tejan. And in second place and silver medalists, Mersey Rowing Club's Alison Kirkwood and Simon Knoll. And in first place and gold medalists from Leichhardt Rowing Club, M. Barrick and Richard Medway. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Mixed Masters F Double Scull.
Race 10, Division 1 is the Masters Mixed D quad. This is an exciting race. We're going to go through the lineup quickly so that we can get you what's happening on the water. In lane 3, the Glebe Composites, Katrina Davis, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Alan Robertson and Heidi Lindahl. In lane 4, Gold Coast Masters Composite, Jennifer Missenden, Kylie Parker, Matthew Napa and Coin Grameris. The Melbourne Composites, Tanya Nishibata, Christine Camillier, Justin Negri and Gregor O'Nines. The North Shore Composite of Belinda Brigham, Zita Briones, Glenn Herbert and Andrew Simpson. And Brisbane Grammarians Composite, Susie Orty, Christine Gilbert, Tim Moran and Scott Austin. So there's some good pedigree in this race, Rob, and I can see that out in front at the moment looks like Tej, that's Tanya Nishibata, Christine Camillia, Justin Negri and Gregor O'Neill seem to have a fairly confident half canvas or more lead over the Glebe Composite of Davis, Granger, Ramos, Robertson and Lindahl. They're going to be fighting it out in this last 300 metres of the course.
Yeah, and certainly this crew from the Melbourne Composite, the Melbourne Yarra and Essendon Composite of Nishibata, Camillia, Negri and O'Neans are holding about a length and a half's lead over the Glebe Composite. That's a composite between Katrina Davis, Shoalhaven, Ayrton Ramos from St George, Alan Robinson from St George and Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, and quite a mixed crew in that group as well. The Gold Coast Masters Composite is also doing very well, and they're holding down a third place fairly soundly at the moment, but it does look like this Melbourne Composite crew will go across the line unchallenged to take out that all-important gold medal in the Division 1 of the Mixed Masters D4. And as they come down towards the line now, just probably backing it off a touch, saving themselves a lot of racing to happen over the next couple of days. So I'm sure that they'll be looking to conserve all the energy that they can. It will be that St George Composite crew coming across the line in St George Composite coming across in second place, and followed by the Gold Coast Composite a little bit further back to the North Shore Composite, and rounding out the field will be the Brisbane Grammarians to round out in 5th place.
Now, Rob, I'm going to have to get you a double shot mocha skinny latte on the rocks, because I'm about to go and race in the F8, and you're going to, you poor bugger, you're going to, well, I don't know whether I feel sorry for you or the listeners or the people in the stands, but you're going to be here by yourself.
Oh, thanks. They're going to be worried because I'm here by myself. Oh, that's a shocker. Okay, well, good luck in your racing today, Kath, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on. We move over to the Mixed Masters D Quad Scull Division 2, and it's Murwillumbah Composite of Petter, Thorin, Hughes and Brew. Now, Tamsin Brew, I'm sure fairly certain, came down in a race about 3 races ago, but in lane 4, we have Brisbane Grammarians Taylor, Harchan, King and Mulholland. In lane 5, Ballarat City Composites, Bell, Sirotic, Walker and Eben Waldner. In lane 6, North Esk Composites, Hilliard, Anderson, Wrigley and Bird. And in lane 7, it is powerhouses Mays, Schlick, Rodriguez and Harridge. And we've just got our telemetry back up again. We've got the 500 metre splits coming up again now, which is makes life a whole lot easier. We just go back to that previous race, and it was the Melbourne Composite crew who won that race, and they came through in a time of 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So that's a very, very handy time for a D-grade quad, mixed quad. So they're certainly had a good win in that race. But now we're coming through the 500 metre marks, and it was the North Shore Composite crew coming through. So we've got the North Shore. We've lost our telemetry again, so we're just going to have to go off the. What we can see, it does look to be the North Esk Composite crew over here in lane 6 that has a lead over the rest of the field. We're looking back over to Murwillumbah in lane 3, a little bit further back to the Brisbane Grammarians. It is the Ballarat City Composite, probably holding down second place at the moment, although it is a battle between the Murwillumbah Composite crew over there in lane 3, and so that looks to be the race. But having a bit of speed and showing a bit of speed over here in lane 7 is the powerhouse crew of Mays, Schlick, Rodriguez and Harridge, and they are really moving up onto that challenging now for second place with the Murwillumbah and Ballarat Composite crew. But the North-Est crew looking very, very polished as they head towards the line. They're now coming up to the Red Boys, about 150 metres to go. Little bit of a steering issue over here in the powerhouse crew. They've decided to take the scenic tour to the end, which is probably not a great strategy when you're trying to finish off the race. But they look like they've got it back together again now, and they have moved up into second place despite those steering issues. The Ballarat City Composite and Murwillumbah Composite are really battling it out for third and fourth now, but it's been a great row by the North-Est Composite crew, and they will come across the line to take first place. It is the powerhouse crew who have done just that. They have powered home, and after a few steering issues, take a very comfortable second place in this race. It will be the Ballarat City crew coming across the line to take out third, followed by Murwillumbah Composite in fourth, and it will be the Brisbane Grammarians a little bit further back in fifth place. So just coming across the line now, it is the Brisbane Grammarians, and they'll be happy for that hit out in this race. We're moving straight up to the start, and we have a start in the mixed Masters G4. The lane 4, we have Banks Composite, Geraldine Goss, Jennifer Bingham, Steve Harrison and Jim Lowe. In lane 2, we have Toowong, Heather Warren, Marion Elliott, Gavin Keeley, and Mitch Carr. And their coxswain is Grace Bentley. And in lane 6, Riverway Composite, once again a Queensland crew of Julianne Kelly, David Bellamy, Wayne Roy, and Jacqueline De Jong. Their coxswain is Lauren Robertson. And while we're waiting for this race to move down to the 500-metre mark, another big call out for volunteers. We are in extreme urgency. We need volunteers. So if anybody's there sitting in the stand or sitting around just thinking, oh, I've got a couple of hours there, we'll take anything we can get. So if you've got an hour or two to spare, if you can come to the tower and see Neve, it will be much appreciated. It's certainly struggling for the struggling for volunteers at this point in time. So anybody who can possibly give us some time would be much appreciated. So as we come down towards the 500-metre mark in this race, and it is the Toowong Composite holding, Toowong Rowing Club, no composite in that one, holding a canvas lead over the crew, the Riverway Composite. So I'm thinking that these guys would be fairly familiar, being that there's a Toowong rower in this Riverway Composite crew. And it's just a short way back to the Banks Composite crew. Once again, the very experienced crew of Geraldine Goss, Jennifer Bingham, Stephen Harrison from St George and Jim Lowe from Banks, with Bill Webster who's their coxswain. So it's a real race on as they come down towards the last 400 metres. While we're at that, we'll move to the medal presentation for the mixed D Quad Division 2. And in third place and bronze medalist, it was Ballarat City Composite. Bell, Siritic, Walker and Eben Walder. And in first place and gold medalists for the Mixed Masters D Quad Scull Division 2, North-Est Composites, Hilliard, Gina Anderson, Robert Wrigley, Patrick Bird and coached by Trevor Barrett. In second place, and silver medalists, we have the powerhouse crew of David Mays, Chris Schlick, Lucinta Rodriguez, and Emily Harridge. Please congratulate crews in the Mixed Masters D Quad Division 2 on their medals. As we come down to the last 150 metres, it is the Toowong crew that have put the pedal to the metal, and they have pulled away from these other two crews. The crew over there in lane 4, though, has made a great comeback. They were out of it probably a length or so behind coming through the 500, but they've pulled right back up onto the Riverway Composite crew, and it's going to be a race to the line. But it looks like this Toowong Composite crew, a Toowong crew of Warren, Elliott, Keeley, and Carr, with Cox and Grace Bentley, will cruise across the line now, and they will take out first place. It will be the Riverway Composite crew coming in for second place, followed by the Banks Composite in third place. So a great row by that Toowong crew, and I'd suggest they've spent a bit of time together in that boat. They've looking a very polished outfit as they came across the finish line to round out that race. We now move to race 13, the Men's Masters J2M Coxed 4. So this is our first straight mixed race, non-mixed race. And we have in lane 3 the North Shore Composite of Michael College, Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Ian Russell from Pine Rivers, David Cave from North Shore, and Jane Kavanagh is their coxswain. In lane 4, it is Banks Rowing Club's Jonathan Lausberg, Derek Wilson, Alan Swindon, Peter Anderson, and their coxswain is Ethan Stokes. In lane 5, Mossman Composites, Ian Toll, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton. Their coxswain is Kelly Marsh of Leichhardt. In lane 6, Melbourne University Composite of Ray Young, Paul Bridgeford, Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, and Elise Fittis is their coxswain. They're just sitting at the start now, these 4 crews. So it does appear that only one of these will miss out on a medal. But we do have 2 divisions in this J2M, J2M4. In fact, we have the North Shore Composite and the Banks Composite are both K crews, and they will go off go. The Mossman Composite and Melbourne University Composites are J's, and they will go off 16 seconds. So once you're starting at these higher age groups, the handicaps do increase quite rapidly. So it looked like once again there's a little bit of a cross breeze up on the start, and it does not causing. These are pretty experienced rowers who've been around for a long time, and they certainly aren't phased too much by the conditions. But they are a fair bit of tapping on their bow side just to keep those boats straight. So once again, just be aware of that when you get to the start, that there is a cross breeze. So if you can point your nose slightly into the breeze as you're sitting on the start block. As it gets closer to the actual starting time, you will drift around and take away the necessity to keep tapping it while you're sitting at the start. Just once again, it was only a short time ago, but let's go again. Volunteers, volunteers, volunteers. We need volunteers. So once again, if you are just thinking that you've got an hour or two, we'll take whatever we can get. If you can please come and see Neve. She's currently in the medal presentation marquee down near the finish line, or come into the tower and see them at the desk downstairs in the tower. Any help would be much appreciated. Even if you've not done it before, it is pretty easy. It's just about the numbers, and you could end up pushing some buttons at a 500-metre marker at the finish line, or the like. So you become an active part of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for 2025. So I did notice that as of yet, I haven't heard whether they are coming down, but the Croker boys were contemplating what they would do this week. They were certainly surrounded by water up there on Oxley Island, and we wish them all the best. I know that Darren had a number of head of cattle and probably lost over the last couple of last week or so. So as I said, we send out our best wishes for the Croker families, combined Croker families, and all those indeed people up on the mid-north coast of New South Wales who have absolutely copped a beating over the last 2 weeks. So at the moment we're right on time. The J2M Coxed 4, men's Coxed 4, is on the line at the moment. 9:10 is their starting time. Looks like we're getting fairly close. There seems to be a lot less tapping at the moment up there in the start, so we can only expect that they will get ready to take off any second now. Once again, a lot of experience in these boats, and we look forward to how much the crews from Mosman Composite and Melbourne University Composite can overhaul this 16-second handicap that they've got. So it will be a big effort, but these guys are very experienced as they are now coming into the forward position and readying themselves for a start. Looking fairly relaxed across all crews. Once again, that comes with the experience. Looking over there in lane 3, we have that North Shore Composite, Graham Wern, in the stroke seat of that boat. Once again, certainly a lot of experience there. Graham having been to multiple world championships in lightweight fours over the years, and that certainly goes for a number of the other oars people in this race. Just a reminder too, we have our sponsors via the way of merch suppliers, merchandise for the regatta, and I just encourage everybody to drop into the suppliers' marquees and see if there's any merch that might you think you'd look good in. So they would much appreciate that. It's a big effort for all these guys to come to these regattas, and certainly looking forward to the next couple of days. A reminder too that on Saturday morning, starting at 9:30, we have the interstate races. Once again, this is a bit of a departure from their normal last races of the day, or the immediately before or after lunch. So we're putting them on nice and early this year, and they are always a great spectacle. So if you can't be out here at the regatta centre, I'd encourage all to go onto the live feed and watch those races. They are very exciting, and they are the best that we have from each state in the quads 8 and in the para singles. But we do have a start, and you saw the 16 seconds, seems like an eternity, but the crews over there in 3 and 4 are off to a very good start. It does look like the North Shore Composite has taken an early lead at this stage, but probably a little bit far back to tell at the moment. The Mosman Composite crew certainly has put ground on the Melbourne University Composite in lanes 5 and 6, and they look like they've set their task to pull back this 16 seconds as quickly as they can. So it'll be interesting coming through the 500 metre mark whether they have actually managed to do that. We'll wait in anticipation as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. But it does look to be the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3 holding a slight advantage at this point, but the Mosman crew has already looks like they've caught up to the Banks crew, and certainly they are on the move, well and truly on the move, that Mosman crew, and once again very experienced, and a lot of race wins between with this group of Toll, May, Hardy and Titterton, and Kelly Marsh there, Coxed, and in fact they will go, looks like they will just go through the 500 metre mark. It is bow ball to bow ball between the Mosman crew and the North Shore Composite crew. So based on that they've pulled back 16 seconds already, I can't see them being challenged for that lead, but we'll have to wait and see. Anything can happen in a rowing race. It's whether now the Melbourne University Composite crew can pull back the North Shore Composite crew. Having said that, I'm fairly certain that they will be awarded medals for both the K and J division. Just not sure exactly that being the case, but we'll wait and see. But certainly at the moment there will be no trouble at all for the Mosman Composite crew, and they are streeting it at the moment. They have pulled about a 2-length lead over the chasing pack. It does look like the Melbourne University crew look like they've got their boat speed back again at the moment. They're pulled back a fair bit over the North Shore Composite crew in lane 3. and do look like they are pulling up towards second place now. The Banks crew of Lausberg, Wilson, Swindon and Anderson, with Stokes is their coxswain, they look now to be dropping back a little bit. But it does look like the Melbourne University composite crew has pulled up alongside the North Shore composite and gone into that second place. The Melbourne and Mosman composite crew, though, they're looking untroubled as they come down towards the line. And as I said, the crew, certainly the stern end of this boat with May, Hardy and Titterton have been long-time crew members together and certainly know each other's rowing inside and out. Ian Toll, of course, as we spoke about earlier, has been around in the sport for a long time too and has done a lot of representation and certainly is fitting into this crew fairly seamlessly as they come into the last 100 metres, and they will take out the win in this race. And it will be the Melbourne University crew of Young, Bridgeford, Morrison and Parker and Fittis who will take out second place. But the Mosman crew crossing the line to take out first place in this race. Time of 4:40. It will be the Melbourne University composite crew coming across the line now. They will take out second place. It will be a little bit of a distance back to the North Shore composite in third and Banks will be in fourth. So I'm fairly certain that that North Shore composite will get first of the K crews. But we'll wait and see what comes back. Well, we now have a break of about 30 odd minutes to the next race, the Women's Masters F8. So this is a great opportunity if you're sitting around wanting to make your mind up about whether you want to be a volunteer. You've got another 20 minutes or so to make your mind up, but please try to get in and do it as quickly as possible. And if you could make your way down to the finish tower, see Neve, she will give you a prime volunteer's position. A reminder also to please make sure that when you finish your racing, you get the bow numbers back to the bow number distributors. They will run out as it gets further through the day unless we can filter them back in as they become available after your race. So much appreciated if you can look around your trailer, make sure there's none lying on the ground as there often is, and return it to the number distributors. We're just coming into the pontoon now is the winners and place getters of the race 12. Sorry, the men's race 13, the men's Masters J to M4. We now move on to presentation for the medals for the men's Masters J4. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just moving to the medal presentation for the men's Masters J and K fours. Once again, that was while it was combined event. There will be a winner for the J and a winner for the K. Because there are only two entries in each of those divisions, only gold medals will be handed out to the winners for the J. And the winners of the J men's Masters Coxed for Australian Masters Rowing Championships is Mosman Composite, Ian Toll, John May, John Hardy, Philip Titterton, and their coxswain, Kelly Marsh. Please join in congratulating Mosman Composite, winners of the Men's Masters J Coxed for Australia. So we've got a short break until the next race starts. Once again, it's the Women's Masters F8. We have 2 heats with a progression first forward to the final. The rest will be eliminated. And that race is due to take place at 9:45. Once again, just a bit of a reminder that in the events that if we only have 2 competitors, only the first will get the medal. If there are 3 competitors, the first, it'll be gold and silver will be awarded, and once it gets over 3 competitors, first, second and third will be awarded. In the event such as the last race where we had 2 divisions within that race, being that it was a final, both winners received a gold medal. Of course, there are only 2 other competitors, so neither one of those was able to get their medal for second place because there was only 2 competitors in each of those age group. So it's hopefully that allays some of the confusion about medal presentations and how that will flow over the rest of the regatta. Once again, a reminder of our, and a call out for our major sponsors, Bentley's and Penrith City Council, who both contribute so much to rowing. Of course, Penrith City Council, the Sydney International Regatta Centre, this world-class facility that we hear is located in the council area, and certainly it brings, these regattas bring a lot of business to the area. You've just got to try to get accommodation over any major regatta weekend, and you'll understand what that looks like. It's very difficult to get accommodation, so it does bring a lot of tourism and a lot of people to the city, and I encourage you to get out and have a look around, particularly with the backdrop of the Blue Mountains, one of our major scenic destinations, tourist destinations in when somebody's visiting the Sydney region. So certainly would encourage everybody to get out and have a look around the area and see what it certainly can offer. Bentley's once again a long-time supporter of Rowing New South Wales, and once again we appreciate what they have been able to give to Rowing New South Wales and the support they have given over a number of years now, and we're just hoping that support continues on into the future. We've got the conditions out on the course now, just a little bit of a tail breeze, and I don't think there'll be any complaints about that. Just looking out of the, oh no, it's turned around a little bit now. It could actually be going a little bit across heady, so it's a bit variable. We generally find out here that as the day warms up, and also it doesn't get too warm, the wind will probably dissipate a little bit towards the middle of the day and get some very calm conditions. Quite not unusual to get a cross breeze. It's coming up from the south. This far inland, though, it tends to have lost a lot of the oomph it has when it's closer to the coast. So hence the conditions out on this course are generally very, very good. We were here last weekend, doing some training last weekend, and our biggest concern was the reflection of the water. It was so calm out here for the whole weekend, and it will turn it on. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we look back up towards the start, we'll see the holders, the boat holders, are moving back out to their positions on the starting pontoon. A reminder too that with the lanes, the first 4 go around the south side end of the starting pontoon, and all other lanes come around the north side of the pontoon. When they come around, you'll generally be directed up there. 4 comes around first, followed by 3, 2 and 1. So there's no congestion once we get around and onto the main course. It just helps in listening out for the starter and the directions you're getting at the start to ensure that we keep this regatta moving smoothly throughout the day. I'll just do a roll call for Heat 1 of the Women's Masters F8. It's due to start at 9:45 in about 7 minutes, so they'll need to get those crews around onto the starting pontoon aligned very quickly. In lane 2, we have the Corio Bay Composite. It is Pam Westendorf, Corio Bay, Wendy Cotter, Nagambie, Tanya Sutherland, Corio, Nick White, Corio, Lynn Broad, Bairnsdale, Meredith Williams, Corio, Karen Patton, Corio, Justine Tonner-Joyce, Corio, and Caitlin Murphy. In lane 3, we have the Carrum Composite of Ruth Oliver from Hawthorn, Jackie Petley from Carrum, Julie Cochin, Hawthorn, Karen O'Shaughnessy, Carrum, Anthea Amos, Carrum, Sally Glenn, Elizabeth Ritchie, and Helen Kelly, all from Carrum, and Jessica Cuddy, Coxon. Their coach is Drew Holman. In lane 4, Melbourne Composites, Jane Naylor, Melbourne Rowing Club, Ingrid Just, Melbourne University, Catherine Dermody, Jill Plummer, Jill Kilby, Irina Benjamin, and Val Dowell and Louise Phillips, Melbourne Rowing Club. Zena Marzi is their coxswain. In lane 5, North Shore Rowing Club's Sue Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Jane Kavanagh is their coxswain. They are coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6, A&A Composites, Ronnie Cooper from Curtin University, Alison White, Pam Nichols, Curtin University, Melissa Harpley, Linda Pappel from Canning Bridge Rowing Club, Sue Howarth, A&A, Sharon Ann Jones, Curtin University, and Indra Sivakalundu, A&A. Their coxswain is David Rafter. And in lane 7, North Shore Rowing Clubs, Judy Tanner, Gillian Hawkey, Sarah Dennis, Gail Donkin, Vicky Grundy, Bryony Short, Christine McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, Sydney Krieger is their coxswain, and they are coached by Justin Peters. So once again, a call out for those volunteers. I haven't seen an absolute procession of willing volunteers coming to the tower, so I just encourage anybody who has some spare time. It's not a big imposition over 4 days, just to give us an hour or two, a couple of hours out volunteering, just to help out in timing huts. Tomorrow we need boat holders, and that's a real experience if you've never been on a the starting pontoon and become a boat holder. It is very much a rowing experience that you need to do if you haven't done it, and it's very exciting, and it is a very important job in the context of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. But we have some movement at the start. We've got still the crews for the second heat of this women's Masters F8 are congregating behind the starting pontoons. We can see them up there. We have a number of crews now are on or backing into the starting pontoon. So we've got a couple of minutes before the designated starting time, so it looks at this point in time that we will get away on time. And once again, just a reminder of the crews in lane 2, the Corio Bay Composite; in lane 3, the Carrum Composite; in lane 4, Melbourne Composite; in lane 5, North Shore Rowing Club; in lane 6, ANA Composite; and in lane 7, the North Shore Rowing Club. Of course, that ANA Composite made up of clubs, the crew made up of clubs around that immediate Perth area, and certainly well travelled, but not too much travelling for them to do next year at this time, with the Australian Masters Rowing Championships heading to Perth next year. We do have a line now, and it's looking at the start. Just a little bit of, once again, that cross breeze, although it's died out a little bit, still causing a little bit of grief, particularly with these longer boats, these bigger crew boats. They do catch a little bit more wind than the smaller boats, and sometimes just a little bit harder and slower to move and keep straight. But it does look like we've pretty much got a line. I'm just looking at what appears to be probably lane 4 or lane 3, just a little bit skewy on their pontoon at the moment. But yes, we're looking across the field here on the start cam. See the North Shore crew there passing the bow blade forward to the 2, and just tapping it around, keeping that boat nice and straight. But it looks like it looks fairly calm at the moment, so I imagine we're fairly close to getting underway. Just a little bit hard to see the lights up there. We have a change of lights from the start, but certainly a little bit hard to see them at the moment. Normally the red light comes on at the 2 minutes to go, indicating we're into that starting zone. But certainly all sitting at the front, and away they go. A little bit of a delay off the start. I think we heard the start and a few were sitting there, so maybe it's not quite as loud up there as we would like. But certainly a crew now heading straight across the course, and it does look like they've come in to play the crew next to them. So that's caused a bit of grief at the moment. They've probably already crossed a lane, and that appears to be the ANA crew. That looks like it's come right across the course, and indeed it is that. Now they're trying to correct. They caused the North Shore crew in lane 5 a little bit of concern, but that North Shore crew seems to have shaken that off now and have certainly accelerated away from the field. So probably the extra rush of adrenaline didn't didn't harm them at all. But certainly, as we look from the umpire's cam, we can see the Melbourne Composite crew there. I think we're in our picture, or the Carrum Composite, an ANA crew. Sorry, so that is the ANA crew. So they're the ones that have had a little bit of a steering problem, but they look like they've got back into their lane now. Just as a word of caution, it's probably better to go down in your own lane than somebody else's. Water's a lot cleaner there, and makes for a lot less of a hassle. But certainly we look across, and we're looking at that North Shore crew in lane 7, also moving quite well at the moment. It does look like the North Shore crew in lane 5 has really stepped out to a good lead at the moment, but we'll see as we come down towards the 500 metre mark. Certainly the Carrum and Corio Bay crews are right up there as well. Probably not quite holding it with this very polished North Shore crew, but not a lot in it. Absolutely not a lot in it as they come down towards the 500 metre marker. But it will be the North Shore crew in lane 5 going through, holding about a half length's advantage over the Melbourne Composite crew beside them, and Carrum a little bit further. Carrum Composite crew, in lane 3, and back a little bit to the Corio Bay. That Melbourne Composite crew just a little bit out of it at the moment, as are the ANA Composite who are over on this side. So the North Shore crew in lane 7, who had a great start, seem to also have slipped back a little bit and have lost a bit of contact with the first 4 places. But it was North Shore going through the halfway in 1:53, followed by Carrum Hawthorn Composite 3 seconds down, Corio Composite another 2.5 seconds down, followed by the Melbourne Uni Composite crew another 3 seconds down on them. And we come down into the last 300 metres. Certainly the North Shore crew holding that advantage. The Carrum Composite crew have really held on to them though, and certainly have put themselves in a position where they could challenge coming down to the line if they've got it in the tank. Corio Bay Composite also moving up onto the Carrum crew, so it's going to be a very tight race over there for second and third, but it does look like there's a little bit of response coming out of the North Shore crew in lane 5, and they appear to have just be holding off the fast finishing Carrum Composite crew, but they're not giving up. The Carrum Composite crew are now coming down into the last 200 metres and have certainly pulled back a couple of seconds out of that early lead that North Shore had established. And coming into the last 150 metres, North Shore responding with a slight lift in rate. And this is a very experienced North Shore crew too, and they've won a lot of these 8-oared races, and certainly they have stepped up enough, and it looks like they will just hold on from that fast finishing Carrum crew. The crew over in Corio Bay crew in lane 2 also coming home fast, but it will be the North Shore crew showing some class as they come down towards the line in lane 5. And they will go across the line with about 3/4 of a length's advantage. So it's getting up, about 3/4 of a length advantage over the Carrum Composite crew. Both crews having a great race. The Corio Bay Composite crew coming across in 3rd place. It will be a little bit back to the Melbourne Composite crew in 4th. A little bit of a distance back to the 2nd North Shore crew in 5th, and ANA rounding out the field. The time was 3:56.06 for that North Shore crew. So congratulations, North Shore. And we move our attention up to the starting blocks as we get Heat 2 of the Women's Masters F8 moving into the starting blocks as we get the ANA crew now crossing the line after a bit of steering fun coming down the course. In Heat 2 of the Women's Masters F8, the progression once again is the first 4 through to the final and the rest eliminated. We only have 5 crews, so it's going to be fairly clear cut. Only 1 crew to miss out. In lane 2, we have Riverway Composite. Julianne Kelly, Jennifer Conn, Martina Proctor, Kylie Parker, Christy Nash, Nikki Hughes, Chuan Fay, Jacqueline De Jong, and Michelle Loveday is their coxswain. The Perth Composite crew is Sandra Clark, ANA, Evelyn Bowen, University of West Australia, Deb Barry, Catherine Kennedy, Sarah Knight, Orla Flecker, Edwina Foster, Kathy Ride, and Claire Gregg is their coxswain. The Lake Macquarie Composite of Jane Ferguson Palmer, Sue Donahue, Catherine James, Amanda Cavill, Anna Ciccani, and Elaine Bissica, Diane McShane, and Anne Campbell. Jackie Peel is their coxswain. In lane 5, Glebe Composites, Catherine Maxwell, Jilly Hanna, Jenny McEwen, Louise McCauley, Penelope Wass, Margaret Curtis, Camille Rains Greenow, Carmel Miles, Rachel Bozza, and their coxswain Elizabeth Dorian, and North Shore Rowing Clubs Zamet, Sainty, Walsh, Knowles, Helen Byrne, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass, Kelly Marsh is their coxswain, and Kim Rudder is their coach. and they are well underway now and heading down towards the 250 metre mark. The race does look to be on over in lanes 2, 3 and 4 at the moment, although we can't see the North Shore crew over on this side of the course in our vision at this point in time. But certainly away those Riverway Composite, Perth Composite, Lake Macquarie Composite, all the way to very good starts. And we look into the middle of the field now. We have, well, the cameras on the Riverway Composite and Perth Composite as they come down to about 300-400 metres gone, and certainly they are. Certainly they have the rating up. Interesting combinations here because, of course, we had ANA Composite in the first race, and we've got the ANA also in this crew here. So some interesting combinations as we come down towards the 500 metre mark. And of course, Catherine James, who is our fellow commentator, is in the Glebe Composite crew, I believe. Maybe not. No, sorry, the Lake Macquarie Composite. So quite once again, quite a mixed bag. But coming through the 500 metre mark, it is the Riverway Composite, as we called earlier, and that crew going through in 152. Slight advantage over the Perth Composite and Lake Macquarie Composite, followed by North Shore Commercial Tablelands, and it will be. They came out to round out the field in fifth. So all the work to be done by this commercial, the Glebe, Sydney University crew. And they're a little bit out of it at the moment. We've seemed to have gained a crew, so we've got 6 crews. Our sheets are only showing 5 crews, so we'll run with that. So it is the Riverway Composite crew over there in lane 2, the Perth Composite in lane 3, and the Lake Macquarie Composite in lane 4, who are holding the positions at the moment. The North Shore crew in lane 6, though, only 0.6 of a second, or 0.7 of a second down coming through that 500 metre mark. But the Riverway Composite crew does look now to have pulled out to some advantage over the Perth Composite crew, who are holding down second place. And as they come into 250 metres to go, it does look fairly clear-cut between these first 2 crews. A little bit closer between the North Shore crew and the Lake Macquarie Composite for the 3rd and 4th, and a little bit further back to the, it looks like the Glebe Composite over on, the North Shore crew, the Glebe Composite over on this side. It's not. The Commercial Tablelands crew over here in lane 7. Missing off our sheets. But no trouble at all for the Riverway Composite crew over there in lane 2. And they are coming through with about 10 or so strokes to go, getting down towards the line now. And they will easily take out this win, followed by Perth Composite, probably a length and a half back. And it will be the North Shore just putting on a late charge to consolidate their 3rd position. Still fairly close between these 2 crews for this 4th and 5th place, and it's all important 4th place, but it will go to the Lake Macquarie Composite, followed by the Commercial Tablelands crew, and it will be the Glebe Composite crew coming across the line to take out, to round out this field. And while we've had that race coming down, we've had Ben Homer come into the commentary position. Good morning, Ben. And you've already had a bit of a hit out on the course this morning.
Yeah, Rob, it's beautiful out there, I must say. It's very nice conditions, and after the last, what's it been, 3 weeks of rain that we've had in at least Sydney, sort of northern New South Wales, especially Newcastle up to Taree, it's just been absolutely insane. And obviously Manning River's been hit really hard by that, and the crews on the Hunter River as well, up at Berry Park, they can't get into their sheds either, Newcastle Uni, Endeavour. So yeah, it's been a rough few weeks, but I tell you what, I was checking the weather for the last 2 weeks just for this 4-day period, and I'm thinking, I think this is going to pan out pretty perfectly. And we've almost, today, a little bit of wind around, but I think this 4 days is going to be spectacular. Yeah,
absolutely. And as Ben said, the as we mentioned earlier, certainly Manning River Rowing Club have just not long,
it's awful, isn't
12 or 18 months, totally renovated their sheds after getting destroyed by wind. I think it was a heavy winds that blew the roof off basically, and just got it all back together, looking great. Had a great number of regattas up there this year, and had been going so well, and so such an awful thing for them to get inundated by water. But certainly talking to Lindy Nisbet up there at Endeavour, and she's got no idea whether a boat is floating or above the waterline. So we wish them all well when they do get that opportunity to get out there and open the shed up.
Yeah, and I do know that a number of clubs are helping out those crews from the Hunter. I know we've got a number of Endeavouros using some of our boats today, so it's just great to see the rowing community all coming together in these moments. As we'll go back down the course, this is the men's F quad, and at the 500 it's the Adelaide Uni Torrens crew. So it is heat number 1. We've got 2 heats in this event, so the top 4 going through to the final. So important to note, top 4 looking, top 3 looking in a good position. Commercial Composite in second, Lake Macquarie third, but it's that gap between Brisbane and GPS, Melbourne, Lindisfarne and Armidale. There's 3 crews there fighting it out for the 4th spot. So this is going to be very interesting. So you've got Armidale in lane 7, Brisbane and GPS in 5, and that Melbourne Lindisfarne composite crew over in lane 3. So those are the hot lanes to watch out for in this race, because there's only going to be one of those boats that is going to make it through at this point. Unless, I'm just having a look, Lake Macquarie were sitting in 3rd. Now, they had a 5-second gap back to Melbourne Lindisfarne. Now, maybe there was a little bit of a button-pushing issue at the 500, because it doesn't even look to be that close, does it, between 4th and 5th? It looks like it almost looks like there's 2 races there, for the top 4 and the bottom 3.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. But certainly no trouble for this Adelaide University composite over here, and they are looking at like a very polished crew for it. This is an F quad scull, and certainly got great technique, and that's showing by the length of their lead. But coming over, and here we have the commercial crew coming down the inside here. I see the Sydney rower Carl Quitzow in the middle of that boat, and certainly holding out at the moment. They will hold out the Shoalhaven crew, but it is that Adelaide University crew taking out first place. It will be the commercial composite in second, Shoalhaven in third, followed back to the Lake Macquarie crews, and they will be the crews going through to the final a little bit later on. And we've still got a bit of a battle on for these final positions. It does look like the Brisbane and GPS crew will cross just in front of Melbourne composite, and it will be a little bit further back to the Armidale crew. And it's great to see the Armidale crew coming down and competing in both this New South Wales and this regatta.
I was just going to say, Rob, that Adelaide Uni Composite has Rob Ellis in it, and he is in the South Australian quad that's going to race on Saturday morning. So no doubt you've been doing your research, haven't you, for that race on Saturday, checking out the other crews?
I let the crew do all the worrying about who they're racing against. Mine is just to get them to go fast. So they certainly a lot of banter on WhatsApp about who's who at the zoo. But yes, anyway, we move on to race 18, which is the men's Masters F Quad Scull Heat 2.
Yeah, so over in lane 2, Yarra Yarra's Andrew Gray and David Jacker. I should say Andrew Gray, David Jacker, Stuart Critchell and Jack Chatsakumis. In lane 3, Tablelands, Cairns and Mackay Composite, Richard McGrath from Mackay, Peter Thorin from Cairns, Lachlan McDonald from Tablelands and Doug Rolfe from Tablelands. In lane 4, this is St George, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Granger Ramos, Alan Robertson and Stephen Harrison. Of course, Ayrton Granger Ramos in the New South Wales State crew. Riverside Murray Bridge Composite in lane 5, Mark Johnson from Riverside, Brian Glawson from Riverside, Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge and Anthony Lee from Riverside. In lane 6 is Canberra Rowing Club, Kim Fisher, Hilton Taylor, Chris Raymond and Bernie Lodwick, coached by Kim Fisher. Lane 7 from Melbourne, Stephen Reynolds, John Dollison, Craig Smith and Gregor O'Niens. And then in lane 8, Goolwa Rowing Club, David England, Simon Thornton, Gavin Hewitt and Simon Burr. It's a great way to finish there. Goolwa, it's a spectacular location in South Australia. The old train line running along it. I've been on that little trip down in regional Tassie.
Yeah.
Sorry, South Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. I've not been to Goolwa, and I must say that being mostly travel related to either work or rowing, you tend to be a little bit sheltered from a lot of these places. So the plan is over the next year or two is to get out and see much more of these states. But certainly coming through the 500 metre mark, and it was the Riverside Murray Bridge crew coming through with about a length's lead over St George. It's very tight between them and the Melbourne crew, a little bit further back to Yarra, and once again very tight to the Tablelands Composite crew. So this is going to be a real race for that 4th and 5th position. We look over there to lanes 2, 3 and 4, Ben, and it's very tight over there, and so a great battle for the 3rd and 4th place.
This is going to be it, isn't it? That last race, we didn't quite get that battle for the heats, and sometimes this can be more spectacular than the final itself, because you have got these crews just fighting it out just to be part of the final, the top 8 crews in this event. And you can see them, because the fact that these 3 crews over on the far side are trying to fight for the 4th spot, it's really putting up the momentum for the crews that are out in front. They're having to lift as well. So you can see in the centre of the course, this is Riverside Murray Bridge crew in lane 5. They are leading the way. Alongside them, you've got St George, who are in second at the 500. Melbourne Composite crew, Yarra and the Tablelands Composite in lane 3. They were further behind at the 500, but they've certainly picked it up and they're moving their way through the field. So Melbourne Rowing Club on this near side, they are in those cut-off positions. It is only 4 that are going to go through to the final. Who is going to move their way into the 4? Yarra maybe just slipping back. It's the Victorian Derby. Melbourne and Yarra fighting it out for the final spot. Out in front it will be Riverside Composite. St George join them. Tablelands and Melbourne are there. Yarra miss out. Really tight racing in that second heat in the men's Masters Quad, and Canberra Rowing Club will also miss out.
I mean, how good is that racing, Ben? And I think Melbourne, they went through in 3rd place. I think they were, because they were a little bit distant from that battle over in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, they didn't quite get an idea of what was happening, but certainly stepped it up right near the end and came through to take out 3rd place and they make their way through to the final. But what great racing.
And Goolwa coming through in 7th place. Yeah, that was spectacular. And I hate that when you are. I remember at State Masters in the double. I just remember we had quite a fast crew next to us in Andrew Goldstein and Jason Waddell, and I thought, all right, we got them sorted. And then out of the corner of your eye, you see someone on the far side of the course, and they're level or in front of you, and you're thinking, oh God, now I'm going to have to push a bit harder. So it can really be deceptive, can't it, when you got those crews on the far side?
Absolutely, it's that thing about whether you've got to spend time looking out of the boat or keep your head in the boat. And sometimes, though, it's best to have someone just getting a glance across to the far side of the course, because I don't know how many races I've watched where a crew's come home and just missed out on a place or whatever and thought we just didn't see them. So, but there is great racing. I think what we tend to find too, as we just start the next race, I think we tend to find that the competition at the front of the field is very, very tight. We have some crews who are here more for the experience than the ultimate result, but certainly the racing at the front of these fields has been very good this morning, and I'm sure we're only 2 hours into it, so it's going to be a great couple of days out here.
Yeah, competition is very, very high. The quality of these fields is fantastic, and we know all of the crews love coming to Sydney as well. We know how fair the course is. Of course, the Olympic course. So will it be hosting the Olympics here in 2032? Don't say that to a Queenslander. Especially after last night as well. They're a bit fired up. All right, so I think we've got a Queenslander about to join us, Rob. So we've got Women's Masters C double, heat number 1. Yarra Murray Bridge Composite, Kelly Lewis from Murray Bridge and Sarah Sekfi from Yarra. Goolwa Phoenix Composite in lane 2, Tony Milne from Phoenix, Kate Tebner from Goolwa. Noosa in lane 3, Susie Orty and Joe Emerson, coached by David J. Doyle. Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS Composite in 4, Janine Reid and M. Schmieder from Pine Rivers. UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in 5, Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips. This is the crew to watch. A couple of members of the state crew there of New South Wales. Joanne Taylor and Fernanda Correa from Noosa in 6. In lane 7, Essendon's Cheryl Stevenson and Lisa Bates from Yarra. Noosa's Cindy Vermeulen and Jill Hopkins in lane 8. And then in lane 9, Glebes, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindale, coached by Robert Dallymore. So we're just about to get these 500 metre split times coming through. And I can tell you that it's the crew in lane 5, UTS Haberfield. So no surprises there. They look to be well and truly rowing within themselves. Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips, vastly experienced combination there. The Yarra Yarra Murray Bridge composite in 2nd, Pine Rivers Brisbane and GPS composite in 3rd, and Glebe in lane number 4. Noosa about 5 seconds off the pace, so does look to be a sizable gap there between the top 4 who are going through to the final and the rest in this race. So as this race enters its concluding stages, Stuart, John, wonderful to have you joining us in the commentary box. Just made the journey up the motorway from Canberra. How was it?
Look, it's always a interesting journey up the Hume Highway. I'll tell you what, it's a lot warmer here than it is down in Canberra at the moment. 0 degrees on the car thermometer as we left Canberra, and then now it says about 16 or so. So the trackies may have to come off as we're just coming in now to the final stages of this race. So it's Heat 1 in the women's C double sculls, and it's lane number 5, UTS Haberfield with that lead. First 4 through to the final. Next to them, we've got the Pine Rivers Brisbane and GPS composite, and then over in lane number 1, looks like the Yarra Yarra composite in 3rd, and then closest to us, Glebe, Harris and Lindale. So it's going to be a win for UTS. Second place will go to the Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS composite. 3rd to Glebe. 4th, and also going through to the final, it's Yarra Yarra and Murray Bridge. And then in behind them, we've got the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club combination in lane number 3, finishing ahead of the Goolwa Phoenix composite in lane number 2. Coming through behind them, we've got lane number 7. That's the Essendon and Yarra Yarra composite. And then coming in now in lane number 6, it is the Noosa Yacht and Rowing Club combination of Joanne Taylor and Fernanda Correa. And then our final crew just coming across now, the 3rd Noosa crew, and that's Cindy Vermeulen and Jill Hopkins. So a few names that we don't necessarily see at the Australian Rowing Championships, and certainly being down here, we don't get to see some of the regional ones making the trip around. So it's great to see what we've very geographic spread there with Noosa. We've got Murray Bridge in there as well, Goolwa.
Well, I was going to ask you, because I asked Rob, have you been on the train from Goolwa to Victor Harbour in South Australia? It's the most spectacular train line I think I've been on. It runs like right along the beach. It's like the train tracks are on the sand dunes almost. It is spectacular. So if anyone wants to go and experience that, I'm doing a bit of a job of Peter Malinauskas here, a bit of Tourism South Australia. So the check will be in the mail. Hopefully, we'll wait and see. So Women's Masters C double. We've got lane 1, Essendon, Louise Barker and Dale Bell. In lane 3, Powerhouse Rowing Club, Lucinta Rodriguez and Jodie Johnson. Lane 4, Richmond, Tasmania University composite, Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University, Helen Pearce from Richmond. In lane 5, Pine Rivers Murwillumbah composite, Helen Lloyd from Murwillumbah and Megan Ackermanis from Pine Rivers. Lane 6, Black Mountains, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. Essendon Melbourne composite in 7. Tanja Nishibata from Melbourne and Christine Kamala from Essendon. And then in lane 8, Dragons Rowing Club out of Queensland, Tracy Capes and Alicia Alton. Now this Black Mountain crew, they are pretty experienced, aren't they? Reynolds and Clues. So
yeah, Jane Clues, she's had a couple of times, I think it was a couple of years ago, she rode in the ACT Women's Quad that I think finished 2nd that particular year. And then Jane Reynolds as well, members of that Black Mountain Rowing Club. And involved with, I think I've seen it, it won't really apply to anyone that's competing here, but the Red Shed down in Canberra, they've got some scholarships for under 21 rowers that they're offering now in conjunction with Black Mountain Rowing Club. So
Nice place for some lunch, isn't it? There, the Red Shed.
It's not a bad spot for some lunch. We see through the 500 metres, it is Richmond, Tasmania University in the lead ahead of Essendon, Melbourne, Pine Rivers, Murwillumbah, and then that Black Mountain crew we were just talking about, and then Dragons, Essendon and Powerhouse. A couple of very strong rowers in this one. So you've got Helen Pearce from Richmond. I think she was part of that club, women's double scull, that won at Nationals last year, I think it was, for Richmond. And then Tanya Nishibata, who is always a very strong rower at these Masters events, rowing for the Melbourne Rowing Club. And I think she's rowing for Victoria on Saturday as well. So very, very strong rower there. So some very, it's a hell of a heat to try and get out of.
Yeah, so Pearce is in the Victorian 8, Nishibata in the 8 as well. And as I said, the previous race, Downey and Phillips, they're in the New South Wales crew. That's a very good crew for New South Wales in the women's interstate quad. So looking forward to seeing that on Saturday morning about 9:30. That one's getting underway. So this heat number 2, so top 4 through to the final. We saw Richmond, Tasmania University, Essendon, Melbourne, Pine Rivers, Murwillumbah, Black Mountain in that top 4. So Dragons in lane 8, they were in that elimination spot. So we'll just have a look to see where they're sitting at the moment. They're a little bit further back. So it's almost a race in 2 again. There's that crew from Essendon on the far side who maybe that's that optical illusion. They do seem a little bit closer. Are they closing in on the crew in lane 6 from Black Mountain Rowing Club? You would think they've got this in their in their power here. Reynolds and Clues, as we mentioned just before, very experienced crew, but Essendon are just moving through the gears on that far side. Don't think they're going to pull back though on the crew from the ACT, but out in front it is Richmond, Tasmania University going through in first place, second to the Essendon Melbourne composite, and then Pine Rivers Murwillumbah composite, and they've just done the job. The crew from Black Mountain, making sure they didn't have to expend more energy than required. Essendon come through in 5th, Dragons in 6th, and 7th place is Powerhouse.
It's the top 4 going through to the final in the women's C double scull, so we'll see them a little bit later on in the program. As we move on to our next race, which is heat number 1 of the men's H double sculls. So the rowers just getting ready there and just about to head off. So you can see them at the starting pontoon at the moment. So lane number 1 from Canning Bridge Rowing Club, we have Kenneth Price and Alan Barry. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McCowan and Mark Titchen. In lane 3 from the Gambie Rowing Club, John Straps and Lee McIntyre. Lane 4 from Toowong as they just get underway there. Lane 4 from Toowong, John Bliss and Robert Gunningham. In lane 5 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, John Ryan and Chris Linden. And it will no doubt make you very happy to see that there's QLD listed next to Murwillumbah there, Ben. It's lane 6 from Maroochy River and Murwillumbah. We have Gary Betts and Ian Luxford. Lane 7 from ANU in Melbourne. We've got Rodney Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club and Pete McCartney from ANU. And then lane 8 from Camden Riverway up in Queensland, Wayne Roy and Kelly Armitage.
Have a look at this. Their crews are going off course here. You can see that on the live stream. They're going to have to get that straightened up. Maybe a bit of foot steering malfunction there. But no, Stuart, I did hear your little jibe there. I'm surprised you brought that out after last night with the state of origin. Murwillumbah, Queensland. Well, I know which state I'd prefer to be part of.
The one that's won 8 series in a row.
Here we go. It's beginning already.
I mean, this coming from someone who's rowing for the ACT on Saturdays. So.
Well, one thing I was going to talk about this race, and I know it's going to get banged on about the whole weekend, but Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney, if you just said as R. Stewart, P. McCartney, it does you in every time. It's fantastic. There's actually some news around. Rod Stewart, he won a Lifetime Achievement Award at the AMAs. That's just breaking news. So there's some Rod Stewart, the singer news, and now we've got Rod Stewart, the rower, and he's a fantastic rower. I think he rowed at the New South Wales Masters, and he took out a number of events, Rod Stewart. So And Melbourne Rowing Club at the Aussie Masters last year in Tasmania, they actually were the most successful club at the regatta. They won the most medals, so got some terrific rowers down there. And
well, Pete McCartney's pretty handy as well. He's I've done a Colpanton in a double scull with him, which is about 7 kilometres or so down in Canberra. And yeah, just following him in the double scull, I think he's about 70 or so. And yeah, you're just trying to keep up. So looking forward. I think I've got a mixed quad scull later on this afternoon with a couple of people, a few other people from ANU, and Pete is the other male in that boat. So very much looking forward to that. They're sitting, well, battling it out for first place, along with the crew from Maroochy River and Murwillumbah. So that's Gary Betts from Murwillumbah and Ian Luxford from Maroochy River Rowing Club. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got the Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McCowan and Mark Titchen, who are also sitting quite nicely. It's first 4 to make it through to the final, and through the 500 metres, it was Glebe leading Maroochy Murwillumbah, then Canning Bridge to Wong, but I don't think they've included the ANU Melbourne composite in that. So
yeah, I didn't. For any fans of Stewart and McCartney, don't worry, because yeah, it was just sometimes the timing. You know what it's like with technology. Sometimes things go wrong, and they're certainly in this race, and they are certainly up near the front. I would probably say they are in first place. It's close for second. You'd probably say between the Glebe crew and then Maroochy Murwillumbah. Very distinctive colours there. Murwillumbah, love the colour of their Zudi. And then fourth place. So what was the gap at the 500? It was 0.27 between Toowong and Ngambie, and they were in lane 4 and lane 3. Now that looks to have increased substantially over the last 500. It's that crew in lane 1 really that's closest to challenging, but it looks to be pretty set, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the crew from Ngambie getting up over Canning Bridge as they just come up towards the finish line now. We've got the ANU Melbourne crew sitting in first place. They've got themselves about a boat length lead ahead of Maroochy Murwillumbah and Glebe, and that is how it's going to finish. ANU with the win. Second place going to Maroochy Murwillumbah. Third to Glebe Rowing Club. Fourth will go to the crew from Ngambie. That's John Straps and Lee McIntyre. Fifth will go to the crew from Canning Bridge over in WA. And then they'll finish ahead of lane number 8. That's the Canned Riverway composite in 6th place. 7th place will go to Toowong Rowing Club, so just dropping off a bit over the final 500. And then to the Murwillumbah crew of Ryan and Lyndon finishing in 8th place.
So I was just mentioning about Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney as well. So they won the H double at the New South Wales State Masters. Rod Stewart won the H single and the I single as well. So rowing up a category, and he won it as well. So you'd probably install them. They'd be close to the favourites, you would think, for that men's Masters H double. I'm just having a little look here. We're getting underway in heat number 2. So Graham Nix and Roy Halliday from Manning River Rowing Club, and it's fantastic that they're here over in lane 2. Newcastle's Craig Butler and Peter Kemp in 3. Brian Cox and Bill McDonald from Brisbane and GPS in 4. Melbourne in 5. Dakich and Wright. Black Mountain in lane 6. Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. Mercy Sandy Bay composite in 7. So Chris Potter from Sandy Bay, Simon Noel from Mercy, and Mike Kieran and Tom Wood from Melbourne University. So another race here featuring Melbourne Rowing Club. And I have to give them a shout out, because when I go down to Melbourne, when I've got to work down there, I always go out and row out of Melbourne Rowing Club, and they are always so helpful. Give me access to the boats and getting out there. So big thank you to all of the crew there at Melbourne Rowing Club. And Ling Charge, Mike Dakich, they'll do a fantastic job. So, and as you can see, Mike in this one with Philip Wright. In lane 5. We've also got Newcastle Rowing Club over in lane 3, Craig Butler and Peter Kemp.
Now, I'm assuming it hasn't been a 13-year gap between AMRC medals for Newcastle Rowing Club.
No, it's not quite. We had last year was our best Aussie Masters in Tasmania. Just the half a gold medal it ended up being, I think, in the end, in the B quad. So hopefully we can get a little bit more than that this year. But in terms of medals, I think we took home maybe 10 to 12 or something on total. We've got a lot of silver and bronze, so we want to try and upgrade a few of those this year. Now, over on that far side, Graham Nix and Roy Halliday, vastly experienced crew. You know, when you're racing masters against these two, they are going to be very, very strong up in the CDRA. And Manning River were outstanding. Manning River, Lake Macquarie were in the top 5 at the New South Wales State Masters in the medal tally. So I've got it right here in front of me. Manning River with 11 medals total, 6 golds. Lake Macquarie finished 6th with 6 gold. Newcastle 7th, 5.75. North Shore, Mossman, Leichhardt, St George were the top 4. So CDRA Rowing Club's doing really well in the Masters Championships most years, but especially this year. So they're flying the flag for Manning, who, as we touched on before, their shed was flooded. It was awful to see with that deluge that we copped in the last couple of weeks since the State Masters.
Yeah, it hasn't been ideal, and it's great to see that they're able to come down here and be able to participate. And it's also great because we were able to participate here at Cirque, because the pontoon out behind the finish line is underwater at the moment, so water level's a bit higher than you would normally expect to see. So it is, I think we're very fortunate to be out here competing in what are some really, really nice conditions. A little bit overcast at the moment. There is a little bit of breeze sort of occasionally breathing through, a little bit of wind, but certainly not bothering the rowers at the moment. It is Manning River, Graham Nix and Roy Halliday who have the lead over Black Mountain's Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. And then we've got 3 boats going for 2 spots with about 200 metres left to go. So we've got the Mersey Sandy Bay Composite in lane number 7, Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 5. They're sitting in 4th, and then Brisbane and GPS, Cox and McDonnell sitting in 5th place. They've got about a boat length to make up over the final 100 metres or so. Will it be enough? They've got Newcastle sitting back a little bit further ahead of Melbourne University in lane number 8. Out in front, Manning River are going to go through and take what will be a very good start to finish win. Black Mountain just closing the gap a little bit, but it's going to be about a canvas. So it's lane 2, Manning River with the win. They'll go through to the final, as will Black Mountain Rowing Club. 3rd place will go to the Mersey Sandy Bay Composite in lane number 7, ahead of Michael Dakic and Philip Wright from Melbourne Rowing Club in 4th. Just missing out are the Brisbane and GPS crew of Brian Cox and Bill McDonald, and they'll finish ahead of Mike Kieran and Tom Wood from Melbourne University, and then Craig Butler and Peter Kemp from Newcastle Rowing Club finishing in 7th. So Manning River, Black Mountain, Mersey Sandy Bay and Melbourne Rowing Club making it through to the final of the Men's Masters H Doubles.
And I can tell you that Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth, so they won bronze at the New South Wales Masters, the Black Mountain crew. Manning River were 4th, 0.99, so behind them. So that race, that's going to be around 11:30, I would presume. I'm just having a little look on the schedule here for the H double final.
Well, as we're doing that, we'll just quickly go through. We've got Shoalhaven Endeavour Drummoyne Composite in lane number 1. This is the women's E-Quads. Lane 2, Newcastle Rowing Club. Lane 3, Black Mountain. Lane 4, Fremantle. Lane 5, North Shore. In lane 6, it's a WA Composite of the University of WA, ANA and Curtin University. Lane 7, it's a Torrens Storm King and Port Adelaide Composite. Lane 8, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And then lane 7, it's an Ulverston, Mersey and Commercial Composite in lane number 9. So we're just seeing the view here from the BRO boat, which we get throughout. So lane 1, Shoalhaven, we've Endeavour Drummoyne, we've got Kathleen Hextall, Renate Impma, Rosalie Furness and Katrina Davis. Lane 2 from Newcastle, Catherine Dadd, Susan Demar, Sally Watson and Bonnie Tratt. Lane 3 from Black Mountain, Cecilia Young, Christine Young, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Poles. So we just see them coming up. It does look like that Shoalhaven Drummoyne Composite doing quite well. Fremantle, that's Michaela Main, Fiona Bell, Caroline Foster and Alexandra Thornton. Lane 5 from North Shore, Vicky Grundy, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker. In lane 6 from the WA Composite of Alison White, Sandra Clark, Sarah Knight and Orla Flecker. Lane 7, the Torrens composite of Colette Barry, Gina Bell, Kate Dearden and Robin Gray-Gardner. Lane 8, Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzelle and Trudy McDonald. And Lane 9, the Ulverston composite of Andrea Painter, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and Gina Anderson, as we see them coming up into the 500 metres. And it's not really a surprise. Lake Macquarie out in the lead. Shoalhaven composite sitting in second. The Ulverston composite just back in third. So it's less than 2 seconds between first and third. And the Torrens composite not too far away either. And then a little bit of a gap back to Fremantle, Black Mountain, Newcastle, University of WA composite and North Shore.
Well, this was an interesting one. Now, just to finish off, so that H double, that men's H double 12:10 is the final, a little bit later on in the early Arvo. Now, Tess Fearon, who's in this Lake Macquarie crew, she was in a mixed crew with Ipma, Hextall and Davis that won the E-Quad at State Masters. And what I love about this is back to your club for the Aussie Masters. And they're sitting themselves there in first place. So Katrina Davis, as you mentioned, also in this race. Hextall, that's in the crew in lane 1. That's Hextall, Ipma, Furness has come into that crew for Tess Fearon over on the far side, with Tess going back into Lake Macquarie. So they are going to be very, very quick. Now that crew in lane 7, Torrens, just losing their line a little bit. So they're going to maybe row a bit more than 1,000 metres. So Lake Macquarie, there's also a good move coming out here. Ulverston Mercy Commercial, they are moving very, very nicely. This is really challenging when you're out there. You've got crews over on the far side, lane 8 and 9 and lane 1. So the extremities of the course battling it out. Now Torrens have got their boat heading in the right direction and they're sitting in 4th place right now. Fremantle, a little bit out of the top 4 placings at the moment. They're trying to move through the gears. Black Mountain as well. They're still having issues with their steering here, though. The Torrens composite crew, does that open the door for Fremantle? That is going to be interesting. Fremantle lifting it up. There's still a good lead for the Torrens composite, but out in front on the far side. So it's Shoalhaven composite. Lake Macquarie will be joining them in the final. Ulverston composite as well. And Torrens, they're going to do enough, but I'm certain they're going to want to fix that foot steering. That was just causing them some real headaches. You can see the relief on the Torrens crew there. That was a little bit nerve-wracking at the back end. Fremantle miss out, so too Black Mountain, Uni of WA composite, Newcastle, and then crossing the line is North Shore to round out this one.
So the Shoalhaven Endeavour Drummoyne composite, Lake Macquarie, Ulverston Mercy commercial composite, and the Torrens Storm King and Port Adelaide composite all making it through to the final of the women's E-Quads. And I'd like to find out where Storm King is from. Storm King Boat Club, it looks like.
That's the best. I thought Dragons was the best name, but Storm King is the best so far.
It's there's some great names, and I think the other thing we've got to look out for, Ben, Best Sooty.
Best Sooty, yeah. I don't mind the fluoro. Fluoro is...
Well, the Lake
Here
Macquarie,
we go. Storm King
one.
Public Boat Ramp. Now, I don't think that's it. That's very regional Queensland. Maybe that is it. Storm King Dam. Would that be it in regional Queensland?
Potentially. Which regional? There's a lot of regions in Queensland. It's a very big place.
So it's basically south of Toowoomba, north of Tenterfield.
Okay, that might be Stanthorpe. Yeah, Granite Belt.
Storm King.
They are underway. While we're discovering that, I'll have to have a look at the map. But the women's E-Quad Sculls, heat number 2 underway. Lane 1 from Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, M. Barak, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borget. In lane 2 from Powerhouse, Richmond, Wendouree, Ballarat and Melbourne. So a licorice all sorts. We've got Bea Klein Van Mullicom, Leanne Martin, Geraldine Goss and Emily Harridge. Lane 3 from Toowong, Noosa and Storm King, Michelle Loveday, Britt McCormick, Jane Fitzpatrick and Christine Gilbert. Lane 4 from Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Letich, Virginia Lee, Fiona Milne and Mary Cecile Lacoste. In lane 5 from Essendon Rowing Club, Heidi Fry, Lisa Gandolfo, Mary Gonzalez and Cindy Neenan. Lane 6 from River City Women's Rowing Club up in Brisbane, Angela Noland, Petrus Lapis, Emma Davidson and Bronwyn Mantle. Lane 7 from Commercial, Annette Quayle, Kim Rogers, Kathy Baxter and Kylie Parker. Lane 8 from Dragons, Rachel Foster, Martina Proctor, Carolyn Connolly and Rachel Bowman. And lane 9 from Yarra Yarra, Rebecca George, Seri Bennett, Rachel Galonka and Alison Hallinan.
Well, you're on it. There you go. So it is in Stanthorpe.
Stanthorpe, there we go. So, no, my mum lives in Warwick, which is about 70 k's north of, between Toowoomba and Stanthorpe.
It's amazing. Warwick, how many people in Warwick?
10,000 or so.
10,000, yeah. So it's not as small as what I thought, because the amount of people I've heard that have come from Warwick, it's more than you'd think for a small town, but that probably makes sense. 10,000,
well,
it's a sizable number.
The discus thrower, Denny, is from
Matt
Elora,
Denny?
which is
Yeah.
from between Warwick and Toowoomba, and the other person that's from Elora is Wayne Bennett.
Yes. I think as well, maybe Joe Barrett, which played for the Gillaroos. She's from that kind of area as well. So
Yeah, the Darling
I don't
Downs,
know.
mate.
There's something special about that area. So
There is. It is a very, very beautiful area. Like Warwick has in July, they've got the Jazz and Jumpers in July. So you walk around the centre of Warwick, and it's just all woolen jumpers on all the statues and jazz bands playing absolutely everywhere. It is really, really cool. And Toowoomba is well worth a look. I've spent a few years in Toowoomba through my childhood, and it's a great little town.
Tourism Queensland and South Australia can flick us some money today. Women's E-Quad, so we touched on this, so the top 4 going through to the final, and we got those 500 splits. So the Albert Park South Melbourne Rowing Club Composite Crew in first place, Leichhardt in second, Powerhouse Composite in third, River City Women's out of Queensland in fourth, Toowong Composite in fifth. So that Toowong crew in lane 3, they're trying to pull back on the crew in lane 6 from River City Women's. So River City Women's probably just in a good position there. There's also some movement on this near side. Commercial look to be moving up here. I wouldn't write off Commercial. They are certainly getting that boat moving up alongside River City. And middle of the course, though, it's pretty comfortable at the moment for that Albert Park crew.
Yeah, so Albert Park and Leichhardt, our 2 leading crews. The Powerhouse Composite sitting in second place, and then it's anyone's guess for the 4th place. We've got about 200 metres or so left to go, and it's 3 boats across the course, all in with a very big shot at it. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Out in front, though, this Albert Park South Melbourne crew leading comfortably, and they're going to win by a little bit of clear water ahead of the crew from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So first to Albert Park South Melbourne. Second place will go to Leichhardt ahead of the Powerhouse Richmond, Wendouree Ballarat and Melbourne Composite in third place. Now, who's going to hold it off for the final qualification position? It is the River City Women's crew in the light green. They're just going to hang on by about half a boat length ahead of their city rivals from Commercial, and then the Toowong Composite finishing in 6th place ahead of the crew from Dragons Rowing Club up in Queensland, and then Essendon coming in behind them. And now coming across the line, it will be the Yarra Yarra Club in lane number 9. But Albert Park South Melbourne, Leichhardt, Powerhouse Composite and River City Women's, our crews going through to the finals of the Women's E-Quad Sculls. And I'm just thinking, Ben, we're talking about the different regional clubs. Let's make a bit of work for the Rowing Australia social media people. Nick Jones, send your best pics, tag best pics on Instagram, most scenic pontoon. Your home.
Yeah, I like that. I love that.
Pontoon.
I love that because
let's share that. And Nick, if you're listening and you don't want to do any
it doesn't
extra
have to be a pontoon. We don't have a pontoon in Newcastle.
Yeah,
so most
just your boat.
clubhouse, boathouse.
Yeah, the general area, the vibe. We're looking for the vibe.
I love that. And being a sports fan, generally, like I think about the most picturesque sporting stadiums in the world. There's some spectacular ones. There's some that aren't even stadiums. They're just like a dirt field in the middle of nowhere. Like it's quite amazing. But one of my favourites is Braga in Portugal. Their stadium is built into the side of a quarry. The big screen is actually locked into a quarry.
Yes,
it's spectacular.
I have
it is
seen
spectacular.
that.
So I love your idea for most scenic rowing location in terms of your clubhouse. This is in Australia. We know Europe.
Yeah.
We know how spectacular some are in Europe, but we're talking Australia. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, so let's tag Rowing Australia, hashtag, what is it, AMRC25 or whatever the official hashtag is, and Nick, you can thank us later on. But no, there are some stunning ones, and I mean, I know for, say, us at ANU, the The shed's not necessarily all that pretty, but my word, rowing on Lake Burley Griffin's always a treat.
Yeah, it is. It is, especially when you get those glassy mornings. A little bit crisp as well, just makes that little bit more special.
That's it exactly. Getting ready for the start of our next race, which is the women's G single sculls. So it's first 4 through to the final. Now I suspect that we will see a change in the lanes for this one. So I'll go through the entries and I'll explain why I say that in a minute. So lane number 2 from Lake Macquarie, we have Louise Termine. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, Jeanette Gasson. Lane 4 from Carrum Rowing Club, Mary Hunter. Now lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly. Now Mika is a para rower, she's visually impaired, and generally what you'll find with the visually impaired rowers is they'll put them on the outside of the lanes, outside lane, so as that they'll then have a boat that follows them down the course and is able to give directional calls. So, you know, a little bit harder on bow, a little bit harder on stroke. What they can't do is say, okay, push now, they'll say, you're a boat length back, but they can't tell you, okay, push now, or do this, or do that. It's just directional calls, the things that we basically take for granted for the fact that we can see what's going on.
Yes. So where you know your position in the race, giving that kind of information, but in terms of sort of encouragement.
You can't coach.
Yes.
You can't coach. So they'll have that with her, so she'll have an earpiece in. Lane 6, we've got Val Dowell from Melbourne Rowing Club. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Jennifer Bingham. And lane 8 from Exeter Rowing Club, Julia Wood, which Exeter, well, speaking of very pretty areas, I think Exeter down in, that's Devon, I think, from memory. It's you've got the Exeter Football Club that play in League 1,
the
League
UK.
2.
Yes, Exeter. I haven't been to Exeter, but...
well, they have... You're speaking of stadiums. Their ground is called St James Park, which is the same name
as Newcastle's.
Newcastle United, but one has an apostrophe and one doesn't.
That's quite incredible. New Exeter FC.
I think that might be League 1 or League 2.
Yeah, they're playing in League 1 at the moment.
There we go.
St James Park without the apostrophe and capacity. I know the Toon, the Magpies. I think our ground's about 50 odd. 55.
Are you at Newcastle?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Well, I know. It's
just anything Newcastle.
Let's just say since the Saudis bought them, I'm sort of a little bit... it's funny because when your team's rubbish, it's almost more exciting because when they win, it's an excitement. Whereas now when they're good and they win all the time, then...
Being a North Queensland Cowboys fan, I can vouch for that fact. Although this year it's all the milk. The Raiders.
The Raiders, they are doing well. Something going on there in Canberra. Something special. It's all about culture, I think, as well. And you hear about, and this translates obviously across to rowing. Like you see the culture that you build across a club where, you know, it's very egalitarian. You certainly see that with Canberra, especially in the NRL. And I definitely know you hear from inside the club what they're doing. And you can see as well with clubs here, the clubs with the big numbers, people that are like here supporting each other, having crew boats as well. I think that's something we try to encourage as well at Newcastle, is to make sure that you're also, as well as rowing boats that, you know, you're pushing for medals, you're also having boats where you're getting out rowing with other people in the club. This year we got a men's C8 out on the water. We got that on Sunday, which has been awesome. It's been so much fun. You're rowing with people across the spectrum of the club, so it's fantastic.
So we're just waiting for the start here of race number 25, the women's G single sculls. So they'll just be getting those ones lined up at the moment.
And it might give me a little chance to give you some information on who won this event at the New South Wales state titles a couple of weeks ago, and it was actually Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club. I'd love to know the story, her coming out here, whether she's out here for a short period of time. We'll try and find that out by the end of the week. Julia Wood, so she won that 4:35 from Nash from Black Mountain,
Pamela Nash,
who isn't actually in this event. And then Louise Termine finished with the bronze medal. Chris Brennan from Endeavour I'm just wondering whether Chris might be rowing one of our boats because, of course, Endeavour Rowing Club, they can't get into their shed because of the floods up at Maitland, Morpeth Way, Berry Park. So now, hang on a second. Are we potentially skipping ahead here to a men's masters? Is that Footscray City? Well, that's certainly Footscray City Com because I'm looking here there. Western Bulldogs. If you're an AFL fan, you certainly know that's Footscray. So Footscray City, Essendon. I love that the AFL rowing colours very, very similar. So Tony Siritich from Essendon and Jeff Walker from Footscray. You can see him in the bow seat, Jeff Walker. Wide Bay in lane 2, Simon Dunn and Kenneth Davey, coached by Cameron Waterson. Glebe in lane 3, Christopher Nish and Parry Mahardis, coached by Ken Major. Leichhardt in lane 4, Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh, coached by Steve Sherry. David Bellamy and Mark Flower. David Bellamy from Toowong, Mark Flower from Wollumbar in lane 5. Brisbane Grammarians, Noosa Composite in 6. Tim Moran from Noosa, Scott Austin, from Brisbane Grammarians. Lane 7, Cairn Rowing Club, Kelly Armitage and Tom Coates, coached by Charles Betts. And then I mentioned Tony Siritich from Essendon, Jeff Walker from Footscray in lane 8. So just wonder whether with that single, whether they are going to just move it to the last race before the break. I assume because they haven't sorted out the lanes correctly, as you said, for Mika Kelly from Glebe.
So we're just missing lane 7 at the moment, but it is a couple of minutes before the start time, so they might be just motoring around. I know there's a few tight turnarounds that are involved, so we'll wait and see exactly what's going on. So we'll be kicking it off. It's due to start in 2 minutes' time, so that's the men's Masters D double scull. So it's only first 3 to go through to the finals, so we've got 3 heats, not 3 semi-finals.
This is really cutthroat, isn't it? And this is the category where it's so cutthroat. Sort of C to E. I know there's somewhere you got 3 heats and you got potentially 8, 9 in a race. Top 3 going through makes it tough.
It's a little bit different to where you've got 5 people in a repechage and 4 go through. It just takes a little bit of pressure off there. Actually, speaking of para rowers from Glebe Rowing Club, Parry Mataris from Glebe in lane number 3, also a para rower. So he's, I think he's taking part. We've got the para double scull, 5 entries for the para double scull later on this afternoon. So looking forward to that one. It's great to see so many people in. I think there's 4 in for the women's interstate, 2 for the men's interstate, and then I think there might be 3 men's and women's each in the single sculls, which are one of the very last events on Sunday. So I will be back down the Hume for that one.
Tell me, the interstate, I haven't seen the ACT crews. Is it just a bit too difficult to get them together, or amount of people? Is that?
Oh, there's plenty of people here. I think it's just getting it all ready to go. I think Masters crews can be interesting. It's sort of, and yeah, it's unfortunate. I think there's some really, really good rowers here, but unfortunately weren't able to get the crews out. So it's just the 2 single scullers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought there's some fantastic rowers from the ACT. And you'd put an interstate crew, they'd be challenging for the podium for sure. So, so this D double is underway. I had a little look at this. Was actually the second last race of the state masters. There were doubles galore on the Sunday, so there were only 4 entries. And I know Newcastle, we had Chris Keats and Brad Smith, but Chris is working today and Brad's not racing in this one. So well, I don't think he is. The amount of races Brad does, sometimes it doesn't surprise you, and he's just there and you don't realise. So Magnus Butland and Doige, Alexander Doige, are in Heat 3. They won this event. Shoalhaven got silver at the state titles, and they're actually in that Heat 3 as well. So I think that Heat 3, keep an eye on that one. That's going to be a fairly quick one. I know these 2, Mackenzie and McHugh, they didn't race the D double at New South Wales States, but they are going to be quick as well. They did very well in the in the C double from memory. I think they would have got themselves on the podium in that one. So they're out there. Mark Flower, very strong as well, with David Bellamy from Toowong. He was in the B quad, won the national title last year. So he's sitting there in the stroke seat. David Bellamy from Toowong in bow, and they're going toe-to-toe here with this Leichhardt crew. So I'd expect those two would comfortably get themselves through. Having a look at the rest of the boats, I think it could be a real battle for that third spot. Look at that, neck and neck. So those two have comfortably put themselves in the frame for going through, and then it's the Footscray City Essendon crew in third, but Brisbane Grammarians and Noosa not far behind them.
And then coming up in fifth place, it is the Glebe crew in lane number 3, and then back a little bit further, we've still got the Wide Bay Rowing Club, so I think that's up in Harvey Bay, still to come through as well. So they're just a wee bit further behind there in lane number 2. So again, it's lovely geographic spread around here. So what have we had so far? We've had regional South Australia, we've had the Darling Downs, we've got Wide Bay, which is around Harvey Bay, K'gari, Fraser Island,
Stanthorpe.
Yep, or Darling Downs.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, so there's been quite a few, and then obviously some of the regional New South Wales ones, a bit of Canberra. I don't know if the Jindabyne Rowing Club's here for this regatta.
Yeah, they were at New South Wales States. I love that. And it is a cold. You wouldn't want to fall in there in the middle of winter, would you?
No.
Absolutely freezing. So so this Leichhardt crew, they got bronze in the C double at the state titles, and they've just cleared out here.
Yeah, it was neck and neck over the first 500 metres, but it did look like, well, either the Moolumbar Toowong composite are just easing off because they've seen that they're sitting fairly comfortably, or Leichhardt just absolutely put the foot down. Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh, they are motoring. And now this Moolumbar Toowong composite look like they might be starting to get caught up by this Footscray City and Essendon composite over in lane number 8. They might just have enough to hold on there. But it is going to be the crew from Leichhardt, Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh. They're out in front, and they are sitting very, very comfortably for a nice heat win there. They really opened up that margin. It was nothing in it at the 500, and then they just absolutely put the foot down. Moolumbar and Toowong composite in lane number 5. They finish in second. Third will go to Footscray City and Essendon. They'll qualify for the final. Missing out will be the Brisbane Grammarians and Noosa composite in lane number 6, as well as the Glebe Rowing Club, Nishka and Mutaris in 5th place, and then the Wide Bay Rowing Club, Simon Doan and Kenneth Davey in 6th place. So they are just a wee ways behind there over in lane number 2.
So that Leichhardt crew, I think they didn't row in this event at the State Masters. Oh, I should check that actually. So hard to tell times, I get that, but they did a 3:41 in that men's C double, and so we just wait for Wide Bay to cross the line. Simon Dunn and Kenneth Davey crossing now to finish off this first heat. So it was a 3:41 they did. I know it's different times of the day. The winning time in the men's D double was 3:40. So they're there and thereabouts. And I know, speaking to Alex Doidge, who's in Heat 3, they actually raced against Mackenzie and McHugh at the Iron Cove Regatta. It was the Drummoyne Regatta? Leichhardt Regatta. So the last one before State Masters. And I just remember him telling me that they thought they were in front, and they realised out of the corner, there's Leichhardt right behind us, and it was Mackenzie and McHugh. So I think those two crews are going to be very evenly matched come the final in this men's D double a little bit later. So get the popcorn out for that one. Leichhardt v Mossman, I think. That one should be good.
As we move on to heat number 2 of the men's D doubles, and again, first 3 through to the final. Lane 2 from St George, we have Cromwell, Olivia and Christopher Jones. Lane 3 from Lindisfarne down in Tassie, Jonathan Pitt and Phil Hutton. Lane 4 from Commercial and Moolumbar, David Hughes and Toby Rogers. Lane 5 from Mersey and North Esk, again down in Tasmania, Patrick Bird and Shane Broad. Lane 6 from Essendon and Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd and Ben Stevenson. And lane 7 from Moolumbar Rowing Club, Anthony Robert G and Doug Cryer.
Now, we have been told that by our friend from Victoria, Richard Dorstein, to mention, of course, Shane Broad, who a politician, and he's coming up this week to row, which is fantastic. He's also got bronze medalist in the lightweight men's 8 in Zagreb 2000, silver medalist 2003 Milan in the lightweight men's quad, and he is Tasmanian House of Assembly for Braddon since 2017. So great to have Shane Broad up here rowing with Patrick Bird from Northwest, Shane Broad from Mercy Rowing Club. And hello to all our Tasmanian friends. Wasn't it a wonderful Open Nationals this year in Tasmania? My gosh, it was so much fun.
It was, well, you came back with a little bit of extra weight in the suitcase.
Yeah, from all those muffins I had on the last day, I think.
But no, it was absolutely stunning. I can't wait to get back down there again and hopefully row next time that they're on there. As we're just looking now at our cruise in heat number 2 of the men's D double sculls. So it is, at the moment, it's a nice even battle. We've got 3 crews out in the lead. So Lindisfarne, that's Pitt and Hutton, and then a couple across from them we've got the Mersey composite Bird and Broad, who we've just mentioned, and then Murwillumbah, G and Cryer, our 3 leading crews. So they're the ones looking good to go through to the finals, and then the crews that are just a bit behind. So we've got Cromwell Olivia, which sounds reverse of a very famous name in history, from St George, and then the commercial Murwillumbah composite, and then the Essendon Lake Macquarie composite just a little bit further back again. So seeing a push come here from St George, are they able to sneak up into a 3rd and final qualification position? I think they might be able to, because the Murwillumbah crew of G and Cryer may not know that they're under pressure. So out in front, it is Lindisfarne Rowing Club, Jonathan Pitt and Phil Hutton. They've got a boat length lead, and then coming through in second, it's the Mersey Northwest composite of Bird and Broad. But now St George, what a big finish this is from them. And now we're seeing the crew from Murwillumbah realise that they're under pressure. It's going to be a win for Lindisfarne. Second place is going to go through to lane number 5. That's Mersey and Northwest, with third, with a big finish from St George. That's Olivia and Jones finishing just ahead of G and Cryer from Murwillumbah Rowing Club. And then coming through in 5th place will be the commercial Murwillumbah composite of Hughes and Rogers, ahead of the Essendon Lake Macquarie composite of Boyd and Stevenson. A great finish there from Olivia and Jones from St George to go through, take that final qualification spot.
Yeah, they just got there, as you mentioned, the famous name, Cromwell Olivier. So Oliver Cromwell, for those who weren't around in the 1600s, he was an English statesman, politician and soldier, widely regarded as one of the most important figures in British history, and that's as far as I'll go, because we don't want people nodding off. You probably already are, so there's a little bit of a history lesson there.
We've covered the gauntlet. So we've talked about famous English history people. We've talked about stadiums in Portugal built into a quarry.
Yep. Darling Downs.
The Darling Downs. The
Goolwa.
Raiders.
We've spoken about Goolwa.
Now to talk about heat number 3 of the men's Masters D double sculls. Again, first 3 through to the final. You can see them lining up there at the start. They'll be kicking off in about a minute or so. And in fact, they are now underway. So lane number 2 from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, we have Nick Inglis and Justin Negri. In lane number 3 from Gold Coast Masters Rowers and Leichhardt, Richard Medway and Kieran Guames. In lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, it's Andrew Gray and Ross Burney. Lane 5 from Manning River, Glenn Herbert and Paul Hawke. Lane 6 from Mossman, Magnus Butlin and Alexander Deutsch. And lane 7 from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Martin Trenor and Joseph Basher, coached by Andrew Parry.
So Trainer and Basher bronze in this event, New South Wales States. And Butlin and Deutsch won this event at the New South Wales State. So those two are going to be up there, and Medway and Gumaraish. Now, I know Quan and Richard rowed together a few years ago when Quan was rowing out of Leichhardt Rowing Club. He's moved up to Queensland, now with Gold Coast Masters. So they're going to be very strong. So don't be surprised if you see maybe sometimes composite crews, you know what they're like. They can work well or they won't work well. But I'm telling you, they're more than just a regular composite crew. They've obviously had some years' experience in that boat. So keep an eye out for lane 3. I think they could be a smoky in this event because we've been talking about Deutsch and Butland, Basher and Trainer, and well, we know that the crew that came through in the previous heat in Broad and Bird, they're going to be very, very strong. Mackenzie and McHugh. I think this race that's coming up a little bit later on is going to be one to watch. We know C and D to E that the depth is really, really good at Masters level. This is going to be one to watch, the D double, so you don't want to miss out on this one. Yarra Yarra, Inglis and Negri, just throwing a cat amongst the pigeons here. Medway and Gumaraj in second place, Butland and Deutsch in third, Gray and Burney from Yarra Yarra. So the Shoalhaven crew, who got a bronze at the New South Wales state titles, currently sitting there in sixth place. Got a lot of work to do if they want to get themselves into the final at the Aussie Masters. So it's just stepping up another level from the States to the Aussie Masters. So Yarra Yarra in lane 2 are leading the way. Gold Coast Masters Leichhardt in lane 3 were in second. Butland and Deutsch, though, they're getting going. And they are big boys, especially Magnus. I saw them on the erg when they were warming up about an hour ago. And they were hitting some serious numbers there. And they're getting that boat up to speed. And they are comfortably in the top 3. It's a very comfortable top 3, it looks at the moment. You've got Yarra Yarra, you've got Gold Coast Masters Leichhardt, and you've got Mossman, all sitting pretty comfortably in that top 3. Manning River, Herbert and Hawke, they're in 4th place at the moment. They're going to have to pull off something quite miraculous if they want to move their way into the top 3. So last 100 metres, this is going to be a final and a half. So just to go through those other crews that have made it, we've got Mackenzie and McHugh from Leichhardt, Bellamy and Flower from Wollumbar and Toowong, Siritich and Walker from Footscray and Essendon, Pitt and Hutton from Lindisfarne, Olivia and Jones from St George, Bird and Broad from Mercy, and joining them in the final, Inglis and Negri from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Butland and Deutsch now from Mossman, and they are really just turning down the gears here. Is Mossman. They are cruising. Oh, a bit of pause rowing at the end from the Mossman boys. There you go. Deutsche and Magnus are pulling out the pause rowing on the finish line. And Medway and Gumaraj. Put that one, note that one down. Men's D double. I look at all those 9 crews and I think that there's at least 6 or 7 that could win that race. Just having a look at all of them. And that is on at 110. So if you're not doing anything at 110, I recommend you watch that race.
We will be keeping a very close eye out on that one. Manning River finishing in 4th place, Shoalhaven in 5th, just ahead of the second Yarra Yarra crew of Gray and Burney. As we get ready now, our next race to come down will be race number 30, the Women's Masters A single sculls. So we've got first 4 through to the finals. So
have we found out what has happened with the Women's G single? Do we have any further information on that? Because that was meant to be at 10:30. Consolidated. Okay, so perfect. So that is that's great news. So that one's been consolidated. We don't have rowers waiting out on the water, and that final is going to take place a little bit later on. I'm just flicking through my page of notes here, and that's going to be on at 12:45 p.m. that final. So that Women's G single. So Women's A single now. This one is meant to get underway at 11. Can't see anyone on the fingers just yet. Lane 3 is Rosemary Georgeland from Black Mountain, Christine Taylor from Commercial in 4, Mary Wex from Commercial in 5, Kate Dybel from Richmond in 6, Candice Jago from Lower Clarence in lane 7. Christine Taylor actually had the pleasure of rowing with her this morning, Stuart, in the mixed quad, met her for the first time, and she's looking forward. She's rowing up a couple of categories in this A single. Going to try and blow out some cobwebs, see how she goes in the single on day 1. So she's out there with her clubmate Mary Wex from Commercial, Kate Dybel as well from Richmond. So this is This
It's
is
a
gonna
pretty
be-
spicy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So Kate Dybel, she was part of that crew that won at won the club double, along with Helen Pearce and that was here in Sydney 2 years ago, or last year,
2024, yeah.
2024.
Yep.
So winner of the club women's double. So very, very quick on the water. And then in the next heat that we've got, Brianna Murray rowing for ANU. She was actually part of the WA Queen's Cup crew down at Nationals. Rowing for, I think she was rowing for Swan River at the time. She's just been posted to Canberra.
Yep.
So, but there's a few ADF rowing people that are down as well. So we'll go into those.
It's always
As
a
they get
big
a bit
period of
closer.
the year for ADF,
I
Masters
think-
regattas, and cricket as well. They get a few crews around.
They do. I think these ones might be consolidated as well. So looks like our
That would make it because we had 5 and 5. So all it needed was one. All it needed was one sculler to drop out, and the race would be consolidated.
Yeah, so
Is
they're
that what
both-
we're getting here?
so consolidated. So that does mean then it's a chance to rest the old vocal cords. I might need a coffee. I've driven up from Canberra and haven't had a single caffeine hit this morning.
I think you do. So that final 1:15, and there's actually only 8 in it now. Leicester has scratched as well. So Murray, Cope, Jago, Taylor, Ebenwaldner, Georgeland, Wex and Seidel, they are all in that final at 1:15 p.m. Okay, well, we're going to take a break.
Next race will
And-
be at 11:30 for the Men's Masters I pairs. Welcome back as we are now underway in race number 33. It's the men's Masters I pairs. So lane number 3 from Toowong Rowing Club, we have Chris Gastine and Peter Gell. In lane 4 from Mossman Rowing Club, Peter Mayo and John Newcomb. In lane 5 from Murwillumbah Rowing Club, Michael Mills and Robin Blanche. In lane 6 from Sandy Bay and Canning Bridge Rowing Clubs, we have Kenneth Price and Chris Potter. As I'm joined for the first time today by Lynn Charge. Good morning, Lynn.
Oh, good morning, Stuart. How are you?
I am absolutely fantastic.
Is this your first time today, or have you already done some stuff?
I've been on talking with Ben for the last hour or so. It was a very eclectic chat a little bit earlier on today, so we might actually talk about some rowing on this one.
No. People can watch the rowing. You know, we're here to entertain and to give them some updates. This pair, incredible that these guys are out there. 4 crews, all of them are over what age?
For the eyes, I think that's...
They're over 75.
Yep.
They're all over 75. And I just think, I look at these older rowers, more experienced rowers, and the passion that they must have for this sport, that they just keep on going. It is just brilliant. So kudos to every rower that is here, but particularly for the ones with longevity. I think that is very much to be applauded.
Well, it is one of those sports you can do to quite an old age, and I think my first AMRC, I think there were rowers in their 90s in the Champion of Champions race, and
wow.
that was down in West Lakes a few years ago. So it's,
lovely course down there.
It's a beautiful course down there. Australia is really blessed with some wonderful courses around the country, as we just see Toowong's Chris Gastine and Peter Gell out in front. They've got a 9-second lead ahead of Kenneth Price and Chris Potter from Sandy Bay and Canning Bridge. Mossman sitting in third, that's Peter Mayo and John Newcomb, and then Michael Mills and Robin Blanche from Murwillumbah in third place.
Now, is that John Newcomb, the tennis player?
I don't think it. I think John Newcomb, the tennis player, might have an E at the end of his name.
Right, okay. But it's interesting, we've got one composite crew, the rest are all particular club crews. And I think that really gives these rowers the benefit when you're a club, you can train together consistently. And that's showing out now in the Toowong crew that are really now leading the other crews up the course. Just about to come through the 1750, and Toowong hasn't got it all their own way. Lane 4 Murwillumbah is just giving them a bit of a touch-up, I think, and Sandy Bay Canning Bridge not to be outdone. So it's the first 3. This is a final. So there's medals for the first 3. Sadly, one person will miss out. But Toowong Murwillumbah really going bow ball to bow ball.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this one finishes up. So Toowong with that lead at the moment, Gastine and Gell, and then Sandy Bay and Canning Bridge sitting in second place, and then Mossman in third, looking to try and push through. The hardest boat to row, obviously the pairs, and still absolutely motoring down the course at the moment.
It is. It takes a lot of coordination to get these pairs rowers keeping their hands even as they go out, the boat travelling true down the course, not too much steering hopefully going on, because that will slow down the boat as it's coming down. But as we get into the last 10 metres, it is Toowong. Chris Gastine and Peter Gell will be taking out the gold medal in the men's I pair. And magnificent rowing there. I don't think as they're coming forward their blades are touching the water at all. But there they go, waiting for the bib. First across the line, Toowong in lane 3. Second across the line will be Murwillumbah in lane 6. And that looks like it's not. It looks like it could be a Murwillumbah composite.
No, it's
Sandy Bay. I beg your pardon, Sandy Bay Canning Bridge.
Yep. So the composite there finishing in second, and then Mossman Rowing Club in third, and then Murwillumbah coming through in fourth place. That's Michael Mills and Robin Blanche.
Yes. So well done to all of those rowers. They've done a great job there. But the next race, the Masters F8. They've had heats, now they're into the finals. Wow.
And this is going to be an absolutely fascinating race. So it's not that far off starting. You can see the crews at the line. So lane number 2, we've got a Lake Macquarie, Endeavour, ANU, Manning River and North Shore Composite. Lane 3 is North Shore. Lane 4, Perth University of WA and ANA Composite. So a WA Composite there. Lane 5, it's a second North Shore crew. Lane 6, it's a Riverway Commercial, University of Queensland, Sunshine Coast and Dragons Composite. So getting up towards the Licorice All Sorts for the Zooties. Lane 7, Carrum and Hawthorn Composite. Lane 8, a Corio Bay, Bairnsdale and Nagambie Composite. And lane number 9, we have a Melbourne and Melbourne University Composite. So just the 2 crews, 2 single club crews in this event. They're the 2 North Shore crews. And then all the other ones, some really scattered crews in amongst that. We've got one from WA, we've got one from Queensland, we've got a few from Victoria, and then we've got one that represents, who have we got there? Endeavour, Lake Macquarie, ANU, Manning River, North Shore, so there's at least New South Wales and the ACT in that one.
So they have certainly scouted long and far to collect this F8, and we're still waiting now. They're about 2 minutes to go. We're going to have a start, but in the Lake Macquarie Composite, we've got Jane Ferguson Palmer, Sue Donoghue, Catherine James, Amanda Cavill, Anna Sigagoni, and Elaine Bissack, and Diane McShane, Anne Campbell, and Jackie Peel is the Cox of that Lake Macquarie Composite. In the North Shore, we've got Karen Samet, Catherine Santee, Mary Walsh, Karen Knowles, Helen Byrne, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass, Kelly Marsh and Kim Rudder. And we've had a start. And looking across at the start of an 8's race is just brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, it's always very exciting watching them get underway. So you can see there the crew from Melbourne and Melbourne University on the screen at the moment in front of you with that the blue and the black of Melbourne Rowing Club, and then Melbourne University with the white zooty and the MUBC on there as well.
I hate to correct you, but it's light blue and dark blue. It's not
light
black.
Blue and dark blue? Okay.
Yeah. I wear it.
Good to know. Good to know.
They had a very good start. In the Perth Composite, we've got Sandra Clark, Evelyn Bowen, Deb Barry, Catherine Kennedy, Sarah Knight, Orla Flecker, Edwina Forster, Kathy Ride and Claire Gregg. So the Perth Composite there in lane 4. In lane 5, North Shore, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Petty McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Jane Kavanagh, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. The Riverway Composite is Julianne Kelly, Jennifer Conn, Martina Proctor, Kylie Parker, Christy Nash, Nikki Hughes, Siwan Fay, Jacqueline DeJean, and the Cox there by Michelle Loveday. And they're coming up now to the 500 metres.
Yeah, that looks like the North Shore crew in lane number 5 with a early leads through 500. So we'll just see them as they're coming into that timing point. Certainly not 8 minutes 50 to go through the first 500 metres or so, but it does look to be North Shore leading out the Riverway Composite in lane number 6. Half a boat length between the two, and then back another canvas to lane 4. That's the Perth University of WA and ANA Composite, and then back again. And it just looks like we might just have the wrong crews up on the screen there. Lake Macquarie Composite in lane number 2. So this is a final, so we are expecting to see the crews in the middle doing the best work, and it is that North Shore crew in lane number 5. The favoured lane leading out from the West Australia, the Perth Composite, and then also the Riverway Composite. So it is New South Wales, WA and Queensland in the first of our 8's finals, our 3 leading crews at the minute.
And it looks like we haven't got timing. This is race 34. We haven't got the timing going. In our Carrum Composite in lane 7, we've got Ruth Oliver, Jackie Petley, Julie Cochin, Karen O'Shaughnessy, Anthea Amos, Sally Glenn, Elizabeth Ritchie, Helen Kelly and Jess Cuddy is the Cox. Drew Holman is the coach. And Corio Bay, Pam Westendorf, Wendy Cotter, Tanya Sutherland, Nikki White, Lynn Broad, Meredith Williams, Karen Patton, Justine Tonner, Joyce, Catelyn Murphy, and in the Melbourne composite, Jan Naylor, Ingrid Just, Catherine Dermody, Jill Plummer, Jen Kilby, Rena Benjamin, Val Dowell, Louise Phillips, and Coxed by Zena Marzi.
As we look on to the course now, it is still lane number 5, the North Shore crew, who have the lead. They've got themselves half a boat length ahead of the Riverway composite in lane number 6. And then back again, we've got the crew from the Perth composite crew in lane number 4, sitting in 3rd place. So it is North Shore still with that lead. They've got themselves almost out to a boat length now. It's only a few big strokes left to go for the women from North Shore, and they are going to go through and take the win. Take the win there. So it is a win there for lane number 5. 2nd place going to the Riverway, the Riverway crew in lane number 6. 3rd going through to the Perth composite. And then back a little bit further, we've got the crews from Corio Bay composite. We've got the 2nd North Shore crew in there as well, the Carrum composite, Melbourne composite, and now the Lake Macquarie composite coming through in 8th place. So a strong start to finish win there for the North Shore crew of Walter Wannon, Venables, McCoach, Lash, Kennedy, McBride, Blackwell and Kavanagh.
And not a lot in that, but I see that one crew has got their hand up, and I think that's a protest maybe going on there. That is the Lake Macquarie composite have their hand up. They're requesting the umpire to go and talk to them. So if the umpire can see that they've got their hand up requesting help over there, that would be excellent. Now the next race coming down should be race 35. That's the men's masters, F Coxed 4, Lake Macquarie, lane 2, Melbourne, lane 3, lane 4, St George, lane 5, Adelaide University composite with Adelaide University and Torrens, the Riverside composite in lane 6 with Riverside and Murray Bridge, lane 7, commercial composite with Commercial, Sydney and Black Mountain, Shoalhaven is in 8, that's a straight crew, and Tablelands composite in lane 9, Tablelands Country, Cairns and Mackay. So is this our first 9-lane event, or we're just not rowing lane 1?
No, we've had a few that have been 9 lanes. So we've had a couple that were 9 lanes. So this one, an 8-lane race at the moment, so 9-lane 1. So Lake Macquarie, Melbourne, St George, Adelaide University, Torrens composite, Riverside, Murray Bridge composite, Commercial, Sydney, Black Mountain, Shoalhaven, and then Tablelands Country, Cairns and Mackay. And again, with these finals, you would expect to see the crews in the middle of the course to be going the quickest, and Adelaide University and Torrens, that's Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, David McLeod and Bill Natt, our leading crew through the first 500 metres or so, ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club, Stephen Reynolds, John Dollison, Craig Smith, Gregor O'Nians. And then St George and the commercial composite not far in behind them. So St George crew of Glenn Chuta, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Alan Robertson and Stephen Harrison. And then in behind them we had the next crew there, which was the Lake Macquarie crew of Robert Wallace, Sean Ryan, Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. So we'll keep an eye out on that one as they're coming in towards the Red Boys to mark 250 metres left to go. There's no doubt about our leading crew. It's Adelaide University and Torrens. The question is, who's going to go through for 2nd and 3rd? I can see at least 3 or 4 crews that are all going to be going for that, going for those minor placings.
Well, they are, and I know the Melbourne crew in their heat was a very fast finishing crew. They really came through, but now lane 6. Lane 7, commercial composite, they're now making a move on Riverside composite. So those now are going ahead, and the lead that we had with Adelaide composite is being whittled away by the Melbourne crew. They're really putting in that effort there. That's the Melbourne crew, they're going really well there, and they're really now moving up on the Adelaide University composite. Still 3rd and 4th, still to be decided. The commercial composite, not far behind the Riverside composite, and over on the far side, Lake Macquarie, still also in the hunt. But it is no doubt who the winner is, Stuart.
Yeah, it's Adelaide University and Torrens. They'll go through, take the win by a bit over a boat length. Second place to Melbourne Rowing Club. Third will go to the crew from Riverside and Murray Bridge. So they'll take their first medals of the regatta, and then back a little bit further again. We've got the commercial composite finishing in 4th, Lake Macquarie in 5th, St George in 6th. The Tablelands composite going through in, well, it won't be in 7th, but it'll be Shoalhaven going through in 8th, and then the Tablelands composite going through in 8th place. So that was the men's F quad scull. So a good win there for Adelaide University and Torrens ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club and the Riverside Murray Bridge. So first and third for the South Australians.
Well, that's showing a lot of promise there for those South Australians, and as we, not in the interstate races yet, that's to come on Saturday. But it looks like South Australia has got some really good rowers there. F is 50. No, 50. A, B, C, D, E.
No,
F is
so
60.
D is 50.
So E is 55. F is 60.
Yep.
So, wow. And I should write that down so I can pick it up very quickly when I know what it is that I have to do it. So,
as we're just getting ready for the start of the women's C double scull, so that's 43 through to 50 for the age bracket.
there you go. And we've got our suppliers there: Row Gear, Wintec, Perfect Balance Rowing, Portaroo Marine, a Croker. We're not sure. Croker have been affected by the floods, so we're not sure how they're going to go. And Row Pairs. So have a look at those. They're near the boat sheds. And up near the food and drink is 77B6, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, the Regatta Shop, which is our official event merchandise, Pontoon and Rowfit.
As we're getting ready for the start of the women's C double sculls. So lane 2, it's Yarra Yarra and Murray Bridge. That's Kelly Lewis and Sarah Sefke. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl. Lane 4 from Essendon and Melbourne, we have Tanya Nishabata and Christine Camillier. In lane 5 from Richmond and Tasmania University, Jane Hilliard and Helen Pearce. Lane 6 from UTS, we have Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips. Lane 7 from Pine Rivers and Brisbane and GPS, Janine Reid and M. Schmeider. And lane 8 from Pine Rivers and Murwillumbah, Helen Lloyd and Megan Ackermanis. And lane 9 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. So we saw some great racing in the heats for this one, and expecting a very, very exciting race here in the women's C double sculls. Crews lined up at the start, ready to go.
And I think well done to our photographers, cinematographers, whoever they are, that we're getting some terrific photos and shots here on the live stream. So it's well worth telling your folks back home, get onto the live stream and have a look at that shot across the bows there as they're lining up, the boat holders there. Not an easy job to do, lying down there holding those boats steady. Particularly if there's a wind, which there is a little bit up there today. Have you been out today?
No, not till this afternoon. So a little bit of a cross breeze. I'm just having a look at the flags at the moment down near the grandstand. So it's swirling a little bit. So it's not uncomfortable, but it's not quite cutting glass.
No, and I'm looking at the flags at the start there. They're hanging fairly limp at the moment, and I can't see any of the bow people tapping, which is always a sign that there is a bit of a problem. If you can see someone there tapping, and now on the screen now, one of the crews that is our next race after this women's C double. And we should also mention, I think, Andrew Guerin. He's out there photographing. He was up on the start pontoons this morning. Now he's down on the presentation pontoon. Andrew and his wife are doing a great job getting photos of just about every crew, and they will be up apparently and visible very soon. So well done to our official photographer, Andrew Guerin.
As long as he doesn't take any photos of me when I'm out there rowing a little bit later on, although I suspect he's going to see that as a challenge.
I'm sure he will. And I know at one presentation night, sometimes they have award for the ugliest rowing face. As you know,
we call it the pain face at ANU.
The pain face.
So
yes.
there's always some very good pain faces. There might well be some pain faces as we are underway here in race number 36. This is the women's C double scull final. You can see that crew there of Jane Square, Jane Clues and Jane Reynolds from Black Mountain Rowing Club up to an absolute flyer off the line, really putting the power down early doors. Next to them, Helen Lloyd from Murwillumbah and Megan Ackermanis from Pine Rivers Rowing Club. The crew from the club from Lake Corumbar up in north of Brisbane. Very nice little area. My dad lives about 10 minutes drive away, so I like to go out there, and they've been very kind and let me have a training paddle a few times.
So go out and watch that. And the Essendon composite with Tanya Nishibata and Christine Camilleri. Tanya Teague, known as Teague, has been a terrific competitor over quite a few years, and we'll be looking to see something quite good from that pair, that double, as they come down. Helen Pearce rowing with Jan Hilliard. Normally she rows with Kate Dyball, so I'm not sure what's going on there. So
well, they might not make the C grade average. Might be the issue there. So
yes, I don't know. So it could be. I mean, Masters is very strategic, isn't it?
You have to pull it all out and make sure that it all balances out. And you can row for a younger bracket,
yes,
but you can't row in an older bracket. So it's always very, very interesting to see. It does look like that Essendon composite might just be in the lead. That's Tanya Nishibata,
yes,
and Christine Camilleri.
Yes.
The UTS crew of Bronwyn Downey and Christine Phillips will be really hard to beat as well. And in fact, as you mentioned, Helen Pearce and Jane Hilliard, we mentioned earlier, 2024, Helen Pearce and Kate Dyball winning the club women's double for
That's
Richmond
right, they did.
Here at Sydney. So plenty of good memories. Through the 500, it was
Yes.
Essendon and Melbourne ahead of Yarra Yarra and Murray Bridge, and then Richmond, Tasmania University, Pine Rivers, Brisbane and GPS, and then Glebe, UTS, Pine Rivers, Murwillumbah and Black Mountain out towards the back. But those gaps, Lynn, between third and sixth place, it is about a second and a half. We are in for a fantastic final 250 metres.
And I think some of these girls are in some of our state quads. And so this will be just a bit of a punch out for them. Loosen up the legs, get to know the water, get to know the river. But gee, it is really tightening up now. And there's going for third place. I can see first and second. That'll be the Essendon Melbourne. And in lane 6, I think it is, lane 7, Pine Rivers.
I reckon it's going to be, well, we've got 200 metres or so left to go, and that gap is now narrowing on our leaders. So it's Tanya Nishibata, Christine Camilleri. They've led from the start for Essendon and Melbourne. Over on the far side of the course, Kelly Lewis and Sarah Secchi from Yarra Yarra and Murray Bridge as well. They're starting to make a move, as are the crew from Brisbane and GPS and Pine Rivers. It's going to be a fascinating finish. We're in now to the final 100 metres or so. Melbourne and Essendon composite, they've led from the start, but here comes the push. It's Yarra Yarra, Murray Bridge. They're starting to really make some move. Are they going to run out of course? And the battle for third, it's anyone's guess. Glebe. We've then got the Richmond Tasmania composite, UTS in there as well. Out in front, it is going to be a win for Melbourne and Essendon. Second place to Yarra Yarra and Murray Bridge. Third's going to be down to the line, and I think it's lane number 5. It's Richmond Tasmania University with the bronze. Hilliard and Pearce just getting up over the top of lane 7, Janine Reid and M. Schneider from Brisbane and GPS Pine Rivers. And then just in behind them, absolutely nothing in it, Glebe Rowing Club in there as well. So I don't think it was 2 seconds between 4th and 5th.
No.
There was, we just see the replay up here on the screen. So it was about a canvas between 1st and 2nd, and then 3rd place. You can just see there, lane number 5, just getting up over lane number 7 and then back a little bit further to Glebe Rowing Club. There was a canvas between 3rd, 4th and 5th. It is the kind of thing you love to see in a final. Commiserations to the crews missing out there, but a great win for Tanya Nishibata and Christine Camilleri in the women's C double sculls.
Yeah, it's great viewing, it's great watching, and it makes for quite stressful calling at times. when you see crews coming from behind, they're just about to go through and you think, wow, how am I going to get this sorted out? But we move now from the C double to the C4. These are the men's masters, Coxless fours. Lindisfarne in lane 2, Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, Sydney University Composite lane 4, University of New South Wales lane 5, Black Mountain in lane 6, Old Collegians in lane 7 and Mossman in lane 8. Now tell me, Stuart, do you know where Old Collegians come from?
An old college?
Well, blow me down. You have got that right on the mark. So they've had a false start in that. The crews went off, but they see on the big screen now that they've been told to stop rowing. Now they'll all be backing up now, trying to see what went wrong there. So we'll...
So I can give you a bit of information. Old Collegians was actually established in 2016 as part of the centenary celebrations of Brisbane Boys College rowing.
There you go, Brisbane Boys.
So they are based up in Brisbane.
So I wonder if all of these, Daniel Thomas, Nicholas Ferris, Robert McPhee, Simon Smart, I wonder if they're all old boys or whether anyone can join that club. It'd be interesting to find out. If anyone from Old Collegians is listening, you know, we're always up for information about these clubs, which we don't know a lot about. So
I would imagine so. It would be very difficult to try and keep it as an only thing. You know,
as just schoolboys, yeah.
Yeah, because that would just limit you then to the people that went to your particular school.
Well, that's true, and it may be very, very limiting. So yeah, maybe. Well, anyone want to join Old Collegians? Give it a go. They're in lane 7. In lane 8, the Mossman crew of Ian Alsop, Timothy Worth, Robert Giblin, Cameron Dinny, coached by Michael Rasmussen. It's interesting that there's only one composite out of the 7 crews here. There's only one composite, and that's the Sydney University composite with Sydney University, Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective and Mossman. And that's John Wood, Andrew Horrigan, Andrew Waite and Michael Wiseman. So we're just now lining up for a start again in this men's C Coxless 4. In lane 2, the Lindisfarne Rowing Club, James Cowley, Jonathan Pitt, Phil Hutton and Tom Wilcox. In lane 3, Brisbane and GPS, Hamish Dunbar, Alex Adam, Ben Giles, Michael Newnham. Coaches are Alan Borger and Catherine Borger. And it sounds like Brisbane and GPS, it does sound like it could be a composite, but no, that's the title of that club. So in lane 5, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazaro, George Lazaro, James Halliday and Andrew McEncrow. So Lazaro brothers, do you think? I would think they'd be brothers. So it's good to see some families, and a little earlier on we saw the Mollard quad with Mollard and Morard. So that was an intergenerational quad there that they put out.
Well, one of the things, I'm one of 4 boys and none of my brothers row, but I'd love to get them out because then we would have the 4 John boys going down the course, and of course everyone think that they've got the surname mixed up.
That's right.
We talked about Old Collegians Rowing Club. The Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective is based in the Lachlan Shire, I believe. So that is out around Cowra, Young, Grenfell, that kind of area.
Right.
So again, some really cool regional clubs that we're seeing coming out here and taking part. And Sydney University, Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective, and then Mossman. So that's some very different sort of clubs in there. And they are now underway in the men's C Coxless 4s. So Lindisfarne, Brisbane and GPS, Sydney University Composite, University of New South Wales, Black Mountain, Old Collegians and Mossman Rowing Club. So C grade, that is 43 through to 50, and I only know that because that's the category I'm in.
Yes, there's insider knowledge there on that one, insider knowledge. But and I often look at the start of these races, and from the camera angle, it can be quite deceptive. It looks like those closest to the camera, which is lane 8 and 7, get a much better start than the others. But don't be fooled. It's not quite that easy to know exactly who's in the lead. But looking down now, I'd say lane 7, the old collegians, just not quite on the pace there. Lane 8, Mossman doing a great job. On the far side, Lindisfarne. And in lane 2 and in lane 4, Sydney University Composite. So, but there's not a lot between any of these crews at the moment. They haven't even reached the 500 metres. Already their legs would be thinking, oh my gosh, is this, how much further is it? How much further is it?
At least it's the 1K and not the 2K. And then so when you're only 750 metres in, you go, oh dearie me, why have I done this to myself?
Well, there has been a theory put forward a while ago that masters should in fact row 2K or longer distances rather than stressing themselves too much over 1K. So
I'll let the boffins try and get people in onto that one. So we can see there our crews just coming across the line, so it doesn't look like... so there we go, we've got the University of New South Wales leading out Mossman, Lindisfarne, Sydney University Composite, Black Mountain, Old Collegians and Brisbane and GPS. Certainly that Lindisfarne crew over on the far side looking very nice, as does the University of New South Wales crew. The two Lazaroos, Halliday and McEnroe, doing quite well at the moment. So they're our 1 and 2. The Sydney University, Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective and Mossman. Say that 3 times fast.
Yes.
That's quite the mouthful. And then closest to us, Mossman, also up there as well, as they're in now well and truly into the red boys, marking 250 metres left to go. Our top 3 just starting to separate themselves out. It's the order that they're going to go through in, though, that's going to be fascinating, because I'm seeing a very high strike rate coming from that Lindisfarne crew over in lane number 2. They're just starting to really up that rate, put a bit of pressure on the University of New South Wales. Mossman's still sitting in second place. Black Mountain starting to make their push, as is the Sydney University Composite in lane number 4, and then back to Old Collegians in lane number 7. It does look like Brisbane and GPS have had some kind of equipment issue, because they have virtually stopped rowing. Out in front though, Lindisfarne, they have motored through the final 250 metres. They saw the red boys and it was like a red rag to a bull. They have absolutely motored through those final stages, and it is going to be a win for the Tasmanians. Lindisfarne a boat length ahead of the University of New South Wales in second. Bronze goes to Mossman Rowing Club. 4th place will go appropriately enough to lane number 4. That's the Sydney University Composite, half a boat length ahead of Black Mountain in 5th. Old Collegians will finish in 6th, and then the Brisbane and GPS crew, as I say, there did look like there was an equipment issue in there, so it does mean that they will finish back in 7th.
But good to see that even if there was an equipment issue, they were checked out by the umpires, who do a fantastic job keeping us safe rowing. And they're now all 4 of them rowing down and coming down to their finish. We'll find out later what the issue was. But well done to all our volunteer boat race officials who are there to give safe and fair rowing. And without them, it would be very hard. So if you see anyone in the green and gold shirts that's a boat race official, say thank you for coming up and donating your time to keep us safe on the water and to keep everybody safe there. So that is now Brisbane and GPS just rounding out the field for the Men's Masters Coxless 4. So the race 38 now is on the course. This is the Men's Masters Coxed 4. St George Composite with St George and Shoalhaven, Harry Davis, Chris Turner, Cromwell Oliver, Christopher Jones and Mary Ambrose is coxing. In lane 4 to Wong is Scott Warren. Timothy McInerney, Scott Cameron Stewart, Jackson Price, Grace Bentley is the Cox, coached by Terry Mulligan. In lane 5, the Canberra composite with ADF, Australian Defence Force, is Cam Hardy, Rowan Jayawadananan, Peter Gibson, Ashley Carr, Sarah Daveron is the Cox. And in our Carrum Mercantile Ulverston composite, Jason Dolbell, Jason Nevins, Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert with Angelique Everett at the Cox. And it's interesting, it looks like all Coxes in this are female Coxes, which they don't have to be. You could have a male Cox or a female Cox.
That's right, and the coxswain in the Canberra ADF composite, Sarah Daveron, is actually the executive officer of Rowing ACT. Started out rowing with ANU Boat Club and has been a coxswain there, has done a couple ahead of the Yarras. So she's switched out the executive officer shirt for a Zooty there and rowing now, coxing that Canberra ADF crew. Unfortunately, off the pace a bit at the moment. So it is the Toowong Rowing Club crew who are in the lead at the moment, and it's a nice little lead as well. It's plenty of clear water back then to the Carrum Mercantile Ulverston composite in lane number 6. Third place, the St George Shoalhaven crew in lane number 3, and then that Canberra ADF crew back a little bit further in 4th place. So
and the Cox of the Carrum composite, Angelique Everett, is coxing our state men's 8.
there we go.
There you go.
So plenty of practice in the
Yes.
in the lead sled, I think Chris McCarthy calls it.
I'd not heard that, but yes. So, but it is now the Toowong crew going very nicely there. Carrum looking to be safe in 2nd place with the St George composite coming through. But lane 4, Toowong across the road, 2.5 lengths ahead of the Carrum composite in 2nd place, and in 3rd place the St George composite. So some very neat rowing going on there in these Coxed 4s. Good to see them coming out and getting down the course.
So get ready now for the start of our next race. So that's the Women's Masters H to M 4s, so just the 2 crews in this race. So it's one of the few races that we've got where we've got a couple of different crews, and you can see they're underway. So a couple of different age categories here. So lane number 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, we have Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College and Jenny Corrie. And then in lane number 5 from Perth and Mossman, Vanessa Grant, Nikki Kato, Judy Mann and Celia Cornwell. Now that Perth composite, we're off an 18-second delayed start, and we just saw them at the start line there, just with a little bit of a scenic route, I think is the way to describe it.
Yes, they've paid for the course, they're making full use of all the water, and I think, you know, you've got to admire that. But I've seen now that it does look like the wind is coming up a little bit, which makes it a bit more difficult when you've got to be held there for an extra 18 seconds. So it's still in the lead is the Canberra Rowing Club crew, but we'll see whether they get caught by the Perth composite, Perth and Mossman composite. But it looks like Canberra may have a few steering issues. A Coxless boat, so one person in that boat has got their foot stuck on the rudder, trying to control it, whether it's wind or unfortunately sometimes there's a difference in power of the rowers, which will turn the boat. So the whoever is steering there without the Cox has a double job to do, not only steering but rowing as well.
But also with the sweep rowing, because it's asymmetrical, because you're not just coming forwards and backwards, you're sort of leaning out to one side as well, so that can make it a little bit interesting to try and keep your foot in place.
Well, yes it does. I'd like to say though that once you get up to HIJKL, there's not that much leaning out of the boat. That we will leave that to the A, B and C crews and to the open rowers who can really hold their form whilst they lean out towards the rigger. Stuart, you don't understand this, but you know, as you get older, it's not that easy to do. But yes, there is that. As you're leaning out, does your foot turn? Absolutely, it's very difficult.
So it was an 18-second delayed start for the Perth Mossman crew. They have made up some time, but probably not enough to put Canberra under pressure. So it's about 16 seconds. So they've made up 2 seconds over those opening 500 metres, but they are still 16 seconds to make up over 500 metres is a heck of a way to go if you are going to try and make up that gap. So we can see there this Canberra Rowing Club crew still out in front at the moment. They'll be very happy if they can walk away with the gold medal in the women's H&M Coxless fours. So you can just see them on the screen at the moment. The distinctive Canberra Rowing Club Zooties, and then in behind them we've got the Perth and Mossman composites. So don't know you can get much more geographically dispersed than that. Maybe do we have a Perth, Tasmanian, and maybe a North Queensland composite? I think that would be about as 3 sheets to the wind as you could get it.
That would be quite an interesting logistical training program, wouldn't it?
Well, you go train on Lake Eyre at the moment. That's got a bit of water in it.
That's right. Long way, but you know, we could go there. But it is very interesting to see these crews. With only 2 crews, though, in the race, there is only the gold medal up for grabs. You have to beat someone to get a medal, which is, you know, fair enough, I think. Just looking down on the presentation pontoon for a moment, I see a Cox there in that yellow slicker, and coxing can be a very wet and a difficult gig. But coming up to the finish line in the last 100 metres is the Canberra I crew, Susan Lineker, Kathy Finlay, Gillian College and Janie Corey. And it would be interesting to know how long these girls, ladies, women have rowed together, because longevity in the boat can be a wonderful thing. But
they are very consistent rowers at the ACT regattas, and they are now walking away with the gold medal in the Women's Masters H&M Coxless 4. So a win there for Canberra Rowing Club, with second place going to the Perth Mossman composite in lane number 5.
So, and then our next race is also a 2-boat race, which is the Coxed Fours. So in that race, they're just lining up now, is Riverside and Toowong Composite with Canberra. So interesting that we've now got the Coxed and the Coxless separate races there. I know sometimes when there's not many people, they will combine events, and so you've still got 4 boats, but it is actually 2 events as they're coming down the course. But the championships here, the AMRC 25 national championships, my gosh, national championships. We've got another 2 race with Riverside, Anne Pennington, Leslie Lewis, Janet Lawrenson, Laurel Kenner and Coxed by Gillian Harfield, and the Toowong composite with Heather Warren from Toowong, Judy Walsh from Canberra, Lynette Brown Toowong and Marion Elliott Toowong, and Michelle Loveday is the Cox from there.
So both crews now underway, both crews off go. They're both H category crews, so they are on their way down the course now. In the lead sled, the Coxed Fours, and so we've got, after this one, we've got the men's H double scull, so that'll be a fascinating race coming up for that one, and then the women's E quad sculls, the final there. So a few finals, some spicy heats that we saw a little bit earlier on today, so really looking forward to seeing how some of these races go a little bit later on. And then we're back on for the 8s, the men's E8s coming down the course as well. So all the categories of the boats.
All the categories.
We've got singles coming up, we've had doubles, we've had pairs, we've had Coxed Fours, Coxless Fours. There's a quad scull chucked in there.
Now, I think we should also mention how difficult it is to put together a program like this, because you've not only got to sort out different age groups, People might want to row A, B and C. You've also got to sort out men and women because there's boat sharing. You've got to sort out boat classes. There's so many of those. So whoever puts together the program, and I think it might be Chris Grummett and Alice Evans putting the schedule together, they do a really good job. And it's not always possible for them to make a program where you can row in every event that you want to row in. So, as long as you get a fair amount of rowing.
Yep.
But putting together this program is a very, very difficult thing.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just see on the screen at the moment, there's not a lot to pick between these two crews. We've got the Riverside crew from South Australia. They're in lane number 2, and they've got about a half a boat length ahead of the Toowong Canberra composite in lane number 3. So just over 2 seconds between first and second, but with the two crews right next to each other, I dare say they're just going to be sitting there and keeping an eye out on each other the entire way down.
Is that match fixing?
Match fixing? No, you're just keeping an eye out.
Just keeping an eye out?
Just keeping an eye out. If they were both going under pace, I think that would be. So we have seen it where there was a race a couple of years ago where I do recall that there was an issue with two crews from the same club going down, and they basically rated 24 the entire way until the last 500 or 250 metres. And the boat race officials pulled them up and said, no, you're both DQ'd.
Really?
So, yeah.
Yes.
So that in that instance. But if you've got two crews that are next to each other that are matching rate, that are racing.
Yes.
And it's just even
they're
Stevens,
just
that's just what it is.
They're just the same. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yes, it can be very difficult sometimes to know, are they trying or are they not? Once I was in a race, it was not a state championship or a national championship. There were two boats in the race, and the other crew said, look, my partner's been really sick. Can we just do a start, row down to a particular point on the course, and then race from there? And we went, that's fair. And so we did that, and I came out the winner, which was very good. But, it was, we were happy to accommodate. If they hadn't turned up, we wouldn't have had a race at all. So I think sometimes you've just got to take, well, that's what it's going. But now it is the Toowong composite of Heather, Judy, Lynette and Marion and Michelle, who are now about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Riverside.
Yeah, they've changed the order there. So it was Riverside half a boat length up at the 500 metres, but now Toowong and Canberra composite will go through, and with a couple of big strokes left to go, they are going to take the win in the women's HM quad, the Coxed fours. So strong win there for Toowong and Canberra, with second place going to Riverside. And we are underway as well in the final of the men's H double sculls, so no rest for the wicked. Lane 2, Melbourne Rowing Club, Michael Dakic and Philip Wright. Lane 3 from Mersey and Sandy Bay, Chris Potter and Simon Now. In lane 4 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. Lane 5 from ANU in Melbourne, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. Lane 6 from Manning River, Graham Nix and Roy Halliday. Lane 7 from Marucci and Murwillumbah, Gary Betts and Ian Luxford. Lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McCowan and Mark Teachin. And lane 9 from Nagambie Rowing Club, John Straps and Lee McIntyre.
Well, there's some very well-known names in this H double scull. And I know Peter McCartney and Rodney Stewart won their mixed doubles earlier on today. And I think Rodney's also been in some other races, as is Peter. Mike Dakic and Phil Wright, they've had a couple of races down as well. Ian Luxford, my gosh, you can never discount what he's going to do with Gary Betts. Mark McEwen and Mark Titchin, the marks, they probably will want to put their mark on this race. Thank you. Boom, boom. And John Straps and Lee McIntyre are there as well.
And just looking at the gaps on the screen there, you can see ANU Melbourne composite in the lead, Manning River 2 seconds behind, and then Glebe, Marucci, Murwillumbah, Black Mountain, all within a couple of seconds of each other. Mersey, Sandy Bay, Melbourne and Nagambie making up our field. It's the final, and I dare say we are in for another fantastic finish here in the double sculls. It's Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney from Melbourne and ANU respectively, who have the lead at the moment. Next to them, Black Mountain, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. They're fast. They'll be looking to try and go through. Can they potentially make it an ACT 1 and 2? Then in behind them, we've got the Manning River Composite in lane number 6, who are under pressure from the crews from Maroochy and Murwillumbah Glebe Rowing Club. Also up there as well, Mersey Sandy Bay Composite. It's going to be a fascinating one. 200 metres left to go. It's Stewart and McCartney who have that lead. Black Mountain, Martin and Winkworth, they're sitting in second place, and Manning River's in third. But in behind them, we've got the Maroochy Composite and Glebe Rowing Club also starting to make a push. It's down to the last 100 metres or so. It's still McCartney and Stewart. They've got some clear water, and barring disaster, they should go through and take the win. Who's going to take the minor placings, though? I've got 4 crews coming across the course, and only 2 medals up for grabs. McCartney and Stewart, they've got the lead. It's Manning River. They've moved ahead of Black Mountain. Here comes the push now from Maroochy and Murwillumbah and Glebe Rowing Club as well. It's going to be a win for Stewart and McCartney, who's got second and third. Manning River just with their bow ball out in front. Manning River gets silver. Bronze goes to Glebe Rowing Club. 4th place going through to Maroochy and Murwillumbah. Black Mountain finishing in 5th place, just dropping off the pace a little bit towards the end there. Mersey Sandy Bay finishing in behind them, ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club in lane number 2, and then Ngambie Rowing Club making up the back of the field. What a fantastic row that was. First place going to ANU and Melbourne, second to Manning River Rowing Club, and they've made a mark on the race there, Lynn. Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McCowan and Mark Teachin coming through, pinching a cheeky bronze.
They certainly did. That was a very fast finishing crew from the marks there. And I just noticed Graham Nix, is that Owen Nix's? Any family to Owen Nix?
It could well be. Owen, if you're listening, and you probably are, then let us know.
Send us a message, let us know. But this is what we love, isn't it? These races where you're never really sure who's going to come first, second or third until the very last stroke has been taken. So it can be quite a race. Well, confirmed that Graham Nix is Owen Nix's dad. So Owen Nix is down sitting in the under the sheds there doing crew changes, I believe.
Oh, there we go.
Yep. So I wonder if he'll come out and say hello to his dad. Yeah. Next race, the women's E-Quad. River City Women's, Ulverston Composite, Lake Macquarie, Albert Park, South Melbourne. Shoalhaven Composite, Leichhardt, Powerhouse Composite and Torrance Composite. So we've had a start in that race. In the lane 2, the River City Women's is Angela Nowland, Petrus Lapis, Emma Davidson, Bronwyn Mantle. Lane 3, Ulverston Composite with Mersey and Commercial, Andrea Painter, Alison Kirkwood, Sandra Wilson and Gina Anderson. Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon, Raylon Issen, Michaela Doozle and Trudy McDonald are in lane 4. In lane 5, APSM with Corowa is Lisa Lettick, Julie Underwood, Fiona Milne, Cecile Lacoste, sorry, Marie Cecile. The Shoalhaven Composite with Endeavour and Drummoyne is Kathleen Hextall, Renata Jimpa, Rosalie Furness, Katrina Davis, they're coxed by Robert Glendenning. And Leichhardt in lane 7, Susan Huggett, M. Barak, Jennifer Zongo, Daniela Borgert, and coached by Steve Sherry in lane 8. The Powerhouse Composite with Richmond, Wendouree, Ballarat and Melbourne is Bayer Klein Van Mullicum, Leanne Martin, Jerry Goss and Emily Harridge, and the Torrens Storm King Port Adelaide in lane 9, Colette Barry, Gina Bell, Kate Drearden and Robin Gray Gardner.
So the Shoalhaven Composite of Haxtell, Impar, Furness and Davis in the lead through the 500. Lake Macquarie sitting in second, Ulverston Composite in third, and then less than 2 seconds back to Albert Park, South Melbourne, Leichhardt, Powerhouse Composite, the Torrens Composite, and then the River City Women's Crew in there as well. And that Powerhouse Composites is the state quad, is it? Or very close to it?
I think it is. I think that might be the state quad. But no, it can't be because they're rowing E, and the state quad would be D. But I know some of those girls are in the state quad.
It could well be, so we'll keep an eye out on that one.
Yeah.
But the Shoalhaven Composite, we saw them go through and take the win in the heat. There are under pressure, though, right now from Lake Macquarie in lane number 4 and the Ulverston Mersey Commercial Composite in lane number 3. So there's part of our geographically dispersed one. We've got Tasmania and Brisbane chucked in there. So it's a fascinating finish coming up. The Albert Park South Melbourne Corowa Composite in lane number 5. They're sitting in 4th, and then back a little bit further to Leichhardt, Powerhouse Composite, Torrens Composite, and also the River City Women's Crew in lane number 2. So as they come in now to our final stages, we've got about 200 or so metres left to go, and it is Hextall, Ipmar, Furness and Davis still with that lead. This Shoalhaven, Endeavour and Drummoyne Composite still sitting out in front ahead of Lake Macquarie in lane number 4 and those bright green Zooties. Big push coming here from Ulverston, Mersey and Commercial, that composite crew. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. Back a little bit further, Albert Park, South Melbourne, probably just off the pace with only about 50 or so metres to go. Big push coming here from the Ulverston Composite. They've moved up into second place, but there's going to be no doubting our winners. It is going to be the Shoalhaven Composite. They'll take the win in the women's E Quad Sculls. Second place will go to the Ulverston Composite in lane number 3 ahead of Lake Macquarie, who'll finish with the bronze. Coming through in 4th will be Albert Park South Melbourne ahead of the Powerhouse Composite in 5th place. Leichhardt finishing in 6th. And then we have the Torrens, Storm King and Adelaide Composite in 7th place. And then back a little bit further again to the River City Women's Crew in 8th position.
The Men's Masters E8. Go for it. Melbourne, Brisbane Grammarians, Adelaide University Composite, Mossman Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite, Sydney A&A Composite, Old Collegians Composite. So Melbourne there and Sydney are the only all crews, the only all club crews. You know, so this is the E8. So we'll see how that goes. And you're right, these could well be some of the state 8s that have decided to row a tougher event than just the D. It gives them an extra row. That's what it's all about.
Well, we've also got, we might see a couple of these crews go in the club 8s that we've got a little bit later on today as well. So the heats are coming up around 3 o'clock, I think, or maybe 2 o'clock, something like that. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock are up. But you can see there the view from the BRO boats and that Sydney Rowing Club crew. We saw them dominate the 8s at the Australian Rowing Championships, and not surprising to see them with a bit of a lead at the moment. Next to them we've got the Yarra Yarra Composite, and then you can see the Mossman Composite there, and then back a little bit further Adelaide University Composite, Brisbane Grammarians in there as well. So it's some great views from the BRO boats as they come on down the course.
We have, and in the Melbourne boat, we've got Gregor Tharnsak, Steve Reynolds, Craig Smith, Dave McPherson, Angus Reynolds, Gregor Nyans, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison and Zena Marzi is coxing those people. Brisbane Grammarians in lane 2. We've got Brett Cripp, Michael Beeston, Peter Rowe, Greg Miller, Marcus Mulholland, Scott Austin, Paul Baxter, John King and Angus Blackwood is steering that. The Adelaide University Composite with Torrens, Riverside and Adelaide is Bill Natt, Andrew Tideman, Brian Glawson, Kevin Tankard, Greg Walters, David McLeod, Thomas Lubinas, Alistair Walsh, Bonnie White is coxing, and they're coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. And as they're coming through the 500s, where are we at?
Yeah, so Adelaide University with that lead through 500 ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club in third, and then Mossman Composite, A&A Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite, Brisbane Grammarians and Old Collegians and Dragons.
And the Mossman Composite of Ian Mongan, Andrew Horrigan, Scott Beachley, Alan Robertson, Stephen McGlynn, Robert Giblin, Henry Bridgewater, James Taylor and Michael Rasmussen. The Yarra Yarra Composite with Corio Bay, Bradley Jones, Ross Burnley, Andrew Gray, Jack Chatz, Stuart Critchell, Zane Loxley, Colin Rawson, Nick Inglis, Sam Lincoln is coxing those. And the Sydney crew, which is now in a very good position, is Stuart Cowpel, Carl Quittet, Mark Binder, Jose Maria Seguala, a regular, Ross Pritchard, David Reynolds, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil and Bradley Wharton.
And we're just coming up to the final stages now. It is still the Adelaide University Composite, all from South Australia. They're just holding out from Melbourne Rowing Club, who are really putting a push on over the last 500 metres or so. It's the South Australians with that lead in lane number 3. They've got a canvas over Melbourne Rowing Club, and with a couple of big strokes left to go, it does look like that is how it's going to finish. It is Adelaide University, Torrens, Riverside and Adelaide with the W in the men's E8. Second place going to Melbourne Rowing Club. Third will go to Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 6, ahead of the Mossman Composite in lane number 4. And then back a little bit further, we've got the A&A Composite finishing in 5th place. Coming through in 6th, well, it'll be a nice little battle going on here, but it will just be the Old Collegians Dragons crew who finish just ahead of the Yarra Yarra Composite in 7th, and then the Brisbane Grammarians will finish back in 8th place.
Very nice finishing there for the crews there, the Adelaide Uni Composite, Melbourne and Sydney. In the A&A Composite, we had Tim Spiteri, Christopher Nishi, Stuart Wade, Nicholas Galea, Richard Robillard, Robert Boyan, Stuart Clark and Adam Rawson and Rachel Boza. And the Old Collegians, which we were talking about just before, good to see them coming in. The Dragons, the Bruce Bedgood, Matt Lowe, Cameron Hall, Todd Clements, Tony Baldon, Andrew Clough, John Dixon, Roger Gould, Sebastian Aird, coached by Chris Beach. And we've got a start. This is the first of our singles for a little while. Good to see these men's K, and the K age group is 83. So that's the minimum age. So all of these guys, Riverside is Hugh Orr, Swan River, George Zouris, and Lake Macquarie is Bruce Sharp. Now, George Zouris, there's a name that we have heard again and again and again, and what a tough competitor he is. Finished a course with a heart attack and then went off to hospital, but he did finish the course. You know,
That is a highly impressive effort.
he's a highly impressive rower, I've got to say, highly impressive. But these singles at 83, these guys are out there doing their best. So only the 3 of them at this time, and George in the middle lane, Swan River, has now got a lead over Hugh Orr and Bruce Sharp. And while we're looking at those, we've seen presentations down on the pontoons there of the Coxed quads that are taking place now. Don't forget, almost lunchtime. Go up and get some food. Have a look at our suppliers there, 77BC, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, Regatta Shop, Pontoon and Row Fit. And down near the boat sheds, all our boat people, Row Gear, Wintec, Perfect Balance Rowing, Poraloo Marine, a Croker, well, if they make it. Maybe they'll be here later on in the week, and Row Pairs. So make sure you support all of these people. Good to get you some good rowing gear. Have a look at what's available. Maybe update some of your equipment if you need to. If you have a look up there, you can maybe see that there'll be something worthwhile. I have been on medal presentations, and trying to do medal presentations for 8s can be quite challenging. And just watching there, the Melbourne Rowing Club coming in to get their bronze medal now, and they have to make room for all the other 8s that are going to come in. So, and we thank all our medal presenters as well. Can be quite challenging to be out there and giving out the medals. The pontoons are not that stable. They can move around a little bit as you're walking on them. So they do a great job down there. But as we look down, we've come through the 500 metres. George Zouris and Bruce Sharp, and then Hugh Orr was a fair way off the pace. But George Zouris has this race firmly in his grasp. I don't think he's going to be stressing too much at the moment, taking it nice and easily. I'm sure this is not going to be his only race for this regatta, so he's not going to want to wear himself out if he doesn't have to. He'll be keeping an eye there on Bruce Sharp from Lake Macquarie, and actually looks like Hugh has just moved up a little bit on George, but I'm sure George is a very, very experienced rower there and racer, and he'll know exactly when to put a little bit more pressure on to see what's going on. But there he is, he's looking across there, Bruce Sharp right beside him, not actually letting him get away, and I think George will be thinking, well, hang on, when am I going to get rid of this guy? He's just sitting on my tail. This is not fair.
He's maintained contact the entire way, and certainly off the line, Bruce Sharp, living up to his name. He had a very nice start and was certainly moving the boat quite nicely. What's also going to be helping out these rowers is that the wind has now, well, it's been swirling a little bit. We do see that a bit here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But it is a little bit of a tail breeze, and it might just be helping out our rowers. Still only a boat length in it, and which in a single sculls race over 1,000 metres is a highly impressive effort from both of these scullers. But with a couple of big strokes left to go, it's still half a boat length for George Zouris from Swan River Rowing Club, and he will return west with a gold medal in his keeping. George Zouris from Swan River winning the men's K single sculls. Bruce Sharp from Lake Macquarie, he'll take second and silver, with Hugh Orr from Riverside taking the bronze.
Well, I hope George has booked extra luggage in his plane, for his going home. He might need excess baggage if he collects many more golds. But now, as we look down on the pontoon, you can see the medals being presented to the Melbourne Rowing Club. Greg Theinschak, Steve Reynolds, Craig Smith, Dave McPherson, Angus Reynolds, Greg O'Nyans, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, Zena Marzi, and just a bit of interest, Roger rowed Olympics for South Africa at the 2000 Olympics. Yeah. So, and then...
Not his first time here.
Not his first time here at all. Is that Sydney? And Sydney, they're getting the bronze medal. Stuart Kalpak, Carl Quitzal, Mark Brindis, Jose Maria Sagarula Arugali, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil and Bradley Wooten is their Cox. And I've got to say, if I say anybody's name incorrectly, apologies. There's a lot of names that we have to call out. So...
as we just see Hugh Orr from Riverside Rowing Club finishing up in the men's K single sculls. So our next race underway. So we've actually got two races in this one. So it is the men's lightweight K single sculls and then the men's lightweight L single sculls. So in lane number 4, we have Raymond Beaton from Manning River. Lane 5, Michael College from Canberra Rowing Club. And lane 6, John McDonald from Willumbar. So that's a lightweight Masters K singles. And then in lane number 3, we have Richard Clark from Riverside Rowing Club rowing the L single sculls.
Which is age 86. So impressive. It truly does impress me. So we've got the K lightweights, 83, and the L lightweights, 86. And I'm told you can't fatten a thoroughbred, and these guys rowing lightweight at this age must be absolute thoroughbreds. It's so impressive. But
plenty of experience.
Experience, Yeah, and I know in at the Melbourne Rowing Club we have got a lightweight rower there, and he can't put on weight, and he drives the rest of the crew berserk, you know. But these 4 rowers coming down: Raymond Beaton, Michael College, John McDonald, and Richard Clark, all coming down the course. There's 2 events, so there will be 2 gold medals coming out of this race and 1 silver coming out. So it is now, it looks like to be lane 6, Murwillumbah John McDonald has just a bit of a lead over the L category rower Riverside Richard Clark in lane 3, and Manning River in lane 4 is Raymond Beaton. But we'll see how all of this is going to work out. Lane 5, Canberra, Michael College, a little way off the pace, but they're not even halfway down the course yet. So anything can happen. And as if anybody's listened to Nationals for many years, you'd hear Ray Ebbett saying, the race isn't over. It's you've got to hear that beat before you know that you've won the race. So don't count your medals before they're presented, I think is the way to go about it. But it is lane 6, Murwillumbah John McDonald ahead of the lane 3 rower in Riverside Richard Clark, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, look, he's moving the boat quite nicely there. The L lightweight single sculler, so Richard Clark. So you can see there John McDonald with a really, really strong lead. Coming through in second place at the moment is Richard Clark from Riverside. So he's going to get the gold there. So both of those first 2 scullers over the line. At the moment, they are sitting in the gold medal position. If Richard Clark does finish, he does get the gold in the men's lightweight L single sculls. John McDonald leading the K lightweight single scull as well as the race itself. Second place at the moment does look to be Raymond Beaton from Manning River Rowing Club ahead of Michael College from Canberra Rowing Club. So as things stand, we would have John McDonald winning gold and Raymond Beaton winning silver in the men's lightweight K singles, and then Richard Clark winning the gold in the lightweight men's L single sculls. So it's you can see there, but it's only 3 seconds between Raymond Beaton and Michael College, and we've seen some margins made up.
We certainly have seen margins made up, and I think that's where you can never really discount. Don't get there, but when I look at these 83-year-olds and 86-year-old rowers, all I can think about is, if I want to win a medal, I've just got to keep rowing. You know, it's just fantastic. And I think if anyone were to come and look at a Masters rowing regatta, they would get quite a warped view of what ageing is like. The rowers here, no matter what age, are incredibly fit, vibrant people, and it really does warp people's perception, I believe, of what ageing is. So well done to all our rowers that are here.
Absolutely. As we just see John McDonald from Murwillumbah, he's still got that lead, and you can see there it's a very commanding lead. Still not a lot to pick between Raymond Beaton from Manning River and Michael College from Canberra Rowing Club. Certainly Raymond Beaton just keeping his bow ball out in front at the moment, maybe just extending it out to just over a boat length lead. So the blue Zooty with the white chevron of the Murwillumbah Rowing Club, they are listed as Queensland. I believe that's because they're affiliated with Rowing Queensland, not because Murwillumbah has been annexed. But he is going to go through and take the win. So John McDonald taking the gold medal in the men's lightweight K single sculls. Now finishing the race in second place, but winning gold in the lightweight men's L single sculls will be Richard Clark from Riverside Rowing Club. So we've had that geographic spread. In the men's K single sculls, we had George Zuris from Swan River, that's WA. We've just had Murwillumbah, so that is New South Wales officially and affiliated with Rowing Queensland. And now Richard Clark from Riverside Rowing Club taking gold in the men's lightweight L single sculls, so that's one back to South Australia. Going through in second place and taking the silver will be Raymond Beaton from Manning River Rowing Club. And again, Ben mentioned it earlier on today, but our thoughts go out to all those people affected by the flooding up in central New South Wales in the last couple of weeks. It's been absolutely devastating to sort of watch it, and fingers crossed that everyone's come out of that all safe and sound. Michael College from Canberra Rowing Club finishing in third in the men's K singles.
Well, that's right. And again, we see that the rowing community all pull together in times like this. I'm told that the Manning River people that are here may well be borrowing boats. But looking down the course, the women's B pair, Richmond, Kate Dieball and Helen Pearce. There's Kate, great. Karam, Jackie Deeble and Jess Fishman, coached by Drew Holman. Noosa, Stacey Borsman and Fernanda Carrera, coached by David Doyle. And ANU, Sarah Tynan and Jacqueline Williams, coached by Nigel Harding. And not surprisingly, it's Dieball and Pearce just out in front of the Noosa crew.
No, they've scratched.
They've scratched.
Richmond have scratched. So
sorry,
it's Karam.
that's the Karam crew. I was getting my colours mixed up there. That is the Karam crew of Jackie Deeble and Jess Fishman. I do apologise to all those other people, but well done to this pair. They've rowed together in a pair for quite a few years as well.
Yeah, and Sarah Tynan and Jackie Williams, so both very talented rowers. Sarah, it's an interesting pair combination actually, because Sarah's a little bit shorter than I am, and then Jackie's a couple of inches taller again. So in the pair, trying to get that balance between the two different sizes. But they're certainly rowing it quite nicely. Jackie in the stroke seat, Sarah Tynan in the bow there, and then they'll be out a little bit later on with Peter McCartney in a mixed C quad scull and some absolute muppet. Para rower in the bow seat.
Some muppet. But no muppets here with Jackie Deeble and Jess Fishman coming across for a very nice win in the Women's Masters B pair. First to Karam, second to ANU, which is Sarah Tynan and Jacqueline Williams, and third will be Noosa, Stacey Borsman and Fernando Carrera. So, but when you're talking about differences in height, Kate Dieball and Helen Pearce have a big difference. And actually, I taught Kate Dieball to row down at Karam. She was a Karam rower for a long time.
There we go.
So, a shame that they scratched. That's their favourite event, I think. And they're finishing off the Women's Masters B pair is the Noosa couple. And the Men's Masters B quad coming down. Brisbane GPS Composite, Yarra Yarra Composite, Gold Coast Masters Composite, St George Composite, Adelaide University Composite, and Lindisfarne in the club crew. So we've got 6 boats there as they're coming down the course. The B in the, looks like the Gold Coast Masters might be a little way off the pace, but the St George Composite, Brad Smith, Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, and Kurt Armstrong look to have about a boat length lead maybe over the Adelaide University Composite, Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Chris Morgan and Damien DeLuke.
Yeah, our co-commentator Ben Homer.
Yes.
He's came back from the Australian Rowing Championships with a bronze medal in the club men's double sculls. He was absolutely stoked with that. And if he can come away with the gold here, he was telling me earlier on today that Newcastle had quite a few silvers and bronzes, and they were looking to upgrade those potentially into a couple of golds. So they might be heading back up the road to Newcastle with a nice shiny gold medal in their keeping. 250 metres or so left to go. It's St George and Newcastle with that lead, a boat length over the Adelaide University, Sydney and Torrens crew. That's Rob Ellis, Matt Russell, Christopher Morgan and Damien DeLeek sitting in second. And in the battle for bronze, we've got the Yarra Yarra Footscray City crew of McShay, Lukadale Wells, Nadabam and Fishman ahead of Dolbell, Salkeed, Napa and Gramez. And they're both going for the bronze medal. And back a little bit further, Brisbane and GPS, Pine Rivers and Lindisfarne out 2 crews towards the back. out in front, St George and Newcastle leading out at the moment. They'll be happy if they can have got a boat length lead. They'll be happy if they can hold on ahead of Adelaide University, Sydney and Torrens. It's down to about half a boat length, but they're going to run out of track. It's a win for St George and Newcastle. Take out the men's B quad sculls. Second place going to Adelaide University, Sydney and Torrens. Who's got third? It's lane number 3. That is the Yarra Yarra Footscray City Composite, just finishing in third place ahead of Lindisfarne in fourth, and then back to the Gold Coast Commercial, Newcastle, Ulverston, Licorice, All Sorts in fifth, and then the Brisbane and GPS Pine Rivers Composite back in sixth place. Fantastic row there from St George and Newcastle Rowing Club to take that gold medal.
It certainly was, and very interesting for third. The river was just a little bit too short, but I know in the Yarra Yarra crew, Glenn Fishman getting the bronze. His wife Jess just won the gold in the pair.
There we go.
There
You
you
reckon there might just be some bragging rights going on there?
I think there might be. It's a bit of a love boat going on there sometimes. They were in a quad earlier today, and I think they got a medal in that as well. So the Fishman family doing very well.
As we move on to the start of the women's G single sculls, so this was a consolidated race from a little bit earlier on. We do have a couple of scratchings in this one. So lane 1, we've got Lake Macquarie's Marie Brown. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Jeanette Gasson. Lane 3 from Commercial, Barbara Hall. Lane 4 from Port Adelaide, Alison Smith. Scratching lane 5, lane 6, Mary Hunter from Carrum Rowing Club. Scratching lane 7, lane 8, Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club. And lane 9, Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club. So Mika will be, she is a vision impaired athlete, so she's a para athlete. She'll be rowing for New South Wales in the interstate para event on Saturday morning, but you can see her on the end there. And then she's got a tinny that will be following her down the course, and then that's a standard one for vision impaired athletes. And so what happens there is that the athlete will go, the tinny will follow them down the course. They'll have a walkie-talkie. There'll be a little earpiece that Mika's wearing, and then they'll be able to tell her whether or not to go, harder on bow, harder on stroke, her position relative to everyone else. So you're a boat length down, you're a boat length up. What they can't do is coach. They can't tell you when to push. They can't tell you when to do all those things. That is still up to the individual athlete.
Stuart, thank you for that, because that's really interesting information. To have a para athlete competing in our regular thing as well, I'm sure she'll be in the para as well, and I just think that's great. So she's had a start there, and we've just missed the start of that tinny going off, but we've had a really good start. Nobody there, no false starting. So Marie Brown, Jeanette Gasson, Barbara Hall, Alison Smith, Mary Hunter, Julia Wood, and Chris Brennan and Mika Kelly, all with a very good start across the course there.
And the other thing that's just worthwhile mentioning there as well, Lynn, is that Mika, or the vision impaired athletes, particularly in the single sculls, will generally be on the edges of the course. So is that if there is any wash from the tinny, it affects the least number of people. So,
well, some sensibility going on. I think that's an excellent way of doing it, and it means that if there is any sort of issue, they go off course. They could only ever affect one other rower, not two in the middle of the course. So I think that's some very sensible goings on there. And it's good that this is now a combined race for the G singles. Otherwise, the girls would have had a heat and the final. But as with the lightweights, a lot of these girls will enter, and all the lightweights will enter both. And then on the day when they weigh in, they're allowed to then nominate which event they're going to go in. So I know there was one or two people who had nominated for both made weight, so they've decided to row lightweight instead. So interesting. But coming down the course now, there's really no clear leader at the moment. They're all very close to the Pashmina.
Yep, not quite. Very close to Ray's Pashmina. And
Yes.
Ray, if you are watching on, hopefully it's, he'd be nursing some wounds after last night's football result, which we won't go into.
No, don't mention
the war. But
Don't mention the war.
certainly up in lane, I think Alison Smith from Port Adelaide Rowing Club moving quite nicely at the moment as we just see them they're coming up towards the 500 metre timing point. So as they cross, as the camera pans out and it's straight on, you can see there it's about half a boat length between Alison Smith and Jeanette Gasson from Black Mountain Rowing Club. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And then it's a bit of a gap back to Barbara Hall from Commercial Rowing Club, and then Chris Brennan from the Endeavour Rowing Club, and then Marie Brown sitting in behind her. And
From
then,
Lake Macquarie.
On Lake Macquarie, and then back a little bit further, we've got Mary Hunter from Carrum Rowing Club, and then it'll be back again to our other rowers. So they might just be missed out there on the 500 metre timing point. But certainly our two leaders are well and truly out in front at the moment. So Alison Smith from Port Adelaide and Jeanette Gasson from Black Mountain.
Yeah, so now as we're coming down past, heading up to the 1750, the field has spread out quite a bit now. So the people that are going to be in the medal position are sorting themselves out. Lane 9, Mika Kelly with the tinny following there. But the leaders now look to be Port Adelaide and Black Mountain. They're coming across there. It's hard to pick a third. Could be Commercial. I don't know. What do you think?
Commercial or Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club.
Yeah.
So I think Chris has moved into lane number 7, and then that gives Mika Kelly an extra little bit of space in lane number 9 as well. So that might be why we don't see, because Julia Wood is racing in the lightweight.
She's moved down to there, as we were talking about before. But it is now the Port Adelaide rower of Alison Smith, who seems to have about a boat length and a half over Black Mountain, Jeanette Gasson.
Yeah, she's well and truly pulled away over that final 500 metres or so, and it is going to be a very strong win there for Alison Smith from the Port Adelaide Rowing Club. So she's got the prison bars on and moving very nicely down the course. Alison Smith from Port Adelaide taking out the women's G single sculls. Going through in second place, and something to take back down the Hume will be Jeanette Gasson, silver medal to add to her collection from the regatta. And then going through in third place, well, as you mentioned earlier, Lynn, it's an interesting battle. Not a lot to pick between third, fourth and fifth, but it is going to be Commercial's Barbara Hall who will take the bronze just ahead of Endeavour's Chris Brennan in fourth, and then Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie in fifth place. Coming through in sixth will be Mary Hunter from Carrum Rowing Club, and then in seventh place will be Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club over in lane number 9.
Some very good racing there from these women in the G class, which is 65 and above. So all of those ladies, I'm sure this is not their first race nor their last. So they're doing a great job, and that's Mika Kelly just coming across the line now. And I think she will be coming in here.
Yeah, and we are underway in the lightweight women's G single scull. So lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. In lane 2 from Mackay Rowing Club, Therese Clancy. Lane 3 from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. Lane 4 from Melbourne Rowing Club, Val Dahl. In lane 5 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nisbet. Lane 6 from University of WA, Evelyn Bowen. Lane 7 from Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill. And lane 9 from Exeter Rowing Club in Great Britain, Julia Wood.
So those ladies now, and they've seemed to have sorted themselves out perhaps a little bit quicker than the other G single race. So there seems to be a little bit more spread out, and very hard at this point to really pick who is in the lead. But we're coming up to the 500 metres, and we'll be getting some timing very, very soon as they're coming through. So we'll be looking for those 500 metre timings as they come up, and we'll be seeing, here they come. We look for that blue container. There it is. So lane 3, Pam Nash, Teresa Clancy, Julia Wood, Evelyn Bowen, Louise Termine is in 5th, Lindy Nisbet in 6th. We'll wait for 7 and 8.
So Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, she, so obviously this is a G category, so as you mentioned earlier, they are the people 65 and plus, but in the last couple of years, she's been at local regattas down in Canberra, will row one single race over 1,800 metres, because that's how long our course is, go back down to the start and then row the second one in the next grade down. So still very, very fit, still very, very capable, and very much in the lead through 500, but being pushed and pushed hard by Therese Clancy from Mackay Rowing Club. So we've got Canberra and North Queensland battling it out at the top of the leaderboard. And then sitting in third place does look to be Evelyn Bowen from the University of WA, maybe just getting her bow ball out in front of Julia Wood from the Exeter Rowing Club in the south of England. So that is about as geographically spread as you can get.
Well, she did. It is, and she rode the double with Rod Stewart earlier this morning and won a gold medal. So she's been up and down the course a couple of times, and there she's going. Now the battle is on. The battle is on for first and second with Pamela Nash and Teresa Clancy, and I think Teresa Clancy might just be really getting ahead of Pamela Nash.
Yes.
They're really getting there, but then the third place Exeter.
So the battle's on for gold, the battle's
Yes.
on for bronze. So we've
It
got two different
certainly
battles
is.
to keep an eye out on. It's Nash and Clancy, Black Mountain and Mackay. Pam Nash led through 500. Therese Clancy is moving that boat. And then also too, we've got Evelyn Bowen from the University of WA, Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club. Therese Clancy, she's got a bow ball out in front now. They're into the final couple of strokes. It's only going to be one or two big strokes. It's Therese Clancy from Mackay Rowing Club who'll take it out by her canvas ahead of Pamela Nash from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Coming through in third place, it will be the University of WA's Evelyn Bowen takes the bronze medal, just again a canvas ahead of Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club. You just see the rowers there, Therese Clancy and Pamela Nash, some big deep breaths once they heard that hooter going over the line. Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine finishing in fifth place over in lane number 1, and then in sixth place will be the rower in lane 5. That's Lindy Nisbet from Endeavour Rowing Club. She'll finish ahead of Melbourne Rowing Club's Val Dow, who in turn will finish ahead of Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge Rowing Club. For confirmation of the result there, it was less than a second, but Therese Clancy from Mackay Rowing Club taking out the women's lightweight G single sculls.
And well done to our judges for being able to get their fingers down and get those timing, all our timing people. But the men's G8, North Shore, Manning River Composite, Lake Macquarie, Armidale Composite and Banks to Wong are off and racing.
So we've got North Shore, Manning River Composite, Lake Macquarie, Armidale and Banks Composite. So some plenty of different zooties coming down the course. The Manning River Composite is Manning River, Melbourne, Sydney, St George and Glebe. Then the Armidale Composite is Armidale, Newcastle, North Shore and St George, and then a Banks to Wong Composite. So again, Melbourne and Queensland chucked in on that one as we see them coming up towards the 500 metres, and it does look to be that Manning River Composite, so almost the licorice all sorts. It's the 5 different zooties represented in that leading boat. You can see them with that lead over Lake Macquarie. Banks to Wong sitting in third place, North Shore back in fourth place, and then back a little bit further again. No, I think that's North Shore, and then Armidale Composite sitting in fifth place.
Very close racing here, and the Manning River Composite with Tejan, Harrison, Nix, Halliday, Greenslade, Mollard, Johnston, Patterson and Peel doing a great job there. The Banks Composite of Regan, Carr, Gastine, O'Dwyer, Keeley, Gell, Horder, Lowe and Bill Webster, who's been an Australian coxing that boat. They look to be first and second, but in the middle there, the Lake Macquarie, Sevenard, Wallace, Armstrong, Ryan, Schneider, Sharp, Smith, Boyd, Bradley Wooten, not to be outdone there. So they're really challenging the Banks crew. Little way further back, still not out of contention, North Shore, Tyler, Horton, Luck, Kerr, Lawson, Walsh, Peters, Franklin, Krieger and coached by Kim Rudder. And our last one, the Armidale Composite with Newcastle, North Shore, St George, Robinson, Tudor, Kirkpatrick, Gladstone, Bland, Stanley, Pusey, Grant and Rogers.
So it's a Manning River Composite who have had the lead the entire way down. They've been kept honest by the Lake Macquarie crew, but with a couple of big strokes left to go, it is going to be just a little bit too far to make up. It is going to be a win for the Manning River, Melbourne, Sydney, St George and Glebe Composite. Second place by half a boat length back to Lake Macquarie, and then the Banks Toowong Composite will finish with the bronze medal. North Shore are going to finish in fourth place, and the Armidale, Newcastle, North Shore and St George Composite will finish in fifth place. Some very nice fluoro orange hats there in that crew from, looks to be Armidale in there, which matches up. The Armidale school has some very nice fluoro green hats as they come down the course.
And it's important to sometimes to have these hats so that at night you can actually see these crews. I don't know whether these crews train very much at night, but I know on the Yarra when we're training there, if we can get a nice white t-shirt or a fluoro hat, it certainly is very, very helpful. So our next race lining up, the Women's Masters D Coxless 4. University of Queensland, Jennifer Conn, Nikki Hughes, Marguerite King, Sarah Hale. Sydney University Composite with North Shore, Olivia Tong, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Francow. And Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, Nikki Lepresti, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Borgett, coached by Steve Sherry. Toowong Composite with Commercial and Murwillumbah, Daniela Anderson, Tamsin Brew, Samantha Donaldson, Georgina Townsend, coached by Michael Hawke. And the Noosa and Yacht and Rowing Club, I like the name of that, is Jane Swinton, Joanne Taylor, Stacey Borsburn, Fernanda Correa, and coached by David Doyle. So that's the 4 crews which are going to be in the Women's Masters D4. And we're still waiting for a start. The boat holders there lying on their stomachs holding these boats, trying to get an align. We've got the aligner. If you look on the big screen, we are probably in the aligner's position there, checking that all the bow balls are in a line. Now at the Olympics we had little cups that came up that held the bow balls, but not at this regatta. So off they go, and a very clean start there for University of Queensland, Adelaide University, Leichhardt, Toowong Composite and Noosa. So of course at the Sydney Olympics it was the 2,000 metre start, and that's where the cups were that would hold the bow balls steady. They still did have boat holders, and the boat holders lying down there, really making sure that everything is fair and just. And again, thanks to all our boat holders. They can't hear me probably, but they're doing a great job there, helping you stay in your lane before you take off. But as we look down the course now, it is a lane 4-6, the Toowong Composite, with Leichhardt right beside them, and then Adelaide University Composite not far behind. University of Queensland and Noosa on the outside, just a little way off the piece, but they are certainly making an effort to get there. And if you look down, if you're in the stands, and I should have said too, all you folk in the stand, the support that you gave to our older rowers, our gentlemen rowers in the K and L was fantastic. So thank you all, and the applause and excitement that you give really adds to the atmosphere, really encourages everybody to do their best. So while we thank our volunteers, we thank everybody that's there, thank you to the supporters, thank you to the people who are down there and looking. And as we go through the 500 metres, it's the Adelaide University North Shore now ahead of Leichhardt and University of Queensland, with Toowong Composite in 4th place, and a little way back will be the Manning River and Noosa.
And I reckon we might see some of that Adelaide University crew members in some of the South Australian interstate events. I know Angie Franco is very much a South Australian Masters veteran, I think would be the way to put it. She's definitely rode in quite a few. I know Joe Malcolm will no doubt send me a text message very soon telling me how right or wrong I am on that one. Just having a quick look on there. But
so what is the difference between a Masters and a veteran?
Well, anyone can be a Masters rower, but if you've rode in the interstate multiple times, then
You're a veteran.
you become a veteran. So Angie Franco, yes, is in the South Australian crew in the 8. Christina Bursill is also in there, as is Susie Ross. So
Well, that's interesting because this D, yes, is the age group for all the interstate races.
for the interstate crews.
The interstate cruise.
Yes, for us single
Yes.
scullers,
Yes.
little bit different on, but certainly it's great. I know that a lot of the para rowers are always really excited at the opportunity to be able to represent their states and or territory in a couple of our cases. But so three of the crew members from our leading crew are going to be racing for the South Australians on Saturday, and certainly warming up nicely here. It's Adelaide University and North Shore Composite. Who's going to take the silver and who's going to take the bronze? It's going to be a fascinating finish between Leichhardt and the University of Queensland. It's a win for Adelaide University, North Shore. Second place is going to come down to the surge, and I think it might just be the University of Queensland. We'll call for the photo finish on that one. The third umpire is going to have to be called in to adjudicate that one, but I think the University of Queensland just got up over the top. It's the Toowong Commercial Murwillumbah Composite will finish out of the medals in 4th place, and then the Noosa crew in lane number 7 will finish back in 5th. It's very fetching colours on that Noosa Zooty as well.
Yes. And if I don't know if Lake Eildon is here, but they've got the most exciting orange Zooty. Lake Eildon, it's very good.
Keep an eye out for the Lake Illawarra one as well. It's orange and blue checkerboard.
Oh, now that is innovative.
That it is certainly different. As we move back towards the start line, that was the D Coxless 4s. This is going to be the D Coxed 4s.
And we've got Karam, Kelly James, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Sally Glenn, Sarah Haywood, Jess Cuddy, coached by Drew Holman. The Glebe Composite with Union Canterbury is Mika Zuzas, Tanya McDonald, Sarah Norris, Kate Wardham, and Kenneth Major is the Cox. And in the Melbourne Composite, Melbourne North Shore, Adelaide University, Zita Barones, Kate Holland, Catherine Boland, and Tej Nishibata, coxed by Bonnie White and coached by Guy Morgan. The Pine Rivers Composite with Bairnsdale and Essendon and ANA, Sue Howard-Smith, Mary Gonzalez, Julia Heslop, Betty Han-Hine, and Jennifer Missenden. Now, that's interesting. Betty Ann Hine scratched from one of the other events. Torrance is Simone Ellis, Belinda Jankowski, Tori Toogood, Emily Elcory and Elisa Berganetti. Glebe Composite in lane 7 with Drummoyne, Carolyn Vernon, Erin Kelly, Anne Skilton, Emma Hutchinson, Catherine Maxwell and Robin Mackney is the coach there. And Dragons in lane 8, Claire Farley, Jenna Gould, Carolyn Connolly, Tracy Capes and Sam Lincoln, who is a Melbourne Cox. And I see that for the first time I think I've read out 2 men's Cox's names.
There we go.
There you go.
Chucked in there. I know it's last time, I think the last time the regatta was here 2 years ago, I ended up being dragged into a Brisbane and GPS 8 as the coxswain, even though I'm probably about 20 kilos too heavy.
But you make up for it in spirit, Stuart.
Just a small human that can fit into a small seat.
That's right, yes.
So they are underway in the women's D Coxed 4s. So you can see our crews on the screen at the moment. Not in fact going down a slant, but certainly moving the boats quite nicely. Oh, now they're going back up the hill.
Well done, John. They're going up the hill now, but it's good to see. And, people will say, oh, well, the Cox was just a little bit overweight. Are all the rowers exactly on the right weight? You know,
Well,
don't
unless
blame
you're
the
a
Cox.
lightweight.
Yeah.
Unless you're a lightweight, it's no.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing. You know, does a good coxswain make up for it if they are, you know, a few kilos over? You know, what are the? I know for something like Head of the Yarra, a good coxswain is so important. But also too in a race, you know, I think it's a really underrated skill in a straight line race to be able to, not because it is a lot harder than it looks, to be able to keep the boat in a straight line for starters, particularly when you've got people dropping in and out. You take one bad stroke, the boat moves around a little bit, but also too making sure that the crew stays motivated throughout the entire thing.
And you mentioned Head of the Yarra, you know, a lot of interstate crews come down for that, and they're constantly looking for Melbourne Coxes who know the river and can steer them in a beautiful course down. But as we now looking at the 500 metre splits coming through, Torrens, Melbourne Composite, Carrum, Glebe, Drummoyne.
Yeah, and then Glebe, Union and Dragons making up our field there. I know for a para crew that I've had for the last couple of Heads of the Yarra, we've borrowed a young lass from Tessa Plant from Corowa Anglican Girls School, and she is we won by 10 seconds one year over the other para crew from the Community Rowing Club, and that was, I think, entirely down to her skill getting us around the course. She just had that little bit more experience, and that helped us hold off what was an amazing, it was a great rate, 10 seconds the entire way down an 8K course, and you go, it comes down to that. It's not coming down to 10 seconds here though. It is Torrens with that lead. Ellis, Yankoviak, Toogood and El Curien Berganetti as the coxswain. Now can the Melbourne, North Shore and Adelaide University composite make a bit of a comeback? We've already seen a few of these women go down the course a number of times today. Are they going to have the legs to try and make up what will be about a boat length between first and second over the last 200 metres? Carrum, they're sitting nicely in their fluoro green in third place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Fourth place at the moment, we've got the Glebe Drummoyne composite. Just a couple of steering issues. Lane number 7, boat might just be a little bit unbalanced. And then to the Dragons Rowing Club in lane number 8, we've got the Pine Rivers, the Glebe composite in lane 3, and then the Pine Rivers composite in lane number 5.
But the entrance is all now as these 3 boats come down to the finishing line.
Yeah, Torrens with that lead. They've led right from the start. They've kept it out to a boat length. And as they come across the line, it will be a win for Torrens Rowing Club from South Australia. They'll walk away with the D Coxed 4s. Second place will go to Melbourne North Shore Adelaide University composite. Third will go to Carrum Rowing Club. They've taken away a few great results throughout this regatta so far. Fourth place will go to the Glebe Drummoyne composite here in lane number 7, just coming up towards the finish line now, keeping an eye out on the bow seat there for the finish. Fifth place will go to the Dragons Rowing Club up in Queensland, with 6 going to the Glebe Union Canterbury composite in lane number 3. And then it looks as though the Pine Rivers composite, Bairnsdale, Essendon and A&A, it looks like they might have just had a few equipment issues coming down the course, so they're just finishing up now.
They are, and but we've had a start in the Men's Masters D double scull. Gold Coast Masters composite with Leichhardt, Richard Medway and Quan Gamaris. St George with Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones. Mawillambar composite with Toowong, David Bellamy and Mark Flower. In lane 4, Leichhardt, Andrew McKenzie and Frank McHugh. Yarra Yarra in lane 5, Nick Inglis and Justin Negri. In lane 6, Lindisfarne, Jonathan Pitt and Phil Hutton. 7, Mersey composite with North Esk, Patrick Bird and Shane Broad. Mossman in lane 8 with Magnus Butlin and Alexander Doig. And in lane 9, Footscray City composite, Tony Sirotic and Jeff Walker from Essendon. So actually Jeff Walker's from Footscray and Tony Sirotic from Essendon. And the leader now there looks to be the Leichhardt crew, I think.
Yarra,
sorry, Yarra Yarra, Inglis and Negri, yes. Excuse me, sorry.
They've got the lead on that one. Lindisfarne sitting in second, Pitt and Hutton. And then back to third, it's anyone's guess. It might be Razors Pashmina because we've got Mersey North Esk, Mossman Rowing Club in there as well. And then over in lane number 1, we've got the Gold Coast Masters Leichhardt composite moving quite nicely, as is the St George crew. So plenty to play for over the last 200 metres or so. Yarra Yarra still with that lead. And now second place, Lindisfarne. They're under pressure. They've only got about a boat length between them and the Mersey Composite. And that Mersey Composite are absolutely motoring. They've upped the stroke rate through the final stages now, and they are starting to make a bit of ground on our crew, as is the crew from Mossman Rowing Club over in lane number 8. So you can see the rates, the pressures. It's all going up. It's 100 or so metres left to go for our leading crew. Nick Inglis, Justin Negri. They've absolutely flown this boat down the course in the heats, and now in the finals, who's going to take the minor placings? It's between Lindisfarne, Mersey Composite and Mossman, all close in together. Yarra Yarra, they're going to go through, take the win in the men's D double sculls. Who's got the second? It's the Mersey Northwest Composite. They've just gotten ahead of Lindisfarne. Lindisfarne hold on for the bronze. Mossman, a great finish, unable unfortunately to go through and take a bronze medal, so they finish in 4th. 5th place will go to the Gold Coast Leichhardt Composite in lane number 1, and then St George in 6th. 7th place will go to Leichhardt Murwillumbah Composite in 8th, and Footscray City and Essendon Composite in 9th place.
Wow, some very exciting finishes there. That was just brilliant. Really good racing. So the next is the Women's Masters A single, and they are off and racing. ANU in lane 1, Brianna Murray. Lane 2, ADF Rowing, is Rachel Cope. Lane 3, Lower Clarence, Candice Jago. Commercial in lane 4 with Christine Taylor. Lane 5, Ballarat City, Ebenwalder. Black Mountain in lane 6, Rosemary Georgeline. In lane 7, Commercial, Mary Wex. In Murray Bridge in lane 8, Victoria Seidel.
So of these rowers, so Brianna Murray for ANU, she rode for the WA in the Queen's Cup at the Australian Rowing Championships down in Tasmania. She's actually a member of the Navy, I believe, the Royal Australian Navy, so recently posted to Canberra, rode for WA in the interstate. And then Rachel Cope for ADF Rowing actually learned how to row at ANU, then went to Adelaide Rowing Club, so she did a couple of years worth of rowing there where she was posted with the Australian Army Band, now based out at Kapuka out near Wagga, and rowing for the ADF Rowing Club. So the ADF Rowing Club set up, it gives all servicemen and women the opportunity to be able to still participate in a rowing club, even if, like Rachel, they're in a place that doesn't have an actual rowing club itself. So those opportunities are there for them.
I've been to a couple of Masters regattas where there was quite a big ADF contingent, and wow, do they know how to set up a tent. Everything is there, and you just go, wow, our taxes at work.
It is absolutely brilliant. When I worked for Rowing ACT, when you had the ADF regatta, you just knew it was going to work.
Oh, yeah.
And the tent was going to go up, and it was going to be done in a certain way. So it's, but certainly out in front of the moment, it is Bree Murray from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. So she's sitting in the lead ahead of Rosemary Georgeline, Candice Jago, Ebony Albenwalder, Christine Taylor sitting in 5th place ahead of Mary Wex, Rachel Cope, and then it's got Rosemary Georgeline in there twice, but definitely don't think that's correct. So we'll wait for the final confirmation on the places there. So we've got the 8 rowers in this one.
So they're missing the Murray Bridge rower down there.
Yes, Victoria Seidel.
Victoria Seidel is not mentioned there.
But she is actually, I think she might actually be in 2nd place. So it's between,
yes,
it's either edge of the course. So
well, actually, I think she's in 1st. I reckon Murray Bridge, Victoria Seidel might well be in 1st place here on lane 8.
So it's a commentator's worst nightmare, because we've got the either side. So we've got lane number 1, Bree Murray, ANU. Lane 8, Murray Bridge, Victoria Seidel. Who is going to go through and take it? And let's just add into that mix there, because it is Ebony Albenwalder from Ballarat City, who is also up there and in with a shot of a medal as well. So they're our 1, 2 and 3 who is going to go through and take the win.
So we've got our bookends going here, and as you say, a commentator's challenge to really keep watching exactly, to look across, and as we're standing in the tower here, people can sneak out from lane 8 and just sneak through. So, but it does look to be now lane 1.
Bree Murray's in the lead. She's got about a boat length, you can see. Oh, it's just hard work coming into the final few strokes here. It's Bree Murray, a boat length ahead of Ebony Elbenwalder, who's moved ahead of Victoria Seidel. That's going to be our 1, our 2, and our 3. So it's a win for Bree Murray from ANU. Second place to Ebony Elbenwalder from Ballarat City Rowing Club. Third to Victoria Seidel from the Murray Bridge Rowing Club. Fourth place will go to Christine Taylor from Commercial in a very nice purple boat there. And then fifth place will go to Candice Jago from Lower Clarence. Sixth place will go to Rachel Cope from ADF Rowing. Seventh will go to Lane 7, Mary Wex from Commercial Rowing Club, with Rosemary Georgelin from Black Mountain Rowing Club in the Red Shed boat, and she'll come through in 8th place.
Very interesting how boats have different colours, and I know some of the school rowing is spectacular, but there's a nice little purple boat standing over there too, but rather not looking at boats, looking at rowers, lightweight women's masters A single, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, coached by Andrew Parry, Black Mountain, Jane Clues, Leichhardt in lane 5, Wendy Miller, in lane 6, ANA, Renee Brovelli, and ADF Rowing again, Sarah Leon in lane 7. Now, did they all start? Yes, they did. We've got 5 rowers there, and it looks we might have had a bit of a problem with the Shoalhaven rower. She's well out the back there, but the other ones, the ADF rower Sarah Leone, doing a great job there beside the Black Mountain rower of Jane Clues.
So we talk about rowers rowing up a bit. Jane Clues, I think, is C or D nominally. So she is rowing in the A lightweight single sculls and absolutely motoring that boat down the course at the moment. So it's, and then I wouldn't necessarily count out Wendy Miller there from Leichhardt Rowing Club as well. So they're our 1, 2 and 3. They do look to be sitting nicely in those medal positions. What order though? We're just seeing Sarah Leon from ADF Rowing just getting a little bit closer to the boys than perhaps one would like, particularly in a scull. You just don't want to get too close. You don't want to knock it over and potentially find yourself having to balance and not fall in. But that's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Jane Clues, she might just be losing a bit of ground now. Here comes Wendy Miller from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and I suspect she might have even got herself, well, not quite in the lead, because Sarah Leon from ADF Rowing is still moving the boat quickly, even though she is in amongst the boys at the moment. Then ANA's Renee Bravelli sitting in 4th place, and as you say, Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven Rowing Club just a bit off the pace at the moment into the final stages. So it's Sarah Leon from ADF Rowing leading Wendy Miller from Leichhardt, Jane Clues from Black Mountain. She's already gone down the course a number of times so far today, and just losing a little bit of speed towards the end there. So it is going to be a win for the ADF Rowing Club. Sarah Leon in the women's lightweight A single sculls taking the W. She'll finish Clearwater ahead of Wendy Miller from Leichhardt. Black Mountain's Jane Clues. She'll go home with the bronze. 4th place going to Renee Bravelli from ANA Rowing Club, and 5th to Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven.
Some very good rowing there from our A's, lightweights, and if they're not a lightweight, what do you call them? To distinguish. So it's a bit difficult. But it's interesting, your terminology, rowing up. In my mind, you're actually rowing down. If you're a D and you row a C, to me, you're rowing down. So it's perception.
Well, I am
perception.
from Queensland, so we do things a little differently.
Well, I do apologise for that. I had forgotten that. I'm sorry about that. But as we're rounding out there, we see Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven rounding out this lightweight women's Masters A single scull. Masters A4, Torrens Composite, Nepean Composite, and University of New South Wales. So they're still just attaching there. So a bit of time now before we start. I think our boat race officials have got us running back on time now. No, we're still about 5 minutes behind. But they do a great job trying to get us all away on time. So well done to all of them. In the Torrens Composite, we've got Alistair Walsh, Christopher Morgan, Damien DeLeek, and Thomas Lubinas from Adelaide University in Sydney. In the Nepean Composite with Newcastle, Ben Homer, Jack Hanley, Daniel Waddell, and Jason Waddell. And University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday, and Andrew McEncrow. So, is this the battle of the brothers?
I think it might be Daniel Waddell, Jason Waddell, both very talented rowers, and I think one was involved in the. I'll look that up just while we're waiting for the start, but I'm fairly certain one was in the Penrith Cup crew. One was in the Penrith Cup crew at the Australian Rowing Championships for New South Wales. So we are now underway. So just the three crews. So it's Torrens, Adelaide University and Sydney, Nepean and Newcastle, and then the University of New South Wales. And not a lot to pick between the three crews as through the early stages. You can see there the pressure they're putting down. The men's, the A category. So that is 27 to 34 from memory, to 35. So some fair old young'uns, and I think not next year, but the year after, there'll be people born in the year 2000 that are eligible for Masters.
That's just a little scary, a little scary. But this Ben Homer crew with Jack Handley, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, is that the same crew that just came down an hour ago?
Very, very close.
I'm surprised, wow. These athletes that do such a quick turnaround, I'm very, very impressed with them all.
So Jason Waddell was part of that New South Wales interstate crew on in the Penrith Cup.
Right.
At the Australian Rowing Championships.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, amazing. But as we look down now, the three boats there, not a lot between them, as you would expect. Then, when we look at the screen, you can see that one is clearly ahead, and that's the Torrens Composite of Walsh, Morgan, DeLeek and Lubinas. And again, apologies if any surnames are pronounced incorrectly. We do our best up here, and it can be a challenge for us. But as they come through the 500, it's Torrens Composite, University of New South Wales and Nepean Newcastle, who are in first, second and third place. But only 6 seconds separating all of them. Not a lot. They've still got half the course to go, half the race to be run. So they're heading down now, but it is that Torrens Composite with quite a commanding lead. But the move now from University of New South Wales, I think they're probably going to run out of river to catch Torrens, all things being equal. But Nepean is now actually challenging University of New South Wales for the silver. There is only the gold and silver in this event because there are just the three of them in the race. But Nepean Composite now really challenging that University of New South Wales. They're really putting their foot down. I think maybe someone with a loud voice has given them a bit of a, come on, hurry up. But Torrens Composite of Walsh, Morgan, DeLeek and Lubinas have got a commanding lead, but the race is really on with the Nepean Composite and the University of New South Wales.
I think we're going to have a bow ball to bow ball. It's going to be on the surge or not far off it. It is at the moment though. Torrens Composite with that lead, and they're going to go through and take the win. Nepean and Newcastle, well, Jason Waddell was part of a crew that won bronze in the Penrith Cup at the Interstate Regatta, and you can see there the power that they've been able to put down over that last 250 metres. Torrens Composite, they take the win. Second place by half a boat length will be the Nepean and Newcastle Composite, with the University of New South Wales finishing in third place. So out of the two sets of brothers, it was the Waddells getting up over the Lazaroos.
Well, you know, it's so impressive when you can look across at these two crews and see them physically and mentally going, I'm not letting this go. I'm just going to keep going. And I'm, very impressed with all of that. But now I'm going to be impressed with the Men's Masters A Coxed 4. Toowong, Jason Price, Cameron Stewart, Scott Warren and Timothy McMenamin. Grace Bentley is coxing those. The Carrum Composite with Jason Dolbell from Ulverston, Blair Baggett from Banks, Stuart Gilbert from Carrum and Drew Holman from Carrot with Claire Gregg the Cox, and ADF with Cam Hardy, Ben Lim, Mitchell Herring Caspel, Ben Page and Sarah Daverin.
So again, we're seeing, well, it's a bit of a rowing ACT thing in the ADF crew. So Ben Page was a former member of the rowing ACT board. So he did that for about 4 years or so, I think. Even though he's only a young fellow, he got straight into it, rowed out of Marist College, Canberra, and then into the Australian Defence Force Academy and now ADF rowing.
Wow.
So he's gone through the whole gauntlet.
He's run the gamut, he really has. So isn't that fantastic that you can get young people involved in the administration? The comments I hear quite often are, oh, it's run by old white people, why don't we have any diversity? Well, instead of complaining, put your hand up and do the job. There's no point in whinging if you're not prepared to volunteer as all of these people do. But at the halfway mark, it's Toowong coming through very nicely with Price, Stewart, Warren, McNenaman and Grace Bentley, followed by the Carrum Composite, which really is Carrum, Banks, Ulverston, Dolbell, Baggett, Gilbert, Holman and Claire Gregg, and the ADF rowing with Hardy, Lim, Harrings, Caspel, Page and Daverin.
And it really is, it's just to touch on that topic, I mean, one of the things that I think ACT has done really, really well is that there's nearly always a 50-50 or close to it, because there's 9 on the board. So it's close to a 50-50 split, males and females. We've got Kat Ross on the board now, former world champion in the para category. So it's great to have an athlete with a disability that's on the board to sort of advocate for those of us with impairments. But also too with the boat race officials, I think we've got the best gender equality out of our boat race officials, and also amongst the youngest. So it's putting your hand up, but also making sure that there is a space where people feel welcome and where they want to keep coming back.
Yes, yeah, and it is good. Canberra, I think it's interesting to know whether in a smaller community like Canberra it's easier to do that, or in the bigger New South Wales it's not. But looking at the rowing, that's what we should be looking at, Stuart.
We are looking at the rowing, and it is Toowong Rowing Club, Price, Stewart, Warren, McMenamin and Bentley, who are well and truly out in front at the moment. They're making that boat, they're making it look easy, which is always what I think is the great indicator of a great rowing crew. Toowong with the win and the gold medal in the men's A Coxed 4s. Second place will go to the Carrum Banks Ulverston Composite. They'll take the silver, with ADF rowing finishing in third place and finishing just out of the places there.
Well, that's right. They've got some exceptional rowing going on there, these A4s. So all of them over 27, and some of them well over 27, let me tell you. And again, it's a numbers game. You can see in the age category, there's not a lot of competition. So if you are a really good B or a C crew, you think, well, hang on, why don't I give myself another row in the A's? Who knows what will happen? And so that can be really interesting. Also interesting is this J single scull, Corio Bay, Peter Benson, and the lightweight J's, Riverside, Paul Gunson, Drummoyne, Graham Warren, and Melbourne, Ray Young. And I know I was talking to Ray Young not long ago, and he said, I've been losing weight. He said, I'm trying to put weight on. And he's still rowing a lightweight boat, going very, very well. So Peter Benson from Corio, a perennial rower there. All of these guys, 80 and above. Paul Gunson, Graham Wern and Ray Young, all out there giving it a go. And wow, I've got a few years yet before I get there, but I hope that I will have not only the ability, but the will to want to get out there in a single scull. It can be very daunting being alone out there. You've got no one to blame. That's the problem. No one to blame. And so it's good on these guys for getting out there.
So it is the J single sculler Peter Benson from Corio Bay who has the lead in the race. He is the only entrant in the J single scull, and then in the lightweight J single sculls, Paul Gunson from Riverside Rowing Club has the lead ahead of Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Ray Young from Melbourne Rowing Club. So the J's 80 plus, and it is Peter Benson from Corio Bay with the lead in the overall race, but we are going to have the 2 gold medalists.
Yes, so 2 gold medalists and 1 silver medalist. And interesting that Peter Benson is leading the field there, but Paul Gunson just moving up on him, Graham Wern and Ray Young. But I always think at this age, in this age category, I should say, this age category, sometimes maybe you may go out a little too fast and, eat all your cookies too soon.
I don't think it's just this age category. I think it's rowers all over.
Rowers all over have the same problem.
The fly and die.
No, I like that, splash and dash. But yes, the fly and die, and I know I have done that in a race, and can be quite embarrassing actually, because you get to 500 and you go, I just can't keep going.
It's like in the Melbourne Cup when you see that 100 to 1 horse that leads the first time they go past the finishing post.
Yes, and you go, that's my man. And no, he's not. So
Peter Benson from Corio Bay still with the overall race lead. He will go home with the gold if he gets down to the end of the course. Here's the buzzer. Sitting in behind him, Paul Gunson from Riverside Rowing Club in second place ahead of Drummoyne's Graham Wern and Ray Young from Melbourne Rowing Club.
That's right. And they're coming down now. And Paul Gunson is just moving up now on Peter Benson. He's not letting him have it all his own way.
So we've just been, so it looks like Paul Gunson from Riverside. Our apologies for this one. We had Peter Benson listed as lane 3, but it looks like he's not in lane 3. So the win has actually gone through to Paul Gunson from Riverside Rowing Club. He finished a bit over half a boat length ahead of Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club. So it was a real neck and neck battle the entire way down the course. And then Ray Young from Melbourne Rowing Club will finish the lightweight J single scull in third place. And then Peter Benson from Corio Bay. So he has a number 3 bow number, but he's sitting in lane number 7. So that was the issue that we had there. So our apologies for that one, but confirmation of the results in the men's lightweight J singles. Paul Gunson, Riverside, taking the gold. Graham Wern from Drummoyne with the silver. Ray Young finishing in third. And then Peter Benson from Corio Bay winning the men's J single sculls.
And that concludes some racing. And the way we know that is you can see as you look down the course, the umpires' boats coming in. Time for the umpires to have a break, have something to eat. The commentators will have a drink and a throat lozenge. The surfies, we haven't said thank you to the surfies that are coming in now. Out there hoping that they have nothing to do. That's what we really hope for a surfie. We hope that you get bored, absolutely boring out there. but everyone will now be coming off the water, having a short break, and we will see you when racing commences. A good opportunity for you to go and look at all our sponsors and suppliers.
rain this morning. If anything, things have calmed down. Sitting up here, looking down the course, it is just glass. I know in an earlier race that I had, we had a pretty severe headwind at one stage halfway down the course. But let's look for the excitement that's coming this afternoon. To start off, will be race 62, which is the Women's Masters Champion Club 8. There are 2 heats. The first 4 through will go to the final. Over in lane 2 from Canberra. They're just pulling into the pontoons at the moment, but because they're 8s, I'll run through the roll call now. In lane 2 from Canberra, Anne Charlton, Kathy Finlay, Jenny Harbour, Susan Lineker, Judy Walsh, Ruth Martin, Gillian College and Jenny Corrie, coxed by Bernie Lodwick. Lane 3 from Toowong, Michelle Loveday, Janelle Filkin, Heather Warren, Lynette Brown, Christine Gilbert, Marion Elliott, Daniela Anderson, Georgina Townsend and Grace Bentley as the cox. In lane 4 from North Shore, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and they are coxed by Jane Kavanagh and coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 5 from Black Mountain, Yvonne Pearls, Ute Wegener, Vicky Newman, Jeanette Gasson, Jenny Simmons, Leslie Hodgson, Tracy Fennick, Colleen Chapman, they're coxed by Kathy Nash. In lane 6 from Carrum, Mary Hunter, Anthea Amos, Sally Shepherdson, Karen O'Shaughnessy, Cindy Plowman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Elizabeth Ritchie, Sarah Haywood, and they're coxed by Jessica Cuddy. In lane 7 from Commercial in Queensland, Kim Rogers, Louise Street, Sane Wayne Fay, Kathy Baxter, Samantha Donaldson, Kylie Parker, Christine Taylor, Andrea Painter, and they're coxed by Lauren Robinson. And in lane 8 from Mossman, Jem Lambert, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross, Lucy Stackpole Moore, Sarah Ahern, Alexandra Waldine, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman, and they're coxed by Joe Bernard and coached by James Taylor. And I can't see I'm just looking to see if the yellow 2-minute light is on yet. I don't see it, but my eyesight is not the greatest. What do you reckon, Rob?
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session. I'm not sure that there's a crew just coming around the end of the pontoon, whether they are supposed to be included in this race, Mark, but the rest of the crew certainly look to be in place. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see. Apparently there's a few technical issues up on that stand. I can see the red light is on, but there's been some problems up there, as I said, technical in relation to the start. So we'll just lined up and ready to go.
Having raced this morning 4 times, Rob, what they're doing is they're stacking the crews ready to go around the pontoon as the next race is starting. So a little bit tricky to know, but it looks like they held on to the pontoon at the moment.
We've got a little way to go because it's not quite. We're looking right on the start line now. The start cam, I suppose you could call that, Mark, and certainly a bit quite. The 7 looks like it's just going to come back a little bit, but otherwise they look like we're ready to go.
So it looks like they're ready to start. There's just a bit of slight movement there as a couple of crews are trying to get a little bit straighter than they think they might be. Always tricky with the 8s. The volunteers down there doing the boat holding, doing a fantastic job. They're all representing Glebe Rowing Club today. As mentioned earlier in the day, there's a shortage of volunteers, so anybody with a bit of time, please put your hand up and come and help out. So, oops. Oh, it's a handicapped race. So the crew from Canberra over on the far side is an I crew. So they've just started. They'll be followed down by 3 F crews over in lane 3, 4 and 5. That's Toowong, North Shore and Black Mountain. And then the 2 crews in lane 6 and 7 are E. So that's Carrum and Commercial. And the final crew closest to the grandstand is a C crew, and they'll be starting off 50 seconds. So the I crew had a 36-second lead over the F crews, which have just started now. And then a further, so it's 42 seconds from go for the E crews and 50 seconds from go for the C crew over on this side. So very hard to tell. We won't really know until they get closer to the finish. As Kim Mackney has always wisely said, if the handicaps are right, we should have everyone crossing the finish line at the same time.
And it does, it's a quality crew in that, Canberra crew, and as you can see, that using that 36 seconds to their advantage, and we'll wait to see. It'll be interesting, Mark, seeing them go through the 500 metre mark to see how much of that lead the others have bitten into.
It does, they're certainly catching them up, though. It does seem to be the North Shore crew out in the middle. Not unexpected looking at some of the names in that boat. That's the boat stroked by Nikki Blackwell and coxed by Jane Kavanagh. They seem to be reeling them in, but as we would expect, over the side the C crew from Mossman is making up good ground, as are the E crews. So that's lanes 6 and 7, the 2 inside from this side. So that Canberra I crew are holding their ground so far as they've come through the 500 metre mark. They've probably got 4 or 5 lengths over the rest of the field. We can see the North Shore crew about just over a canvas ahead of the Toowong crew over on the far side. Then closer to us, Commercial are powering through, as are the Mossman C crew. So it's going to be in the last part of this race that the podium finishes will be determined.
Mark, that crew coming through in second place, North Shore, has made up 18 seconds on that of that handicap, so they're closing in fast.
Yeah. And absolutely perfect conditions. It's flat water out there. They're about 300 metres out at the moment. The North Shore crew is making up ground, as are the crews closer to the grandstand. So just inside the outside crew is Commercial in lane 7. They are doing a big push through, as are Mossman, the C crew. Then out in the middle there, yes, we have the North Shore crew still pushing pretty hard. Black Mountain have fallen back. Carrum trying to catch up to the rest of the field, but will they be able to? And don't discount Toowong over on the far side in between the I crew from Canberra and the North Shore crew. But now we're seeing the big push through coming from Commercial, who are E, and they had an 8-second handicap over Mossman, the C crew, closest to the grandstand, who are doing a big surge through. It looks like they might be able to just get through. Remember, it's the first 4 through to the final, but this is going to be a very close finish. So at the moment, the I crew over on the far side is just holding them off, but I think they're going to be taken in the last 20 or 30 metres. Yes, it's the Mossman crew closest to us, then the North Shore crew over the far side, then probably a photo for the Canberra. Is that Canberra? The Commercial. And I just lost track of it there, looking out the window and looking at the screen. Sorry about that, but here we have it's come up on screen. So it's Mossman, North Shore, Canberra and Commercial. Those will be the first 4 crews through. Black Mountain and Carrum, and we've just got a bit of a technical issue there. We're showing 2 Black Mountains, but Rob was looking out the window, I think.
Yeah, so the places I took them across the line were Mosson first, North Shore second, Commercial third, Canberra fourth, Twong fifth, Carrum sixth, and Black Mountain seventh. So we'll see if that if the scorers agree with my visuals on that one. But we move up to the start for race 63, heat number 2 of the Women's Masters Club Champion 8. Once again, the progression is first forward of the final and the rest eliminated. We have in lane 2 Perth, so it's a G crew and off go. Barry, Chapman, Foster, Fennell, Grant, Cato, Kennedy, Cornwall, and Huxtable is there. Craig Huxtable is their Cox, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 3, North Shore, Karen Samet, Karen Knowles, Mary Walsh, Catherine Sainty, Helen Byrne, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass, and Jennifer Pollock is their coxswain, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4, Melbourne University, Josephine Bant, Kate Barnett, Pamela Whiting, Lucinda Gannon, Carolyn Carr, Jennifer Bingham, Georgina Costello, Ingrid Just, and Elisa Fides. And we've got the first crew off, so we'll just go a quick roll call. Corio Bay, Torrens, and Dragons. And those, Corio Bay's an E and off 14 seconds, Torrens off 18 seconds, a D crew, and Dragons off 18. And as we see them setting off now, and that Perth crew has not quite near the as much handicap as they did in the previous race. So this is going to be a lot closer, a lot earlier. But we've got all crews away now and setting down the course. And we're just watching now the Dragons crew, and they are there in the Torrens of D. And already the Torrens crew has pulled a little bit of a jump on that D crew. The Corio Bay crew about 4 seconds. Well, the Torrens crew has already pulled back some of that lead as well. And we just saw the Torrens crew, I think they were in an E or an F Cox 4, and I'd suggest some of these participants were in that race, and certainly a very strong race they put in. And as we look across, it does look like the Perth crew still holding on to a slight advantage over North Shore and then Melbourne University, and then it's back to the chasing pack. But once again, with about 6 or 8 seconds, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we come across that 500 metres. But certainly now evening up across the field, and it's got a bit of a line happening with just the Dragons crew really not quite going with the pace of the race at this stage. But as we just about to go through the 500 metre mark, and from our vantage point, that 8 seconds that Perth had took into the handicap they had at the start has largely been erased now, and between the North Shore and the Melbourne University crew. Now these are an E and F crew, so that Melbourne University crew is absolutely motoring. They've overtaken North Shore now, and they will go through the 500 metre mark with an advantage over the rest of the crews. It does look like it will be, the Melbourne University first, Perth, North Shore, Torrens, Corio Bay, and just a little bit back to the Dragons crew over in lane 7. So the race certainly on at the front, 0.2 of a second between Melbourne University and Perth, and a little 1.3 seconds back to North Shore. And as we come into vision now, it certainly is that Melbourne University crew pouring it on. However, the speed is all about Torrens Rowing Club at the moment, and they are coming home like the proverbial train, and really making some great inroads into this lead established early by the Melbourne University crew. And it does look like, about 250 odd metres out, that they are going into the lead. And dragging along with them is the Corio Bay, very experienced Corio Bay crew of Pam Westendorf, Nick White, Tanya Sutherland, Meredith Williams, Nisha Hall Sullivan, Jandy Watts, Karen Patton, and Justin Tonna Joyce and Caitlin Murphy's their coxswains. Certainly the race is on. So Melbourne Uni has kicked again. Over in the far side, it's Perth, who look like they've got the better of North Shore at this point of time. So they've just had a bit of a stage, a bit of a comeback. They've had to work pretty hard because they gave 8 seconds to that North Shore crew. But it is the Torrens crew now who are looking pretty comfortable as they come down towards the line. Still nothing in it between them and the Melbourne University, but certainly all the boat speed at the moment is with this Torrens crew as they come down towards the line. They've probably just just taking the time now, cruising a little bit, but the Melbourne University crew is coming through second. It's going to be absolutely tight for this third and fourth positions and the other two places into the final, but it is the Torrens crew crossing the line to take first. It will be Melbourne University second. It will be the Corio Bay crew taking one of those places. There's nothing in it as they come to the line, and it will be Perth getting that last spot into the final just ahead of North Shore, and then a little bit further back to Dragons. So well done, Torrens and Torrens, Corio Bay, Melbourne University and Perth advancing through to the final.
So next up we have the Mixed Masters A and B Coxed 4. Over in lane 4 from Carrum. So there's only 2 boats in the race, and it is handicapped. We have a C crew and an A crew. From Carrum in lane 4, that's a one on the far side, Angelique Everett, Stuart Gilbert, Drew Holman, Jackie Deeble, and coxed by Claire Gregg and coached by Drew Holman. And 1 second handicap behind them, an A crew, which is ADF Rowing, Cam Hardy, Ben Page, Rachel Cope, and Judith Uys, and coxed by Sarah Leon.
But Mark, we don't want to get too excited because that race is not until 3 o'clock.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We've got a little bit to wait. But while we do that, I've got a couple of announcements. So Rowing New South Wales would like to extend our gratitude to the sponsors and partners who have helped make the 2024-2025 season such a success. Bentley's our major event sponsor, Quest Penrith, our official accommodation partner, the Regatta Shop, our official event clothing partner, V Insurance, Penrith City Council, Pontoon, Web Urban, and Race Clocker. And of course, Bont Rowing, proud new sponsor of our Bont boat race officials. Thank you to all those sponsors, and major and minor, and once again, a number of these sponsors plus the other suppliers are in the boat park, and certainly for all things boats and bits. If you head down to the apron in front of the boat sheds, you'll see that we've got a range of suppliers down there from boats and parts and oars. The Croker crew have managed to escape the floods and get down here, which is great to see, and a great effort by them. Up in the concourse outside the canteen sort of area, shop area, you'll find the clothing and other accessories. So make the most of these, get in early as the crowds build up over the next couple of days. Some of these bits and pieces will be, particularly in the clothing, will be a little bit more less selection to be had, so make the most of it today. Just associated with the Australian Masters Rowing Championships at Sydney International Regatta Centre, we have a couple of other events that are happening. In particular, we'd invite you to come and discover the rich culinary landscape of the Penrith and Blue Mountains region at AMRC 25. Join us at the Lakeside Restaurant on the evening of Saturday, May 31, and experience the Flavour Trail, an artisanal showcase of locally produced food and drink. It's the perfect way to unwind after a big day of racing. Try Robert Oatley wines, Free Cuts gin from Turner Stillhouse, Reservoirs whiskey, and more. For tickets, you can head to go to the event site, but events.humanitics.com, Flavour Trail Lakeside. Or if you're unsure, just come and ask somebody either at the medal presentation area or in the tower, And I don't know about you, Mark, but I'll certainly be indulging in some of that Robert Oatley wines and Three Cuts gin, and maybe even the Reservoirs whiskey. Sounds like too good an event to miss.
All together, Rob, or one after the other?
I think we start with one and the other two are chasers, but I'm sure we need time to savour everything in that experience. And I understand it is going to be quite an event, that flavour trail. So if you're around, it's a good way to celebrate, after the big races in the morning, and as we head into the last day of racing. What a great way to celebrate your time at the course and in these championships.
Yeah, no, it looks to be a fantastic offering, and at the nationals, wherever we are, the Saturday night is always a fun night. Meet the travellers, meet the locals.
Yeah, certainly, and that's certainly the case. And the great thing about this venue is that we do have access to the lakeside restaurant there, and certainly Vince and crew put on a great spread. So looking forward to that one. And Mark, I see that the crews are coming around onto the start there, and it looks like we've got, that does look like to be the Australian Defence Forces rowing club crew, and they're certainly making their way there. It's just them and the Carrum crew, so it's going to be a ding-dong battle here.
Yeah, and it's a handicap race, so the Carrum crew, as I mentioned earlier, is a C crew, and the ADF rowing is an A crew. It's only 1 second difference in this. This is the AB Coxed 4 mixed. So I'm not overly familiar with it, Rob, but I was quite surprised to hear that we have mixed 4 racing. It seems to have been something that's come through quite recently, or am I just a little bit out of touch?
No, I think it's been around for a while. I think what we don't, probably at a state level, we don't see too much of it, Mark. It's only when you come to these nationals, and of course at state level now, particularly in New South Wales, I'm not sure about the other states, any mixed racing, it doesn't have a handicaps don't apply, so it's like open racing. So it's probably only really when you come to the nationals that you're going to see these particular races.
So it's due to start in about 4 minutes, so we'll just hold off until they are ready to go, although the starter may start them early. They're both, it's only 2 boats and they're both hooked into the pontoon. So we're just watching on screen. We can't see the yellow light today, whether it's functioning or not, or it's just our poor eyesight or the general lighting. But the crews down on the start line look like they're sitting up, ready to start. So this is the Mixed Masters AB Coxed 4. The crew closest to us, ADF Rowing, has a stern cox, and they're off. So the 1 second handicap looked a little bit longer than the second to me. It might have just been a reaction time. So the video we get these today is just fantastic. We've seen there, probably the video is mounted on a 1,000-metre hut down the start there. Looking a little bit messy. They're just struggling there, the ADF crew. They're potentially relatively novice. Just looking at some of the style there. Will they be able to catch that Karam crew who look far more polished and pulling away from the ADF crew? Perfect conditions. So I think you never call a race this early in, but I think Karam have comfortably got this, even though they they went off go, so they're slightly older. The difference between A and C is about 7 years in the handicap. So B is, well, that's interesting. Yeah, the C crew, so it's an A-B race, so the C crew must be rowing down. So they're going off as if they're a B crew. That's why the handicap is so narrow. My apologies for my oxygen-deprived brain. It's been slow to function this afternoon after a few races this morning. And it was some very exciting racing that I was involved in, and I'm sure there's, I've heard stories of all the other close races that have been happening today as well. But as they came through the 500-metre mark there, the Karam crew of Angelique Everett, Stuart Gilbert, Drew Holman and Jackie Deeble, coxed by Claire Gregg, coached by Drew Holman, are extending their lead well over the ADF rowing crew of Cam Hardy, Ben Page, Rachel Cope and Judith Uys, coxed by Sarah Leon. So they're just about 300 metres out now. Karam putting on a little bit of a masterclass of how to do it there. Looks like they've just upped their rating a little bit. They're into the last 250 metres now. So although they don't really have much opposition, they are racing against the clock. They've come all the way from, where's Karam? Victoria. So making sure they make the effort worth it. Putting on a very strong finish there as they come up to the finish line. So they're now just about to hit the 100-metre, boys.
I think you'd be sitting at the back of that boat going, mate, we're a long way in front. I'm not sure we have to lift the rating this much as you come down towards the line. And
this is what we want to see, though, Rob.
This is what we want to
competitive
see.
Spirit.
And there's such a distinctive Zudi they've got, and certainly no guessing who it is as they come down towards.
So very nice. They've just crossed the line in 3 minutes 39.82. And there's nearly 100 metres back to the ADF crew, who are just about to cross the line now. And well done to all our competitors.
And moving right along, we're moving up to the start for race 66, the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 1. And in lane 1, we have Essendon's Tim Jasevowicz and Christine Kamala. In lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club, Cecile Ferrer and Kenneth Major. In lane 3, Ulverston Composite, Jonathan Pitt from Lindisfarne and Sandra Wilson from Ulverston Rowing Club. Lane 4, Noosa Rowing Clubs, Susie Orty and Tim Moran. Lane 5, Cairns, Peter Thorin and Kylie Pedder. In lane 6, Union Composite, the Union Canterbury Bairnsdale Composite of Joe Campbell from Bairnsdale Rowing Club and Stuart Wade from Union Rowing Club. In lane 7, Phoenix Composite of David Hughes and Tony Milne. And in lane 8, the Yarra Yarra crew of Andrew Gray and Kathy Sagaris, and they're away. And these are all E, so there's no handicaps to be applied to this event. And certainly the action off the start, very fast and frantic. We're getting from the starting towers view, and they have covered about 150 odd metres, and it looks to be a very even start from where we sit and what we can see at this point in time. So looking across there, great to see 8 lanes, and this is the first division of this Masters E double scull. As we look across there, it does look like those crews in the middle of the field now, the Glebe, Ulverston Composite, Noosa, Cairns, they're all faring very well at the moment, but until we get down to that 500 metre mark, we'll just wait and see what the gaps look like.
It looks very close to me, Rob, just from my naked eye looking out the window. It looks to be virtually a straight line across the field. And I know Kenny Major and Cecile Fair don't like to not place, if not win. And I'm sure every other crew in the field has exactly the same idea in mind.
Yeah, so as we come down towards that 500 metre mark, as we say, that looking like a great line across the field. It does look like the Glebe crew might have stepped out a little bit, got a little bit of an advantage over the crew just inside of the Ulverston Composite and the Noosa Composite crew. And Noosa crews coming down to the 500 metre marks, where, yeah, we're looking across there now, and it does appear that the Glebe crew is right up there, and it looks like, wait until we go
I think that's Essendon, Rob.
Oh, it's Essendon, is it?
Yeah,
Oh, it is
yeah,
at Essendon, right over in lane 1. It was a bit deceptive on that colours, but it certainly is the Josephowitz and Camilla crew going through with nearly 2 lengths advantage over Glebe, then Ulverston and Noosa. So we got that pretty right through the middle of the field there, but it is Essendon right over there in lane 1, and they're looking very polished as they come down for about 400 metres to go. Back over this side, it does look, it's like very easy, even between 5, 6 and 7 and 8. That's Cairns, Union Composite, Phoenix Composite and Yarra, and they certainly are right in it. But remembering because this is a mixed crew, these are in divisions, so there is no heats and finals involved in these races. But really extremely hard to tell from here, and as we saw when they went through that 500 metre mark, there was the margins were 0.6, 0.8, 0.8, 0.75 between Ulverston, Noosa, Cairns, Yarra and Phoenix. So extremely close as they went through there, but looking like no trouble at all for the combination from Essendon. A bit of a challenge being thrown out by that Ulverston Composite though. They've got a little bit of pace, as have the Cairns crew over in lane 5 by the look of it. And certainly as they coming down the lines, just the rating coming off just a fraction in that Essendon crew. They have got pretty well covered. They've extended their lead that they took across that 500 metre mark. And it is the Ulverston Composite now who have overtaken Glebe, and they certainly are looking good for second place. The race is going to be on between Glebe and it looks like Cairns to see who places, takes out that 3rd place. Glebe at the moment making a bit of a comeback here. It doesn't look like the Cairns crew will have enough to bridge that gap, so it will be the Essendon crew going across in 1st place. It will be followed by Ulverston Composite, the Glebe crew coming through. It'll be very tight between Cairns and Yarra, and once again very tight between Union, Phoenix, and last across the line was Noosa. That time was 3:47, so a very snappy time for a mixed E double scull.
A very exciting race, very close as they all came down to the finish. It could have been anyone's in that last 250 metres. We move on to Division 2 of the Mixed Masters E double. There are 3. Just doing a quick count here. There are 4 divisions in the Mixed Masters E double, so it's a popular age group. Over in lane 1 from Noosa, Joe Emerson and Gil Hosier. In lane 2 from Adelaide, sorry, I'm confusing myself. There's Adelaide and Adelaide University Composite, Kate Holland and Andrew Tideman. Lane 3 from Mersey, Alison Kirkwood and Shane Broad. Lane 4 from Goolwa, Libby Thornton and Gavin Hewitt. Lane 5 from Tablelands, Doug Rolfe, and from Sunshine Coast, Christy Nash. Lane 6 from Glebe, Kim Macney and Elizabeth Dorian. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Andrew McKenzie and Susan Huggett. And in lane 8 from Toowong, Christine Gilbert and David Bellamy.
And Mark, I see that the Leichhardt crew has been scratched. The Mackenzie Huggett combination has scratched, so that lane is empty. And great to see how many. I'm just going through how many divisions of this race there are. There's something like 30 odd competitors for this mixed E double scull. That's great, great entries, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And I think what we're seeing also, Rob, as I keep saying, I think there are more and more women rowing at the moment. I think in our club they certainly seem to outnumber the men. And the real drive for the mixed races comes from the women. The men sort of go, okay, and we jump in the boat and away we go. But it's a lot of fun, these mixed races. As they come down, they're coming up to the, they're probably about 100 metres out from the 500 metre mark at the moment. And looking down the course, it looks to be the Mersey crew of Alison Kirkwood and Shane Broad who have a slight lead. And then just inside them, Christy Nash and Doug Rolfe for the Tablelands composite, but I'm certainly putting my neck out by calling that at this stage because it can be anyone's. Don't discount the Toowong crew too closest to us as well, with the vacant lane where the Leichhardt crew should have been between them and Kim Macney and Elizabeth Dorian. Kim has raced every year, I think, for the last 57 years, continuous racing. So although he knows he's not necessarily going to win, he wants to keep that record going. Quite amazing when you consider it. Perfect example of Masters rowing. Now it does seem to be, as they came in the lead, it was the Mersey crew who had a lead over Noosa, and about 5 seconds back to the Tablelands Sunshine Coast composite, and hot on their heels was the crew from Adelaide. Behind them, Toowong, then Glebe and Goolwa. So as they're coming up to the last 250 metres, they're very strong finish he's been put on here by the Alison Kirkwood and Shane Broad from Mersey over there in the dark blue and I think lime green zooty, but hard to see in this light. And they are working hard to hold off the crew over there in lane 1, Joe Emerson and Gil Hosier from Noosa. And then on this side of them, well, again, the Toowong crew looks to be making a comeback, but as they came through the 500, they weren't quite there. But it is the Tablelands composite battling it out for 4th place or for 3rd place with the Adelaide composite, who have just upped their rating and they're really pushing hard to do what they can to try and reel in the Noosa crew over on the far side there. So they've managed to pull away from Tablelands composite and Toowong on the near side. But as they come into the last 50 metres or so, it is the Mersey crew of Alison Kirkwood and Shane Broad will come in as the gold medalists. Over on the far side, they'll be followed across by Joe Emerson and Gil Hosier from Noosa, and then the Adelaide composite of Kate Holland and Andrew Tideman. They're going to be followed across a bit of a distance back by the Tablelands composite, then closest to us Toowong, who just finished rowing slightly before the finish line there. Obviously they'd put everything into it. Then further out in the field there, over in lane 4, we have Goolwa, and they'll be followed across by Kim Macney, giving us a masterclass in how to get absolute maximum boat run out of every stroke.
And Mark it closes that one out, and we're moving up to race 68 of the Mixed Masters E Double Scull Division 3. And in lane 1 we have Glebe's
Catherine Maxwell and Parry Mataris. In lane 2, Gulwar Composites, Michael Wilson and Kate Tebniff. In lane 3, Lake Macquarie's Jane Ferguson Palmer and Robert Wallace. In lane 4, A&A Composite, Bo Tang and Sandra Clark. Lane 5, Windery Ballarat, Tracy Robinson and John Irwin. Lane 6, Northwest Composite, Gina Anderson and Robert Wrigley. In lane 7, Murwillumbah's Thames and Brew and Anthony G. And in lane 8, Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner. And they are away. And certainly about 30 seconds into this race. And there's some quality crews in this again. Of course, the combination in lane 7, Murwillumbah's Thames and Brew and Anthony G. Were actually from St George going back some way, and Tamsin certainly had been a short stint at Drummoyne and then at North Shore, and is now at Murwillumbah and enjoying the life on the river up in northern New South Wales. But as we come down, we see that the hard to tell where the crews are, but it does look like to be the crew of North Esk of Gina Anderson and Robert Wrigley could be travelling quite well compared. Crews over on the other side, the Gulwar Composite and Glebe. Glebe has tailed out a little bit now, so it is that Gulwar Composite crew also setting the pace and over there in lane 2. So it is the crew in lane 2 and the crew in lane 6. Gulwar Composite and North Esk Composite is where all the pace is coming into the 500 metres. But still quite a close race. It's really only that Glebe crew and the Shoalhaven crew of Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner that have dropped a little bit out of contention here at the moment. So I'd say for the places, there's still probably 4 or 5 crews that are capable of coming through and taking that second and third place. But it does appear now that the Northwest Composite crew over here in lane 6 has made a bit of a move, but Gulwar Ulverston goes through the 500 first, and followed by Northwest Ulverston, Murwillumbah's Rowing Club, Lake Macquarie, A&A Perth and Windery Ballarat, followed by Shoalhaven. So a little bit of gap there. So there is about a 2-length gap between the Northwest crew and Murwillumbah. Not much, a little bit further back, 2.5 seconds back to Lake Macquarie. So it does look like the crew for the Northwest Composite and Gulwar Composite is where the race is going to be. And certainly they're going head for head at the moment as we come down into the last 250 metres. Once again, difference in speed of some of these crews as we see the crew out in front and a little bit back to the next group, and then another bit of a distance back to the following group. The Windery Ballarat crew looks like they've got a few steering issues as they come into the last 250 metre mark, but the race is on up the front here between this Gulwar Composite crew and the North Esk Composite coming into the last 100 odd metres, and it does look like the crew on the other side of the course on lane 2, the Gulwar Composite crew, has about a length and a half lead. Looking very sharp in their rowing is the North Esk Composite crew, but I don't think they're going to have enough to be able to pull this Gulwar crew back and challenge them for the lead. So it will be the Gulwar Composite crew steaming towards the line now, and they look like they will cross with about a 2-length advantage over the North Esk Composite. It will be the Murwillumbah crew in lane 7 who will take out third place to round out the placings in this event. It's now a little bit further back to the Lake Macquarie crew. So now Murwillumbah crossing the line now, back over to the Lake Macquarie crew who will come through in 4th, followed by the A&A Composite in 5th. A little bit back now to the crew in lane 5, the Windery Ballarat combination. And they may get overtaken by this fast finishing Shoalhaven crew, and certainly pushing down, right down towards the line in there. Beautiful empacker with the bow riggers. So it is the Windery Ballarat, holds on, gets that 6th place ahead of Shoalhaven, and it will be the Glebe crew crossing the line in lane 1 to round out this field.
And we move straight to Division 4 of the Mixed Masters E-Double. Again, a full field over in Lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Tess Farron and Jeremy Smith. In Lane 2 from Brisbane Brisbane Grammarians Composite, Lee Field from Wide Bay and Michael Beeston from Brisbane Grammarians. In Lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis and Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan. Lane 5, a Lake Macquarie Composite of Nick Johnston from Manning River and Michelle Duzell. Lane 6 from Melbourne Composite of Anna Chikanyani from ANU and Stephen Reynolds from Melbourne. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, M. Barrack and Richard Medway. And in Lane 8 from Riverside, Colette Barry and Anthony Lee. Now I know M. Barrack and Richard Medway won the earlier F mixed double that I was in. They took off, so they're very fast, but let's see how they go with their own age group. So some pretty hot competition in this race. Jeremy Smith, a former Masters quad representative, state Masters quad.
Well, Mark, Jeremy is a reserve for this year's quad and has been spending a fair bit of time in the boat over the last couple of months. So he's certainly still well involved at that sort of level.
Yeah, and we have Nick Johnston from Manning River and Michelle Duzell, also very good rowers, tend to always be at the winning end of any race. I think Katrina Davis and Mark Whittaker are pretty fast too, aren't they?
Well, I think this is going to be a crack of a race, and certainly Anna Chikanyani, who was at Leichhardt Rowing Club for a number of years and now has moved down to Canberra and is at ANU. So I don't think Anna gets in too many, not quick crews. So there's going to be a bit of competition in this race, Mark.
Well, we just wait to see them fly down the course. I don't think they're quite ready for the start yet. Just looking on screen. So the starter's still getting a line. Although the sun's not shining, it's absolutely perfect conditions here out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre today. Not a breath of wind, the water's glassy, little overcast, bit hard to see the lighting that we have today, but exciting stuff. And I think the forecast for the next few days of racing is for a little bit more sunshine, but basically calm weather. So we all look forward to it and look forward to lots of exciting races.
Yeah, it's a great time of year in Sydney for rowing. This is our least windy time of the year. I can't say it's not our wettest time of year because we certainly have had some rain this autumn. So the conditions out here are beautiful. We were out here last weekend, Mark, and it was about 24 degrees. The water was absolutely like glass for the whole weekend, and it really does turn it on at times, this course.
Fantastic. And talking of the rain, we're thinking very much of our friends from Manning River, whose clubhouse went underwater way deeper than they had anticipated when it was rebuilt after the 2021 floods. But I think they're here in force, all but two of their members who have had to deal with their own flooded private properties. So well done, Manning River. We love you. Keep coming. And the best part is they sometimes invite me into crews, which are always winning crews.
Yeah, and of course, Mark said, the Manning River, and of course those crews on the Hunter River, the clubs on the Hunter River as well, with Endeavour and the Hunter Valley Grammar and a few other clubs up there as well. I think they're unable to get back to their sheds to see how much water's in it. So a lot of clean up to be done over the next couple of weeks.
So racing is now underway, and we can see M. Barrack and sorry, just having a mental blank there. Richard Medway having a very strong start, but it does look very close as we've predicted. This is going to be a very tight race. We can see over there in lane 1, Tess Farron and Jeremy Smith also taking a handy lead. They're hiding over there in the shadows in lane 1. The view we're getting at the moment is from the Marshall's boat, and we're looking at the lanes closest to us, but as they are starting to come up, the field is starting to spread out, but it's still very close out there in the middle. It's going to be a very tight and exciting race, I think, as they come down. We can see a little bit hard to tell from this angle, Jeremy Smith and Tess Farron over on the far side, but I think it's going to, at the moment, I think the Leichhardt crew of Barrack and Richard Medway fairly jumped out at the start and seemed to be holding that lead. But I think beside them, the closest to the grandstand, we have the Colette Barry from Port Adelaide and Anthony Lee from Riverside, who seem to be almost in the lead. We'll get a better picture. They're about to come through the 500 metre mark. Out in the middle there, it is, I think it's Nick Johnston and Michelle Duzell. That is in, just looking at the lanes there, so that's actually lane 3. So no, it's the Shoalhaven crew of Katrina Davis and Mark Whitaker have a right up there with Nick Johnston and Michelle Duzell. So I would call it, they've gone through the 500 metre mark. It was the Shoalhaven crew, which is Katrina Davis and Mark Whitaker, in the lead over Colette Barry and Anthony Lee from South Australia. That's the crew closest to us in lane 8. Then over on the far side, Tess Farron and Jeremy Smith. Bit of a distance back to Nick Johnston and Michelle Duzell. They were followed through by Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie. And then Barrack and Richard Medway, who got off to a great start, as we saw on film, but are much further back in the field now, and a bit further back to Anna Cicognani and Stephen Reynolds, and then Lee Field and Michael Beatson. But they're into the last 250 metres now, and we can see the Shoalhaven crew have given themselves a fairly handy lead over the rest of the field that surrounds them. But over here on the near side, it's the Adelaide crew of Colette Barry and Anthony Lee who are giving them a really good run for their money. Over on the far side there, Tess Farron and Jeremy Smith are not going to let it go, but then down here in the middle, the other Lake Macquarie crew of Rayleigh Ison and Sean Ryan are battling it out with Nick Johnston and Michelle Duzell beside them, and the Melbourne Composite beside them. So coming up to the finish line now, the crew from Shoalhaven have extended their lead over the rest of the field, putting in a very strong finish there as they cross the line. That's Katrina Davis and Mark Whitaker. They're going to be followed across very tight, but I think they've got them by about a half a length. That is the Adelaide Composite crew of Colette Barry and Anthony Lee. Then over the far side, Tess Farron and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. Very close by the second Lake Macquarie crew there. Then I think it was Barrack and I'm just looking at the screen here. So it was the Lake Macquarie, then the Manning River Lake Macquarie Composite, then Leichhardt, and then Melbourne ANU, and rounded out by the Brisbane Grammarians.
What a great race there was, and that was. And certainly Katrina Davis really powering home with Mark Whitaker, and there's no doubt about it. They can certainly race, particularly Katrina knows how to win a race, and what a great performance. And the joys of these setting these races up, when you end up with 3 or 4 Lake Macquarie crews in the same race, then only 1 or 2 in the other races, but that's how the draws go when they're automated, and no doubt there'll be some brownie points amongst the Lake Macquarie crews tonight to be talked about. But we move right up now to race 70, which is the mixed Masters H2M8. So we have all H crews apart from Riverside who are on go, and they are in lane 7. So we'll just do a very quick roll call because they're on the starters box. It's Melbourne, Mersey Composite in lane 4, North Shore in lane 5, River City Women's Composite in lane 6, and Riverside in lane 7. And that crew from Riverside is away, and they've got a 14-second handicap. So that's going to be quite a handicap to overcome in an 8s race. But they are H2M, so we'll have to see how that pans out for them. We've just got eyes at the moment on the Riverside Women's Composite crew, and it's quite a mixed bag with Toowoomba, University of Queensland. We've got a whole Sunshine Coast, so it is a real range of licorice all sorts in that boat. But as we like about these races, we get older, you see a lot more composite crews, and great to see that they get together when they come down to these events where they all get together once a year and get the opportunity to go out and do a bit of good old racing. But it does appear that the Riverside crew is holding on to that early lead that they established with the 14-second handicap. It's a bit of a play on the handicaps, but they are certainly moving quite quickly now, and it does look like the Mersey Composite crew in lane 5 has made a substantial move, as have the Melbourne crew in lane 3 as they come down towards the 500 metres. And I'd say that it does look from here like it could be, after the Riverside, it could be the Melbourne crew who's just taken advantage now over the Mersey Composite. Not to be out of it is the River City Women's Composite crew. So we just got a bit of, it's all about the angles at the moment, but it does look like that the Riverside will hold that slight advantage through the 500, although Melbourne are closing fast, having bridged most of that 14 seconds gap. So it's probably unlikely that Riverside will be able to hold onto their lead for much longer, if at all, as they come into the 500 metres. It does look like Melbourne is now pulled in front, and they will go through the 500 metre mark with a couple of second advantage over the Riverside crew in lane 7. It will be the Mersey Composite, followed by the River City Women's crew, and then it will be the North Shore crew coming through to round out the field, going through the 500 metre mark. So that Melbourne crew has made a big move coming into the 500 metres and are now extending the lead, although it does appear that the Mersey Composite are chasing them, and whether they can bridge that gap that the Melbourne crew had got over them, we'll have to wait and see. The other one that's moving quite well at the moment, though, is the River City Women's Composite crew, and they are right over here in lane 6, and they are coming up onto the shoulders now of the Riverside crew that held that early lead with the 14-second handicap. But it does look like the Melbourne crew over in there in lane 3 is holding on to about a length's lead over the rest of the field. The Riverside City Women's crew, though, are on the move now, and working hard against them, though, the Riverside crew, who have held them off, considering that they went only a second or so apart going through the 500 metre mark. The other crews haven't made that much of an impression on them, and they're still holding down a good run at the moment. But it is the Melbourne crew now. They look to be extending their lead. They're looking very, very neat, very, very tidy rowing as they come down into the red buoys, only about a length and a half lead. It is just in front of the Mersey Composite crew, although the Riverside Women's Composite crew is now on another big push. The Riverside crew in lane 7 holding on, but I don't think they'll be able to hold on to their third place, and it will be the Melbourne crew coming down to the line, and they will take out this mixed Masters H2M8. It will be Mersey Composite in lane 4, just doing enough to hold on, and they will come across in second, and it will be the River City Women's Composite crew crossing the line to take out third place. So a great row there by the Melbourne crew, and Riverside now coming across the line to take in fourth, and great row by them to hold that 14-second handicap for the older age group, but just couldn't hold on to the line. It will be North Shore now crossing the line to round out the field.
Well done, Rob. You've been putting in a lot of voice work all day, so give yourself a little break while we move now to the Mixed Masters C Quad. Over in the far side in lane 1 from Hamilton Composite, from Hamilton and Yarra and Ballarat City, we have Ebony Ebenwaldner, Sarah Sefke, David Jacker and Joss Frisho. Lane 2 from Corio Bay and Fremantle, we have Alex Lai, Fiona Bell, Duncan Ashby and David Kelly. In lane 3 from St George and Haberfield, we have Amelia Starkey, Cromwell Olivier, Monique Heinke and Christopher Jones are coached by Jackie Peel. Lane 4 from Essendon and Footscray, we have Louise Barker, Timothy Naderbaum, Jeff Walker and Dale Bell. Lane 5 from Essendon, Ricky Wright, Cheryl Stevenson, Ben Stevenson and Simone Richardson. Lane 6 from ANU, Sarah Tynan, Stuart John, Peter McCartney and Jacqueline Williams. Lane 7 from Murwillumbah, Helen Lloyd, Cassandra Murphy, Doug Cryer and Mark Flower. And in lane 8 from the Gold Coast, M. Schmeider from Pine Rivers, Mary Wex from Commercial, Matthew Napper from Commercial and Cowan Guimares from the Gold Coast Masters Rowers. So they're just lining up at the moment. It looks like the starter is still trying to get a line. We can just see they'll be adjusting that lane 7. So, and we all know the importance of a line, on particularly on a held start if we can, when you can win or lose a race by half a bow ball, 0.00 something of a second. So we're just looking down the course now. There's slight breezes come up, but otherwise it's fairly calm. I know this morning in one of our races we certainly had quite a strong headwind that was gusting in the middle of the course. Bit off-putting. It looks like the wind is now picking up a little bit and blowing down as a headwind. But we know we have lots of experienced crews here, so it looks like they're just about to start. They've all come forward, squared up, sitting up, taking that last deep breath. So this is race 71, the Mixed Masters C Quad, and they're off. So a strong start by the crew closest to the camera. That was the Gold Coast Masters composite of M. Schmeider, Mary Wex, Matthew Napper and Cowan Guimares. Cowan used to row here in Sydney. So obviously taken the a sea change up into the Gold Coast. No doubt the weather's a little bit warmer, but we can't complain about what is happening here today for this regatta. So as they're coming down now, they look fairly close together. It's going to be a bit hard to call. We'll wait till they come through the 500 metre mark where we will get a clearer picture. I won't even dare to try and call it at this stage. From sitting up here in the tower looking down, they all look to be pretty much in a straight line. So they're about 400 metres into the race at the moment. At the moment, I would just from my naked eye, but I could be completely wrong, maybe give the Murwillumbah a slight edge over the rest of the field. A little bit hard to tell what's happening over there in lanes 1 and 2, but they are going very strong. So that's the Yarra Ballarat Hamilton composite over on the far side. Then in lane 3, the St George composite, Amelia Starkey, Cromwell Olivier, Monique Heinke and Christopher Jones are going very strong. But yes, over on the far side, it was the Hamilton composite. They were followed across by Mawilumbar, and then very close hot on their heels, Gold Coast Masters Composite, the Corio Bay Composite, and a little bit further back to ANU. Then it was the two Essendon crews that were rounding out the field as they came through the 500 metre mark. They're now about 400 metres out. A little bit hard to tell the angles here, but over on the far side as they came through, it was the Hamilton Composite as they came through the 500, but look at the push that's coming on from the Gold Coast Masters closest to us, closest to the grandstand, and just inside them Mawilumbar as well. So it looks to me like they're both up the rating. Whether the Hamilton Composite over on the far side has got their eye across the course to see what's going on over this side, but Gold Coast Masters are certainly really winding it up, and Mawilumbar doing their devil best to hang on there with them. Then out over on the far side, Corio Bay Composite also putting on a push, but I don't think they're going to be in the mix. Over on the far side, it's Hamilton Composite. They look to probably have about a length or so ahead of the boats on this side. That's the Gold Coast Masters and the Mawilumbar crew. But yes, a very nice strong finish there. Very tidy from the Hamilton Composite over there in lane one. They're going to be followed across by about half a length to the Gold Coast Masters Composite, and then about a length and a half back to Mawilumbar, who did everything they could to try and catch them. Then further over the Corio Bay Composite, St George Composite will follow them across, then ANU, Essendon Composite and the Essendon crew. So another very exciting race there. That was the Mixed Masters C Quad.
Yeah, Mark, what a great race, and certainly a very snappy time as well, 3:23 for that race. We're moving right on to race 72, the Mixed Masters F4, and they're underway. Just have the two crews, and it's the St George Composite, and it's Rowena Stewart from Des Moines Rowing Club, then Joanne Ward, Ed Ramos, and Alan Robertson from St George. Jackie Peel is their coxswain, and in lane 5, the Yarra Yarra crew of Rachel Golonka, Cherry Bennett, Stuart Critchell, Jack Chitsapumis, and Rebecca George is their coxswain. And it does appear that the St George Composite crew has gone out to a fairly handy lead, and certainly aren't really pushed. Their ratings really controlled there at the moment. I'd say probably down about 26, 28 maximum, and just relying on the power and the run in the boat as we come to the 500 metre mark. They certainly have had a flyer of a start, and looking very good coming down the mark. And they've now opened up to, I suppose, about a 3-length lead over the Yarra Yarra crew, and it will be that, as said, the St George Composite crew going through in 1:56, so quite a good time through that 500 metre mark for an F Coxed 4. About 10 seconds now back to the Yarra Yarra crew, and certainly feeling just a little bit of a break in the middle of that crew at the moment, so probably feeling the pinch a little bit from this fast starting St George Composite crew with the Des Moines Sculler, Rowena Stewart in that boat. And as they come down to 400 metres to go, just looks like they may have picked it up a little bit in the St George Composite crew, not wanting to chance this at all. The Yarra Yarra crew, looks like they've just got a little bit more momentum in the boat, but a few timing issues are just letting the race get away from them a little bit. And it certainly does appear now that the St George Composite, St George Des Moines Composite crew has had a little bit of a spurt. They've brought it down a little bit. They think they've got this race in control, so they're just conserving themselves. A lot of these rowers have already done a number of races today, and certainly Ed Grania Ramos needs to conserve himself for his state quad race on Saturday morning, says his coach. And so they're, as I said, out to about a 3-length lead over the Yarra Yarra crew. Looking good. A lot of these guys have rowed together in various combinations over the years, and that shows they can jump in a boat without too many outings and turn it on and perform, and they certainly are showing how that goes. The very experienced coxswain and coach Jackie Peel, who is guiding them
through the last 100 metres. And they've got about 10 strokes to go, and they will cross the line sort of in about 50 metres time to take out a great win in this Mixed Masters F Coxed 4. It will be the Yarra crew. Haven't let up at all. They've raced all the way down the course, and well done to the Yarra crew for just giving it their all. And they will come down to the line and cross and round out this field in second place. The time for the St George Composite crew was 4 minutes, .32.
So there's about a 5-minute gap now to the next race, which will be the Mixed Masters D8. It's a full field, so I'll take my time to run through the roll call. We have a Lindisfarne Composite with Sandra Wilson from Ulverstone, Kylie Petter from Cairns, Jane Hilliard from Tasmania University Boat Club, Gina Anderson from Ulverstone, James Cowley from Lindisfarne, Jonathan Pitt from Lindisfarne, Phil Hutton from Lindisfarne, and they're coxed by Tom Wilcox from Lindisfarne. And, he's a stroke, and Claire Craig is their cox. In lane 2 from Dragons up in Queensland, we have Claire Farley, Martina Proctor, Floyd Moynihan, Tracy Capes, Caroline Connolly, Simon Dunlop, Patrick Mulrooney, and John Dixon are coxed by Sam Lincoln. In lane 3 we have a University of Queensland Composite, which is with Old Collegians. We have Jennifer Conn from UQ, Nikki Hughes from UQ, Daniel Thomas from Old Collegians, Nicholas Ferros from Old Collegians, Robert McPhee from Old Collegians, Simon Smart from Old Collegians, and Marguerite King from Queen's UQ, Sarah Hale from UQ, and they're coxed by Sebastian Ed. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales and North Shore and St George. I'll skip telling you where they're all from. We have Jenny Wilson, Catherine Boland, Zita Briones, Olivia Tong, George Lazarou, James Halliday, Andrew McEnroe, Nicholas Lazarou, and coxed by Joe Bernand. That sounds like a very strong crew. From Toowong and Brisbane and Murwillumbah and Commercial, we have another composite, Samantha Donaldson, Tamsin Brew, Daniela Anderson, Georgina Townsend, John King, Scott Austin, Dean Horder, David Bellamy, and they're coxed by Michelle Loveday. From Adelaide University, Susie Ross, Christina Bursell, Joanne Malcolm, Angie Francow, Bill Natt, Damien Durleek, David McLeod, Alistair Walsh, they're coxed by Bonnie White. Lane 7 from the ADF Rowing and Canberra Rowing Club and ANU, Sarah Leon, Brianna Murray, David Newman, Chris Austin, Ashley Carr, Rowan J. Wardena, Judith Weiss, Virginia Haywood, and they're coxed by Sarah Daveron. And in lane 8 from Powerhouse, Yarra Yarra and Bairnsdale, Jodie Johnson, Belinda Pownall, Lucinda Rodriguez, Emily Harridge, David Mays, Chris Schlicht, Brent Lucadale Wells, and Shane O'Connor Smith, and they're coxed by Angelique Everett. And the boats are all on the starters blocks at the moment. They look like they're nearly ready to go, so it is still 2 minutes unless the starter starts them early. Should be pretty exciting race. We have 8 crews, Mixed Masters D8, it's race 73. So some of them looking fairly relaxed, others sitting up ready to go. So I would say yes, we're inside the 2 minute window. Again, we can often see the lights down at the starters down at the start, but today they don't either seem to be working or my eyesight is fading far more than I thought it was. So we're just waiting for the start. Some of the crews just straightening themselves up. So it's been a great afternoon of mixed racing. We always adds to the excitement. You never quite know how you're going to go with any race, really. Never go out with too much confidence. So, and they're underway. So all crews look to have got off to a very good start. The just lane 2 and lane 1 over on the far side, so that's the Lindisfarne Composite and the Dragons. They've dropped slightly back at the start, but they could well make up their time as they come down the course. Way too early to call. But nothing more exciting than 8/8s thundering down the course. We can't hear it up here, but I'm sure there's quite a lot of sound as they get closer. And it looks like the field is starting to spread out a little bit at the moment. It seems to be the Adelaide University crew possibly has a bit of a lead over the rest of the field, but I'm certainly hazarding a guess. Then I would put it at lanes 3 and 4, which is the University of Queensland Composite and the University of New South Wales Composite. So yes, Adelaide University look to be just gradually extending their lead. They're coming up to the 500 metre mark. We'll get a better picture. I may have called that incorrectly. The Lindisfarne Composite over the far side in the M-Packer yellow boat is right up there as well. But yes, it is Adelaide University as they come through the 500 metre mark. They are going to be followed very closely by, you'd call it a photo if it was across the finish line, but I would put it as the Powerhouse Composite and then the Lindisfarne Composite. A little bit further back to the Uni Queensland Old Collegians, then further back to the University of New South Wales Composite, then Toowong, ADF Rowing and Dragons. So they're coming up to they're about 300 metres out at the moment, and we can see them really putting the power on. Adelaide University out there in all white in lane 6, pushing very hard, managing to hold off the rest of the field. In fact, I think they're managing to extend their lead slightly. They're into the last 250 metres now, so we're just seeing them put on a push, but very controlled. And close to us, the Powerhouse Composite are really winding it up, pushing hard. Over on the far side, Lindisfarne is doing their best to stay in the mix, but out here in the middle as well, it's the University of New South Wales Composite over in lane 4 that is pushing very hard. So the minor placings are going to be the ones where the fight is at, but it's the Adelaide University have extended their lead by about a boat length over the rest of the field. Over on the far side there, the Lindisfarne Composite is coming home very strong, right behind them. Then a little bit too close to call until they hit the line as to who's going to be in that coveted third position to take out a bronze medal. But I would give it to the Powerhouse Composite closest to us, so about half a length, ahead of the University of New South Wales Composite. I think that I would give it a photo for second and third place. But the results as they've come through have put it at Lindisfarne, followed very closely by Powerhouse. A couple of seconds back to University of New South Wales Composite, then Uni Queensland Old Collegians, then Toowong, University of New South Wales, Dragons and the ADF Rowing Composite. A very exciting finish there as they roared down the course in those 8s.
Yeah, Mark, a exceptionally good time of 3:15 for that mixed D8. So the course is starting to speed up. We found that the course was quite slow a couple of weeks ago for the New South Wales Championships, but must have been a bit of muck in the water. Had a lot of a lot of algae and the likes, but certainly the flushing that it's had over the last couple of weeks seems to have been good for the conditions out here on the course. We now move to race 74, the Mixed Masters G Double Scull Division 1. In lane 1 we have Carams, David Rafter and Helen Kelly. In lane 2, Mackay's, Jane DeGira and Michael Wolfert. Lane 3, Mersey Composite, Janet Pendleton from North Shore and Gregory Marshall from Mersey. In lane 5, Armidale Composite, Jane Fitzpatrick from Noosa and Michael Robinson Armidale. In lane 5, Commercial Rowing Clubs, Joe Cook and Harry Fitzgerald. Lane 6, Port Adelaide Composite, Mark Johnson and Alison Smith. And in lane 8, Banks Composite, Geraldine Goss and Jim Lowe. That's Geraldine from Richmond and Jim Lowe from Banks. The Perth crew in lane 7 have withdrawn. So we're sitting on the start there now, waiting for a start. They look to have a very good line. Conditions are absolutely great for rowing this afternoon. So we're looking forward to some very fast races. It's looking like a little bit of a delay getting off the start. So whether they're not hearing the buzzer or not quite sure, but they're all the way now, and it is very, very tight for this first 100 or so metres. This is a great race with all the crews even across the field. So we'll see how this pans out as we get further down the course, but certainly the rating up and the frantic nature of the start for a G double scull, mixed double scull, is fantastic. It does look like the crews in the middle of the course, the Armidale Composite and the Mersey Composite with Jeanette Pendleton from North Shore and Gregory Marshall, look to have got out pretty well. The commercial crew just a little bit, falling back just a little bit, but still right in it. Port Adelaide Riverside Composite certainly faring well as well. As we pan over to this side, the Banks Composite, but they look to be like they're a little bit further back, with Jim Lowe in the stroke seat and Geraldine Goss in the bow seat. But we're a bit limited on what the view we're getting at the moment, but it does appear once again that the crew in lane 3, the Mersey Composite with Janet Pendleton and Gregory Marshall, do appear to have got out to a bit of a lead. Janet Pendleton, of course, has been rowing for a long time, formerly a member of Drummoyne Rowing Club, moved over to North Shore Rowing Club and has continued her successful career in rowing, and certainly is a stalwart when it comes to putting crews together to win races. And we look over here now, and it does look like the Port Adelaide Composite does appear to have got a bit of a boat speed at the moment, and they look like they're going to pull up beside this crew, the Mersey Composite crew, coming to the 500. And indeed, it will be the Port Adelaide Composite crew coming through now, and it does look like this slow starting Banks Composite crew is now wound up, and they're in the mix as well. There's only 0.47 between Port Adelaide Riverside Composite, the Mersey North Shore Composite, and another 2 seconds back to the Banks Richmond Composite. But these very experienced rowers over here in lane 8 in the Banks Composite, they will know how to bring it home and win a race. So they're not out of the picture at all. Travelling really quite well as at the same time as the Armidale Composite crew, and the commercial crews just dropped back a little bit, but the Armidale Composite commercial, but it is the Port Adelaide, Mersey Composite and Banks Composite where the places are at the moment, coming down to the last 300 odd metres. So it does look now that the Port Adelaide Composite crew is vying for the lead. It's going to be very interesting as we come into the last 250 metres, and it's very, very, very close. Just a length or so back to the Banks Composite of Geraldine Goss and Jim Lowe. And I'm not sure that they are going to be able to bridge that gap. Once again, the commercial crew from Brisbane is certainly gaining a little bit of boat speed again now. So maybe this Banks crew have spent their bickies through that 500 metre mark, and they've slipped a little bit further back now. So the commercial crew are now with a real chance of coming and taking this third place, as are the Mersey Composite the Mackay and Carrum crews over the other side. And it does appear that it is this Port Adelaide crew who have grabbed the race by the scruff of its neck, and they are just pulling ahead now of the Mersey Composite crew of Pendleton and Marshall, who have led all the way except for the last 200 odd metres. The Banks crew once again have got that spurred on again, and it looks like they will protect that third place, but it will be the very well-rowed race from Port Adelaide Composite, Mark Johnson and Alison Smith, who go across the line to take first place. It will be the Mersey Composite of Pendleton and Marshall in second, the Banks combination of Lowe and Goss in third. Very, very close coming down to the line. It's going to be very close, but it will be lane 5 taking out, Commercial taking out fourth place, followed by Mackay, then Karam, and followed up by Armidale Composite, sorry. So that race was a time of 4:05.81. And congratulations to Port Adelaide Composite.
So roaring down the course now, we have Division 2 of the Mixed Masters G Double. There are 3 divisions in this event. Over on the far side in lane 2 from Perth and Melbourne, we have Stephen Mollard from Melbourne and Kathy Ride from Perth. Lane 3 from Riverway, Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong. Lane 4 from Lake Macquarie and Endeavour, Chris Brennan and Peter Stevenard. Lane 5 from Melbourne and Exeter, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. Lane 6 from Tablelands, Cherie Rolfe and Lachlan McDonald. Lane 7 from Newcastle, Sharon Butler and Anthony Butler. And in lane 8 from Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and Jennifer Missenden. And roaring up to the 500 metre mark at the moment. Bit too early to call, as fairly evenly across the field, although it does look to be the Riverway Rowing Club of Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong, who have a bit of a lead. Then over closest to us, yeah, they're about a length ahead as they came through. They were followed through by the Macquarie Endeavour combination of Chris Brennan and Peter Stevenard, and then the Perth composite of Stephen Mollard and Kathy Ride. Then the Rod Stewart and Julia Wood from Melbourne and Exeter, and Tablelands in Pine Rivers and Newcastle. So as they come up to the last 400 odd metres of the race, we can see over there the Riverway crew of Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong seem to be holding on their lead, but they're being pushed very hard by Rod Stewart and Julia Wood, who Rod Stewart certainly always puts in a very strong finish. Wedged between them is Chris Brennan and Peter Stevenard, who had managed to hold them off as they hit the 500, but will they be able to hold them at bay as they come up to the finish? But a very comfortable lead there by Riverway's Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong. I think Peter Stevenard and Chris Brennan are just managing to hold their nose in front of Rod Stewart and Julia Wood. And then over on the far side, trying to hang in there is Stephen Mollard and Kathy Ride. But I don't think they're going to quite make it unless they pull out the afterburners. So very nice finish there from Wayne Roy and Jacqueline De Jong. They're now about 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. Peter Stevenard and Chris Brennan managing to hold off the very fast charging Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. Will they be able to do it? No, I think Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart have just managed to overtake them. They're pushing through by taking the lead over Peter Stevenard and Chris Brennan by about almost a boat length as they cross the line. Over on the far side there is the Stephen Mollard and Kathy Ride. They'll be followed across by Table and Cherie Rolfe and Lachlan McDonald. Then down here in the red boat from Pine Rivers, Jeffrey Ward and Jennifer Missenden. And the Newcastle crew is just gradually creeping down the course to make their finish shortly. So again, pretty exciting race there.
Absolutely. The racing in this division and the numbers in these divisions are of the G double scale are tremendous. 20, 24 crews in these races.
But now we move on to the third division of the Mixed Masters G Double Scull, race 76. It's lane 2, Murray Bridge, Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt. In lane 3, Commercial, Barbara Hall and Jeffrey Peeraboo. Lane 4, Nagambie Composite, John Stewart from Hawthorn and Wendy Cotter from Nagambie Rowing Club. Lane 5, Ulverston Composite, Christine McCready from St George and Michael Wilson from Ulverston Rowing Club. In lane 6, Noosa, it's Susie Orty and Peter Taylor. Lane 7, Canning Bridge, Melissa Harpley and Alan Barry. And in lane 8, Glebe Rowing Club's Jenny and Mark McEwen. And they're sitting at the start at the ready, and we're right on the starting time, and away they go. So the perfect timing. Looks like we're going to get this races over today right on time. And a great start by all these crews. As we'd expect, the Christine McCready, Michael Wilson crew has got out rating at about 48 by the looks of it. They'll probably bring that down somewhere in the next 30 metres. Jenny and Mark McEwen also getting away to a very good start. Of course, they've spent a lot of time in a boat together, a lot of time together, full stop, Mark, husband and wife, and certainly...
They met when they were 16.
There you are, met when they were 16, and they're out racing in the Masters Championship in 2025 and for many years over the last few years. But certainly the crew's getting away very well. Is that it does look to be the commercial crew and the Ulverston Composite crews as we try to get a better look at this, and it does look like the Noosa crew could also be travelling very well at the moment. So the race appears to be between Commercial, Ulverston Composite and Noosa from our vantage point, but certainly it's very close across the river there and across the course, and as we come into the about 300 metres gone, it does appear that it's a bit closer with Commercial and Ulverston Composite and the Noosa crews very, very close together. We'll see as we come to the 500 metre mark just what that looks like. But certainly the crew right in the middle of the Ulverston Composite crew really travelling very smoothly at the moment. And now as they come into view, we can see that they do hold about a length's lead over the Commercial crew and Noosa crews. So as we go through the 500 metre mark now, and it is about a boat length's advantage that the Ulverston St George crew has over Commercial. It will be the Noosa crew coming through as third, followed by Murray Bridge over there in lane 2. It will then followed by Nagambie, Hawthorn, the Canning Bridge Rowing Club and Glebe Rowing Club. So the race certainly is on for that second, third places, because these crew of Christine McCready from St George and Michael Wilson from Ulverston appear to be increasing their lead as they come into the last 250 metres. But there is a bit of a move being made by Barbara Hall and Jeffrey Peerboom over there in the Commercial crew, and they certainly have put in a bit of an effort and appear to have pulled ahead of the Noosa crew and made some good ground up. The crew that's moving very well at the moment, though, is Bernadette O'Neill and Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge Rowing Club, and they've come right back into the contention for a place. So looking fairly comfortable now. Still got the rating up quite high is this Ulverston Composite crew, and they just holding this advantage still over Commercial, but Commercial are moving a little bit better now, and they look to have pulled back ahead of the Murray Bridge crew. But I don't think this Ulverston Composite crew, Christine McCready from George, Michael Wilson, will be trouble coming down to the line. We've still got a little way to go. It does look like the Commercial crew now has re-established that second place, and they are looking very comfortable. The Murray Bridge crew, having done all that work, do appear that they've pulled in front of the Noosa crew. That'll be a very tight race coming down to the line, but there will be no trouble whatsoever for the Ulverston St George Rowing Club combination of McCready and Wilson as they keep that rating high coming down to the line, and they will take out the win in this Mixed Masters G Double Scull Division 2. They will be followed by about 2 lengths behind by the Commercial Rowing Club crew. It will be Murray Bridge who take out third place over there in lane 2, The Noosa crew looking pretty tight now as they come to the line, and they will go across the line in fourth. It will be the Gamby Composite in fifth. A little bit of a race going on for the positions as the Glebe crew coming back, and they're trying to steal the position away from Canning Bridge over on this side. And it will be Canning Bridge just holding out Glebe to take 6th and 7th places.
And we move now to the last race of the day. So this is race 77. It's a mixed para double scull. Just while we're waiting for them to start, I would remind everybody to please return bow numbers. Go around your trailers, pick up all those loose numbers and make sure you get them back. Have a good think about whether you can fit in a few hours volunteering over the next few days. And have a very enjoyable evening if you're not here to watch and cheer on this mixed para double scull. Over on the far side we have James Johnson from Community Rowing Club and Mika Kelly from from Glebe. In lane 4 from Bendigo and Community Rowing Club we have Sam Shaloub, who's community, and Kim Hampton from Bendigo Rowing Club. They're coached by Liam James and Bill Barton. They're off for 18 seconds, so the James Johnson and Mika Kelly are a G crew. They're off go. So the Bendigo Composite and the ANU crew of Stuart John, who sits up here and commentates very expertly from time to time, and Sue Donahue are also D off 18 seconds. In lane 6, 2 and 7 we have 2 B crews. So in lane 6 from Glebe, Perry Mutaris and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. And in lane 7 from Toowong and Lake Illawarra we have Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds, and they're coached by Mark Partridge. So we can see the Glebe crew over on the far side, James Johnson and Mika Kelly, went off go, and they currently have a lead, but will they be able to hold off the fast charging Sam Shaloub and Kim Hampton, who went off 18 seconds, and Stuart John and Soon Donahue from ANU? They're in lanes 4 and 5. And the other two, the B crews, are well underway. They went off 26 seconds. That's Stephanie Walker and Perry Mutaris in lane 6, and Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds in lane 7. So as they come down the course, we can see the James Johnson and Mika Kelly are currently holding off the rest of the field, but they're closing in on them. Out in the middle, as we would expect to see, Stuart John and Sue Donahue currently have a lead, but they also have on closest to us Kevin Wall, who's represented the state and in the Masters para single scull, and I think he's represented, I don't think he's represented Australia, but he certainly represented Ireland before he moved to Australia. So a very strong rower, recently set up the Lake Illawarra Rowing Club along with his coach Mark Partridge. So we can see Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds are now starting to overtake the rest of the field. Out there, James Johnson and Mika Kelly, while they seem to have lost their lead as they went through the 500 metre mark. ANU's fast charging Stuart John and Sue Donahue came through in second position, and we wait until they get a bit closer to us. But as they roar down the course now, we can see closest to the grandstand, Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds have overtaken the rest of the field, and I would expect them to see them extend their lead as they're now coming onto the last 250 metres of this race. They are going to be followed through by Stuart John and Sue Donahue, and wedged between them is Stephanie Walker and Perry Mutaris, battling it out with James Johnson and Mika Kelly over on the far side. Perry and Stephanie look to have just overtaken James and Mika, the older rowers, so they had they went off go. Stuart John and Sue Donahue trying very hard to catch back up to the Toowong composite of Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds, but they've just taken their rating up a little bit and they are roaring down to the finish line. A good effort there by Stuart John and Sue Donahue to try and stay with them, but I think Kevin and Katrina are about a length ahead now. They're working hard. Look at Stuart John and Sue Donahue go though. As they come up to the finish line, it is going to be a clear win for Kevin Wall from Lake Willawara and Katrina Reynolds from Toowong. That's nearly 2 lengths back to Stuart John and Sue Donahue from the ANU. Then third place to Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Parry Mutaris. Over on the far side there, we have James Johnson and Mika Kelly. James from Community Rowing Club coming across in 4th position, and quite some distance back now, Sam Shaloub and Kim Hampton having a little bit of a struggle to finish this race. They could well have an equipment failure by the look of it. They're really just tapping themselves down the course. So that concludes the racing for the day. Rob's going to make a few announcements here.
So as we wait for this crew to come out and finish this race, I'd just like to remind you that not to forget to secure your tickets now for the New South Wales 2025 annual presentation dinner. For those of us in New South Wales, I mean, the interstaters are quite welcome, and if you want to travel interstate for this auspicious event, you're most welcome. Join us in toasting the achievements of the New South Wales rowing community on Thursday, June 12th at the Water Grill restaurant in Sydney Rowing Club. A great venue, I must say. Awards will be presented as we celebrate an amazing 2024-2025 season on and off the water. This event is open to all, not just our award finalists. So get a table for your club, school. Head to rowingnewsouthwales.asn.au to buy your tickets now. And as Sam Shaloub and Kim Hampton make their way towards the line, they've certainly going all the way to the line and will cross the line in about 2 strokes to complete the day's racing at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And Mark, what a great day of racing, and I guess we look forward to coming back and seeing it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, and for the next 2 days, where the weather forecast is only improving, we can see the sun trying to come out, might give us a decent sunset. Again, a reminder to please return all your bow numbers before you go. Do it right now, so the volunteers managing the bow numbers can go home. A huge thank you to all the volunteers who have participated today. And not forgetting Rob Glendenning here, whose voice you've heard all day long.
Yeah, we have actually jumped the gun there, because we've got the Championship 8s coming down, Club 8, Championship Club 8s coming down. So nobody go home, turn around, come back. It's all still go.
Okay, so first up, sorry about the false alarm that you could all go home, but you need to stay and watch this. This is the Championship Club 8s, the finals. So first up we have the Women's Club 8. I don't have first names, but over in lane 1 from Perth we have Barry, Chapman, Forster, Fennell, Grant, Cato, Kennedy and Cornwall are Coxed by Huxtable. Lane 2 from Corio Bay, Westendorf, White, Sutherland, Williams, Hall Sullivan, Watts, Patton, Tonna Joyce and they're Coxed by Murphy. Lane 3 from North Shore, Walter, Wannon, Venables, McCoach, Lash, Kennedy, McBride and Blackwell. They're Coxed by Kavanagh. Lane 4 from Mossman, Lambert, Hornby, Ross, Stackpole Moore, Ahern, Waldine, Laurie and Kleiman, Coxed by Bernard. Lane 5 from Torrens, Cooper, Mussolino, Gray Gardner, Bell, Ellis, Jankowiak, Too Good and El Khoury, Coxed by Berganetti. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Bant, Barnett, Whiting, Gannon, Carr, Bingham, Costello, Just, Coxed by Fidesz. Lane 7 from Commercial, Rogers, Street, Baxter, Donaldson, Parker, Taylor, Painter, Coxed by Robinson. And in lane 8 from Canberra, Charlton, Finlay, Harbour, Lineker, Walsh, Martin, College and Corrier Coxed by Lodwick. And it seems we not only thought we were finishing it early, but we're jumping the gun because this race won't start yet for another 10 minutes. So we'll just take a short break there and gather our breath.
Yeah, Mark, while we're there, we'll go and thank our sponsors again. Rowing New South Wales would like to extend our gratitude to our sponsors and partners who have helped make the 2024-25 season a success. Bentley's, our major event sponsor, Quest Penrith, our official accommodation partner, the Regatta Shop, our official event clothing partner, V Insurance, Penrith City Council, Pontoon, Web Urban, Race Clocker and Bont Rowing, proud new sponsor of our Bont Boat Race Officials. These sponsors make these events possible and make them what they are. And we do appreciate their input and their support in rowing in New South Wales and indeed the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. As the crews are coming onto the course, or about to come onto the course. Yeah, so we can see on the live stream a fair bit of activity behind the gates now, and they will be moving onto the course in due time. And as Mark has run through those crews, we've just got one change, and it is actually our very own Neve Gerety who has stepped into the coxswain of the Mossman Rowing Club crew in lane 4. So we look forward to seeing Neve in action on the course today, as we do for all the remaining crews. So still about 7 or 8 minutes before we get this race underway, but I'm sure being that it looks like all the crews are there, they may get away a little bit earlier, and we'll be able to have our very second go at wrapping up for the afternoon. Always nothing like jumping the start, is there, in a race, and I think we've awarded ourselves the yellow card.
There have been a couple of false starts today, Rob. I know when we were going out to race I think the H double earlier this morning, we had to wait in the holding pen for quite some time while they pulled back a false start and restarted them. Set everything back, but great work by our officials for keeping everything on track.
And we look down onto the medal presentation pontoon. We see our very own Stuart John looking very resplendent with this medal that he achieved in the previous race, the silver medal, and be very proud for that event. And also that shout out to that Toowong composite crew of Kevin Wall and Katrina Reynolds for a very substantial win in that, decisive win in that previous race. So congratulations to all competitors, and indeed all competitors racing today. As you move back up to the start, they are starting to slot into those lines. The conditions could not be any better for racing. The temperature's cool, absolutely not a drop of breeze out there. It's looking absolutely fantastic, Mark.
And it looks like, as I said, the clouds are clearing, so we might even get a spot of sunshine before before it disappears for the day. We certainly, I would expect, we'll probably get a very nice sunset, but we'll mostly, some of us will be heading in the opposite direction, so won't necessarily see much of it.
Mark, I think that sun may have already set, so I think it's going to be pretty dark in about 20 or 30 minutes as we look back up there. And as Mark said, the conditions over the next couple of days, next to no wind, rain at about 5% maximum chance of rain. So we're looking for the next 3 days to be perfect rowing conditions. And once again, the Sydney International Regatta Centre turns it on, and it's why rowers love to come here. It's such a fair course, and when conditions are like this, you just wonder how much better it could get. But nonetheless, the Western Australians are saying, well, just wait till next year, because we'll show you how good it can get in Champion Lakes.
Yes. I just looked it up. Official sunset time is 4:57, so we've got 20 minutes to go. Not one to split hairs. But what a perfect, looking down the course, it's absolutely magic. But what we would say is a big reminder, please return your bow numbers, make sure everything's well strapped down before you leave tonight. Those of you from around the country and around the state, we hope you have a very enjoyable evening, but we're just gearing up for the excitement of the Women's Club 8 final.
Well, Mark, we go back to those heats. They were very close races, and a lot of quality crews just missing out on this race. So I expect that the racing in this will be frantic, and certainly some quality competitors and crews. And we look at some of the names. If you look down the entry list for this race, and it is as I said, a very quality field. Looks like, if we go on times, that the Mosman and Torrens crew, and they were, from memory from the heats, were the fastest crews, as we'd expect, being in the middle of the field. So if we work on the chevron, it should be those crews who are going to be out fast, but we don't know how hard everybody else worked in the heats. And certainly in about 2 minutes we'll find out, I expect. We're coming down to the race start time now. Mark tells us the sunset is at 4:50. It's starting to get dark already, and I did just check that I didn't have my sunglasses on, but we'll keep an eye on that, and certainly we won't have to worry about Coxon's getting blinded by the sun coming into the finish.
So it's a handicapped race, this one again, and the handicaps are spread out a little bit across the field. Usually they'll put the older crews on one side and the younger crews on the far side, but this is a little bit different. So over in lane 1, the Perth crew is a G crew, and they'll go off 28 seconds. Lane 2, Corio Bay, is an E crew. They'll go off 42 seconds. Lane 3, North Shore, is an F crew. They go off 36 seconds. In the middle, the Mossman crew, which we saw storm past the others in the heats, is a C crew, and they'll go off 50 seconds. Lane 5, Torrens, is D. They'll go off 46 seconds. Lane 6 and 7, Melbourne University and Commercial, are both E, and they'll go off 42 seconds. And the crew closest to us, in lane 8, the Canberra crew, is an I crew, so they're off go.
Yeah, and Mark, I think the relative to their handicaps, they will still be in that fastest crews in the middle. So we would expect that it's going to be, the great thing about this race is we've got the two biggest handicappers who are the fastest crews in the heat. So we are going to be a great spectacle as they come down towards the line. And as we do know, and we do know it's Kim Mackney that's often saying to us, if you get the handicaps right, it should be very, very, very tight at the finish for all crews. But we are in the starters' hands now,
and it does look like a start is imminent. We're coming up to about a minute's time to the scheduled start time, so that means they could set the crews off at any stage. Just a little bit of lining to be done. That's happening now. They're just pulling lane 7 back into line, and it looks to me like they've got a pretty good line, so they'll be ready to go. A bit of the 7 seat in that second crew across, the commercial crew not quite ready to go, but they will certainly take notice when it comes, although they have got a 42 seconds wait after the Canberra crew takes off. So we're just waiting now for the starter, a bit of tapping to straighten up. Doesn't look to be too much breeze, a little bit of puff of breeze up towards the start, so it doesn't look like there's too much effect there. Certainly sitting at the ready, I'd say we're just about ready for a start. Problem is, Mark, as we find out, the crew sitting on the start for 50 seconds will start to drift around, and the difficulty for them is keeping it straight while they wait for their start. But we're still waiting there. I think we're getting a little bit closer. We're hoping with this little bit of the reduction in light, the red light's on, we can see the red lights on the pontoon finally, and away they go, and the Canberra crew is away. So now we've got the big wait. It will be the Perth crew right over on the other side who will go off 28 seconds. So they've got a significant wait in itself before they get underway. The next crews are off at 36 seconds, then 4 crews at 42 seconds, and the Mossman crew at 50 seconds. So establishing that lead, and away goes the Perth crew now over in lane 1, and they're just starting to motor away. The North Shore crew off 36 seconds. It didn't look quite like 8 seconds, but perhaps it was. We've got all the starters off on 42 seconds, now underway, and it will be the Torrens crew off 46, and away goes the Mossman crew. So we're all in play now as we head off in this race. The big chase is on, and what a great spectacle when you've got eight eights across the field. The plan is that they'll finish very close together, and at this point in time the conditions are absolutely perfect. As we can see the different age groups, the rating changes across the field, and the Mossman 8 certainly have the rating right up, and they're going to try to get as much of this handicap pulled back in the first 500 or 600 metres if they're going to have any chance of catching the crews on the lesser handicaps. The Canberra crew, though, still holding a lead as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. It is the North Shore crew in lane 3, though, that appears to have got a bit of a flyer. They're only about 14 seconds in front of the Mossman crew. Maybe they've lost a bit of that as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. But it will be the Canberra crew in lane 8, holding the lead through the 500 metre mark. We'll just have to see how that translates to handicap and what sort of gap they've got over the rest of the field. Looking pretty good there as they go through the 500 metres, and we wait for that countdown for the following crew. At the moment we can't see the rest of the crews, but coming into play now. I can see the North Shore and the Perth and Corio Bay crews coming through the line now, and it will indeed be North Shore coming through 14.7 seconds down, very tight between Perth and Melbourne University, followed by Torrens, Mossman. Mossman have already pulled most of that handicap out of the Torrens crew, which they had about 4 seconds. They've only got about 2 second lead now, second half, so it is going to be very, very tight. The handicaps have come right back for these top crews. It is still the North Shore crew, I think, have just moved into the lead at the moment, and they're looking pretty good. The Perth crew over in lane 1 just got a bit of speed again now. They seem to have had a bit of a lull in proceedings there, but look at this Mossman crew coming through the middle of the field. They are absolutely motoring, as are the Torrens crew beside them. And this is where all the action is at the moment. The North Shore crew still holding on to a ever so slender lead. Over this side, though, the Canberra crew have put on a bit of an effort here, and it may have just holding on to that lead that they held early. We just lost them a bit in all the frantic activity in the middle of the field. But it is this Mossman crew, the North Shore, the Torrens crew, and beside them the Melbourne University crews. They are coming to the line. Will they catch this Canberra crew? It's not much in it now. There's about 150 metres to go. The Mossmen look like they've just put their nose in front of the North Shore crew. The North Shore crew are fighting back. Torrens are coming home like a train. The Canberra crew holding on to their slight lead at the 500 metre mark. It looks to be all gone now. The race does look to be on between the Mossman crew and the Torrens crew. North Shore holding on. Will it be North Shore? Will it be Torrens? I think it's going to be Mossman who will cross the line to take the lead, to take the win in this race. There is nothing in it for second and third, but it will be North Shore crossing the line to take second place. It will be Torrens in third, Melbourne University in fourth, the Canberra, great row from the Canberra crew, and then followed by Commercial. It will be Corio Bay and Perth now crossing the line to round out the field. What a great race, Mark.
Fantastic stuff there, but the ladies from the Canberra held their own for so long, but it was just that last charge as the rest of the crews came up to the finish line that they couldn't quite manage it. But an I crew is an average age of over 75, so
what a great row.
That's just fantastic.
Absolutely great row. And for that Mossman crew, sitting on the start line for 50 seconds and wondering how you're going to haul this back, that is just a great effort. It was a great race between that North Shore crew. The beauty of these handicaps, isn't it? There was nothing in it as they crossed the line, and our margins were 2 seconds, 0.74, 2.85, 1.85, 0.87. There's nothing in that race. What a fantastic event and handicapping.
And now probably for even more excitement is the final race of the day. We'll call it the final to this time round. Is the Men's Club 8 over in Lane 1 from Sydney. We have Cowap, Quetzal, Bindner, Segurola, Arigui, Pritchard, Raymond, Greenslade and McNeil are coxed by Wootton. They're off 32 seconds. In Lane 2 from Melbourne, Theen-Schnack, Reynolds, Smith, McPherson, Reynolds, O'Neans, Tobler and Harrison are coxed by Marzi. And they're also off 32 seconds. In Lane 3, the Brisbane Grammarians, also off 32 seconds, is Tannehill, Beeston, Rowe, Miller, Mulholland, Austin, Baxter and King, coxed by Cribb. Lane 4, Old Collegians, Bedgood, Clough, Ferris, Clements, Bailden, Gould, McPhee and Smart. They're coxed by Ed. They're off 32 seconds. In Lane 5 from Melbourne University, Morrison, Parker, Bridgeford, Wood, Langford, Kerrin, Marshall and Longden, coxed by Bushnell. So they're an I crew, they're off go. In Lane 6 from North Shore, Tyler, Horton, Wannon, Kerr, Luck, Walsh, Peters and Franklin, coxed by Krieger. They're an H crew, they're off 12 seconds. Lane 7 from Brisbane and GPS, Giles, McDonald, Holtzberger, Wally, Dunbar, Adam, Giles, Newham and coxed by Reed. They're off 32 seconds. Lane 8 from Yarra Yarra, Rawson, Negri, Gray, Chatsy Akumis, Critchell, Lockley, Jacka, Inglis, coxed by Lincoln. They're an F crew off 27 seconds and closest to us from Toowong, Park, McRae, Gustine, Bellamy, Gunningham, Carr, Kylie and Bliss, coxed by Reynolds. They're an H crew off 12 seconds. So again, we have a bit of a spread of the handicaps across the field. Out in the middle there in Lane 5 is the I crew, who to be in Lane 5, they would be expected to hopefully hold off the rest of the field. It's a all on 9 lanes in this race, so we can see the I crew has just started. Then closest to us, the H crew from Toowong, and over there in the middle, the other H crew from North Shore. We'll gradually see probably the F crews go next. They were off, it's just dropped off my screen, so I can't tell you. They were off 32 seconds. And the whole field is now underway. So it is the D's or the E's are well underway. There is a D crew in it, but they are off the same handicap as the E crew, so they must be rowing as E. I don't think that's allowed, so I'm not quite sure how that happened. It could be a misprint somewhere along the way, but as we can see, they're all underway. And we can see the I crew from Melbourne University in lane 5 holding on to their lead at the moment. They have a hard charging crew beside them from North Shore, but that not necessarily hard charging, it's probably the handicap. Then closer to us, Toowong is still also an H crew holding on. What we expect to see is the younger crews start to gain, so that's lanes 1, 2 and 3 and 4, which are the Sydney, the Melbourne, the Brisbane Camarians and the Old Collegians. And then we have also in lane 7 an E crew, Brisbane and GPS, but they are not quite in the mix yet and probably won't be by the look of where they're sitting. Then we have the Yarra crew is an F crew in lane 8 who are slowly gaining on the H crew from Toowong in lane 9. But out there in the middle of the field, Melbourne University, the I crew are holding their own as they watch the rest of the field come charging towards them. Look at that Sydney crew over on the far side. Oh, sorry, it's Toowong. No, sorry, I'm looking at the Blue Blades, but it's North Shore in lane 2. Gradually pushing through, and then just the side of the I crew out there, we have the I've lost the my layout as the read printing goes. Rob's got a printout. Oh no, we don't have a printout, so we're winging it a little bit here, but it's a great bit of racing. The I crew from Melbourne University is out in the lead. They're followed by the H crew of North Shore, which is just this side of them. That's the Melbourne crew over on the far side. In their distinctive blue and blue colours, and up over on the far side of them is the Sydney crew, which really pushing hard. On this side here we have the red is the Yarra and the Toowong crew. But they're managing to hold them off. They're in about the last 100 metres of this race. Will these I guys from Melbourne University be able to hold off the rest of the field? They were given plumb position. They did very well in the heat, and they're in lane 5, and yes, I think they're just going to hold them by it is about half a canvas. What a fantastic finish there. They pushed across by the Melbourne crew and then followed across by Sydney over the far side. Down here the red is Yarra, then followed across by North Shore, Toowong and Old Collegians. The winning time there, 3 minutes 41. Remember, that's an I crew. They went off go. They were all over 75 years. Well, the average age is 75 years old. So that's Melbourne University, 0.59 of a second back to the Melbourne crew, Melbourne Rowing Club, then Sydney, then Yarra, North Shore, Toowong, Old Collegians, Brisbane Gamarians and Brisbane and GPS.
Just while we're finishing off that race, Mark, we'll just head over to the medal presentation for the Women's Masters Champion Club 8 for Australia for 2025. In third place and bronze medalist was Torrens Rowing Club, Carol Cooper, Donatella Mussolino, Robin Gray Gardner, Gina Bell, Simone Ellis, Belinda Jankowiak, Tori Toogood, Emily Elkuri and Alicia Berginetti was their coxswain. In second place and silver medalist, North Shore Rowing Club's Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Jane Kavanagh is their coxswain. And in first place and gold medalists and champions, Mosman Rowing Club, Jim Lambert, Mina Hornby, Kelly Ross, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Sarah Ahern, Alexandra Walding, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman, and coxed by Liam Gerrity. Please put your hands together in congratulating crews in the Women's Masters Championship Club 8 for 2025.
So again, as we await the presentation of the Men's Masters Champion Club 8, a reminder to please return all bow numbers, patronise our sponsors. So ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the final medal presentation, we urge you to make sure you visit all our sponsors and the various retailers who have stores set up on the grounds for this incredible event. things will no doubt increase, the activity will no doubt increase over the next few days. Over near the boat sheds, we have row gear, Windtech, Perfect Balance Rowing, Poraloo Marine, Croker, and row pairs. And under this, the sails we have, and out beside the main grandstand, we have 776 BC, Wexwork, Sport Republic, Bont Rowing, the Regatta Shop, who produce the official event merchandise, Pontoon and Row Fit. Our main sponsors are from Rowing New South Wales, Bentley's, the Quest Penrith is the official accommodation provider, and the Penrith City Council. With that, please make sure you, again, reminders, return the bow numbers so the bow number volunteers can pack up and head home, as we all pretty keen to do at this time of the day. And make sure that everything is secure, tidied up around your trailer site, and bedded down for the night. So we just have the Men's Masters Champion Club 8 medal presentation has started. So I think the medals are being presented already to the Melbourne University winners of the race, which is it is the Melbourne Rowing Club. So they'll be accepting their silver medals. That is Gregor Thienschnack, Stephen Reynolds, Craig Smith, Dave McPherson, Angus Reynolds, Gregor O'Neans, and Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison, and a Cox by Zena Marzi. The fantastic I crew, the Melbourne University, Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, Paul Bridgeford, Tom Wood, Anthony Langford, Mike Kerrin, Sandy Marshall, Greg London, Cox by Graham Bushnell have just accepted their gold medals. And Sydney Rowing Clubs, Stuart Cower, Carl Quitzow, Mark Binder, Jose Maria Segurola Arigui, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade, and Robert McNeil, Cox by Bradley Wotton, are accepting their bronze medals. Congratulations to the Men's Masters champions, and I'm not sure what's happened there, but I suspect the coxswain wasn't thrown in, but somebody just missed the walkway and decided to test the temperature of the waters of our fabulous lake out here in Penrith. And that concludes racing for today. We look forward to seeing you over the next 3 days for more exciting racing here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Have a good evening.